They said it coming up in about 20 minutes or so, and that includes what Garrett Crochet said to the Sell the Teamers, who I guess have been assuaged a little bit with a win by the Boston Red Sox last night. Yes, Curtis?
I have a total non sequitur, but I have to mention it'll take 20 seconds.
Okay.
I was flying back with James, and my Wi-Fi sucked, and I had on my phone, I had downloaded the One Day in America, the 9/11 5-part series they put together on National Geographic, which is the greatest thing they've ever done. And Fear the Reaper reminded me of this. There was a gentleman who was featured in the second or third episode of the 5-part series who was waiting to go to a meeting inside the World Trade Center on 9/11. Long story short, he leaves, he finds a woman, he brings her to safety, hands her off to a EMT, collapses to his knees as the second plane hit the second tower, and his sister and niece were on that plane at that time. It is the most mind-boggling thing. He literally had just said the Lord's Prayer with this woman. He had saved her life, and he's on his knees, and the plane that hit the tower had his sister and his niece, and he had no idea. The craziest thing. So anyway, I just, I don't know why I brought that up to break everybody down, but I watched it yesterday, and it was the most shocking thing I've ever seen.
They said it coming up, and I mean, a lot to talk about. Red Sox win. Bruins, unfortunately, do not. Celtics win. Masters begins tomorrow. I will remind you that we have announced for the first time ever a full field at this year's Numbnuts Invitational. We are about half sold out, I believe, Curtis.
Right. John Curtis will be there.
He will?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he can buy lunch.
We're talking June 22nd at Granite Links. And so get there in the morning. We'll hook you up with lunch. We'll have a big rager afterwards, food, all that stuff. And I think we'll probably put Shime on a hole so he can play with everybody.
Ken can do play-by-play?
Yes, we have Ken do the play-by-play. And we would love to have you there with us. So put a group together.
Brandon Louse in from the left side, the former Ray, the X-Ray, if you will.
God in heaven.
Ken is doing play-by-play on Friday for the Woo Sox.
Really?
No, he
Yes,
isn't.
yes,
There you go.
is. Yes,
Awesome.
Yes, he is.
Oh, I'm going to go.
Heck yeah.
So,
And it's going to be a beautiful day.
yeah. So you'll be able to tune in.
Check that out.
And check that out.
Do you think he'd be available to do one of my high school games this season?
He probably would.
For the right price.
Right.
I'm sure he would.
He's perfecting his craft.
What's Ken's price, do you think? Like a meal? Like a chicken parm sub like
A
Wiggy?
Yingling.
Okay, done.
Your season start today?
Yes, it does, Greg. Opening day today. It's going to be a
Excellent.
chilly one out there, but
How are we looking?
we're looking okay. So our opening day pitcher actually has the flu, so we have to go to number 2 in the rotation, but that's okay. We'll be all right.
Did you teach him how to throw a slider? Wait a second. Sorry.
No, he actually threw a really good one before I even got there, so it's
you
good.
throwing things, not your strong suit.
Greg, a football and a baseball, very different things.
A lot easier to eat than to throw.
This is BC Jim. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mago. We played pickleball together at Fenway. You have a real talent for it. There's another hobby for you.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
There you go, Mago.
My parents are really into pickleball.
Yes, and Curtis was in our group, too. We had so much fun. It's a social sport. It's fun. You get exercise, and you can go to the bar afterwards and have a drink.
There you go.
Thank you.
Look,
That's a great idea. Maybe I'll get into that because I could never get into tennis. Like
Right.
tennis, I feel like it's like a big leap that you have to take. You have to learn how to serve and everything. So maybe I'll just do pickleball.
Yeah.
It's a piercing sound. It's pop, 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 pop. I wear headphones sometimes when I'm outside. I can't sit on the deck. I haven't sat on the deck in 2 years.
I happen to be an extraordinary tennis player.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know if you know that or not.
Did not know
I
that.
believe it.
I would play. Let's do it. We have a round robin. Ken plays tennis all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, I don't picture you as a tennis player.
Pickleball's the future.
Used to do a little instruction at the Thoreau Club, the Thoreau Tennis Club in Concord.
You were a tennis pro?
Well, I mean, I wasn't really a pro, but I would, if they needed somebody to head out there with some of the moms and hit a ball around.
Okay.
That was
Some of the moms.
That was
Okay, I
me.
see you with the
Greg,
moms.
I had private tennis lessons in Dover with a guy named Dick Waterfall, and I'm not lying.
I see. Very popular with the Dover ladies.
The moms always came around. I was like, I'm not done yet. Why are you here?
Well, something about those ladies in tennis. They like to get out there and get wild.
No, I am, it's been a while since I played. Probably last time I played was on the. There's some beautiful clay courts in Ocean Park in Maine, my adopted home continent.
Yep.
And me and my guy Duffy just absolutely destroyed Jen Hill and her friend Joy.
All right.
Wait, you did men versus women?
Yeah.
Men versus women feels like
what?
I don't know that you usually play in pairs.
Yeah.
Co-ed pairs.
Yeah.
Like it would be you and your significant other versus someone else and their significant
Yeah,
other.
that would be mixed doubles.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's the word I'm looking for.
Absolutely destroyed them. It was
Well, clay's for you. It's slower.
somewhat embarrassing, but I might not be able to move around as quickly as I could back then, Curtis. That might be an issue when you and I play, but I will take you on if you want.
I haven't played since I was little, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll beat you.
It'll be the match 3.
Love it.
What we will do, because match 2 is happening at Lake of Isles in Connecticut. Me v. Scheim, match 2 in July.
Hell yeah.
Okay. All right. Anyway, let me get to my lead. And I hesitated because I've talked a lot on this show about aliens. I actually asked Curtis about this, whether or not I ought to do this as my lead today. But there is a sitting congressman named Tim Burchett who has spoken about a briefing that he and other members of Congress received from the military. And I can't let it pass when it is a sitting congressperson who is telling you factually what they were told, and I think it needs to be talked about more than it is being talked about. Scheim, if you could, this is on TMZ, great source, and the question that they asked, and then his follow-up.
There have been different reports over the years that there have been pieces of machinery that were found that did not seem earthly. And then there have been reports about life that is not earthly. Which one of those two, or both, are you talking about?
I'd say you'd be safe to say both.
The way you described this, whatever happened and this meeting, this briefing that was happening, was there something that if we knew, we would feel that we are in danger? You said you wouldn't sleep at night if you knew the things that I saw in these briefings.
I don't think we're at danger of this. I mean, if these things exist as I think they do, they could have destroyed us with a blink of an eye. I just don't see that. And I think that's, I just think, but I do think they have the technology and the capabilities of something that we can't understand or we can't grasp.
What I want to make sure I'm understanding is a member of our government has told you and others, I guess, that there is a form of alien life and machinery which maybe brought this living creature here that interacted in some form with people?
Yeah, they have. And they've, it's pretty wild. I know. But I'm just telling you, I'm not going to lie to you. I'd take a lie to tell you. You want to put me on a polygraph, I'll take it. But, this is what the guy told me. I mean, I've had a very high-ranking naval official describe underwater craft, something big as a football field, moving at over 200 miles an hour. And there's no fish in the ocean that would do that. We don't even have a sub that'll probably do 40 miles an hour under the, and the last thing he said before he left my office was, it was kind of weird because he didn't go out he went out the side door, which nobody ever uses. And he looked at me, he pulled me up close, and he said, "Tim, they're real."
Okay. Right. So because I'm ridiculed constantly for believing that there's alien life that is among us. Mm-hmm. Does that not scare you?
No.
Are you not terrified by that, Coach?
No, I am not terrified at all.
How?
Because I don't believe in aliens.
So that congressman is lying.
I mean, I don't know.
Normal guy. He's not a kook. He's not a lunatic.
I just don't like the fact that there's somebody saw some type of UFO or 200 miles an hour, size of a football field. Like, come on.
He said that it was a living being.
Yes,
that
there's
people
living-
interacted with. To which I said, this should help you because it means Wemby is definitely going to be taken out of the running for MVP, and you're going to make some money.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's the only alien that I believe is on Earth. I don't know. It's just like, you notice every time it's like Bigfoot photos. Like every time we hear about it or we see about it, it's grainy.
Okay. I mean, you may feel that way. I just feel like for a sitting congressperson to sit there and tell you that they've been briefed on it and to not have some sort of concern about it is weird. That's all.
I just am enraged that the elected people that represent us get to dictate what we get to see and hear.
Yeah.
Like, why shouldn't we see what this guy sees? Why do people in Congress have a privilege of seeing information about potentially alien life on Earth? Why shouldn't we all see it?
I guess they feel like we couldn't handle it or something.
Oh, yeah, the people in Congress certainly can handle stuff. I mean, the only thing you're good at is wasting money. I don't know. For me, I would be shocked if there wasn't alien life.
Yeah.
And
just show us. If I'm a Curtis, like, just show us.
Well,
like,
it's coming. Disclosure is coming.
Well,
how
I
many?
mean,
Yeah, just like the
how
JFK
long?
files
I
and
feel
the
like-
Epstein list.
I feel like every time we get some proof of an alien, it's from like 70 years ago, and it's all dried up, and it looks like it's been mummified. Like, when are we gonna actually see something that is like recent? Like, here we got it trapped, or we got it caged up, or whatever that we're experimenting on it.
Well, didn't the government disclose a couple years ago, like a whole ton of documents and recordings about fighter pilots who were saying, I saw this in the sky and we don't know what it is?
Yes, but that could be anything. Like,
Right.
that's the problem is we need we need to see an alien being.
You need alien autopsy.
Like, we need, yes, more than that though. We need one that is in captivity and like we need an alien zoo or something like that.
Listen.
Would you go to the alien zoo?
I would go to the alien zoo.
I wouldn't.
You would not go to the
I don't want to
alien
be
zoo?
incriminated if more of them come. And they're like, yeah, we saw you in the audience. I'm like, no, I was not part of that.
I mean, we all live in the city for the most part, and we see airplanes coming and going. Now you're telling me there's some alien spacecraft that's the size of 2 football fields, but we never see it.
Well, it's underwater. That's why you don't see it.
Well, there's one on
How
the
did it
water.
get there?
Something is up in the ocean.
How did it get underwater?
Well, it landed.
And nobody saw that?
Nobody saw it.
How did the pyramids get built?
I don't know. I wasn't alive during
No, I
the
know.
time.
Neither was I.
So I have
Human labor.
Curtis, are you going ancient aliens theory?
Well, I'm going that either we had a society that was far more advanced than we are now and that was destroyed by something, or there was aliens. Because if you do the math, if you do the physics, it doesn't add up in any capacity.
What, the pyramids being
The
built?
way in which they were built with what the technology we assume they had during those days.
They used elephants.
What?
In giant pulleys. I feel like I've seen movies on them.
Every Wiggy's basis for historical fact is film. You're aware of that, right, Curtis?
That's how they did it. Well, I mean, you had no cranes.
Most of his alien knowledge comes from Space Jam.
Right.
Yes. You have no cranes, so you have to use elephants.
Great line in Space Jam when they said Larry's white and Jordan said, no, he's clear.
Manual labor, Curtis. How's anything get built?
Because it's okay. But we don't have to watch the June Lee thing. Watch a thing on the pyramids, then we'll talk about it. It's very interesting.
All right. Well, those are our leads today. We are going to get to They Said It coming up. We're going to hear from Garrett Crochet. We are going to hear from Morgan Geeky. All of that coming up during They Said It next. But right now, Shime and what is trending this hour.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market. The Bruins have now lost back-to-back in overtimes. They were unable to get the win against the Hurricanes last night, losing 6-5. Morgan Geeky did seem to get back to form as he had himself a hat trick in the game. Bruins get a couple days off before the Lightning come to town on Saturday. Celtics got the win against the Hornets last night, 113-102. Jaylen Brown led the way with 35 points in the win. They're headed to Madison Square Garden to take on the Knicks tomorrow night. Red Sox got a win! Woo! They beat the Brewers 3-2 last night as Garrett Crochet goes 6 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 5 hits, and then the bullpen held the Brewers hitless the rest of the way. One more game with the Brewers today. First pitch is at 1:35 with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1860. Joe Weil will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 12:35. And the Patriots yesterday, they made a move. It's small, but it's a move nonetheless. They traded Marte Mapu to the Houston Texans. The Patriots received a 2027 6th-round pick, and they sent Mapu and a 2027 7th-round pick to Houston. Trending Now was brought to you by Shaws and Star Market. Shaws and Star Market have your chance to attend the world's biggest soccer games at Boston Stadium. Redeem your Shaws or Star Market grocery reward points for sweepstakes entries. Learn more at shaws.com or starmarket.com/soccer sweeps. That's what's trending. We've got They Said It coming up next on The Greg Hill Show.
Jones and Keefe.
You know what they said who Alex Cora is? Doc? Correct.
Wow.
Twitch.
Hang on, there's something in the back room. Hope it's not the creatures from above. You used to read me stories as if my dreams were boring. We all know conspiracies are dumb.
The news with Mego coming up after they said it, and then during the 9 o'clock hour this morning, as always, Hill Notes. So you can leave a voice note on any topic for us on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back at about 9:20 or 9:30 this morning. Shime, let's get to it, please.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They said it.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Blue ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches Law, and they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you've been injured at work, reach out to Catches. The results that they get for those who've been hurt at work are really, really good. Over $3 billion won. And they don't get paid unless they win for you. So go to Catches Law. Check it out at catcheslaw.com. That's Catches with a K at catcheslaw.com. Shime, what do you want to start with this morning?
Well, Greg, let's begin with Garrett Crochet. He got the win for the Sox last night as they beat the Brewers 3-2. He went 6 1/3 and pitched pretty well overall, helped the Sox get out of that losing streak they were in there. And he also spoke after the game and was asked about during his days off, hearing all those sell the team chants and kind of his response to that. Here was Garrett Crochet.
I've heard it before, quite frankly. You know, it's for me, we just know that it's on us as the players. You know, it's at the end of the day, that's all it boils down to, really. It's the 26 guys that we've got. You know, the staff, they can help as much as possible, but it's on us to get the job done. You know, we could acquire as much talent in the offseason as we want, but we still got to go out there and play. There's really nothing to it. I mean, is it an element of the game? Of course. But you know, really all there is to it is you either do the job or you don't.
Correction, Garrett Crochet, correction. It's the two guys you've got, you and Wilyer Abreu. That's it. That's about it.
Yeah.
Not 26.
No.
I like the answer. I mean,
that's he seems like he's one of those, you know, we always talk about leaders in the clubhouse, and I get it, it's probably different for pitchers and positional players, but he seems like a guy in that clubhouse that is a leader that, you know, he'll say things and guys will listen to.
Yeah, he said he's heard it before. Is he talking about with the White Sox?
I was wondering that same thing, or did he mean he heard it at times last season here? I don't know.
Correct me if you guys have heard it before, but the back-to-back games with the sell the team chance, I feel like that's kind of unprecedented in recent years with the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he's talking about hearing that with the White Sox, in which case I'd say that's not really the tier that you want to be in if you're the Boston Red Sox. Like, you don't want to be, oh, there they are with the sell the team chance again. Oh, we're so used to that. Don't get there.
No.
I mean, does that go away if we actually heard from John Henry? Like, if John Henry sat down and talked to somebody and said, hey, I know there's, you know, I hear these chants. This is what's going on. We love this baseball team.
Yeah.
We you know,
we're disappointed.
We're extremely disappointed.
How about we care?
Yeah. It would definitely go away. People would then be like, oh, okay, like, you know, especially if Mego said, like, we care, we're disappointed. But I guess his thing is,
it's not about what he says, it's about what he does. I don't care what he says, honestly. I mean, he didn't talk in 2018. It was the best team of my life. Following it was a blast. It's not about that. It's about what you do and how invested you are. And the way in which he was depicted in the immediate aftermath of that chant, or during it, sell the team, he looks and acts so above it, so detached, so sort of mocking at the even that would even be thought of in someone's brain that he should sell the team. He is obsessed with what he has done and thinks he should be treated well no matter what he does going forward. And I just feel like that list of accomplishments at the home opener was the greatest and latest example of a guy that doesn't get why people are mad.
You would remember most likely because you are the Red Sox savant. Was it Terry Francona who talked about this ownership group and said they don't love baseball, essentially?
Not in their blood. Yeah.
It's not in their blood.
Right.
It's a toy for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And candidly, like, I think most owners, it's a toy.
Right.
But what I don't understand is, I know it's called Fenway Sports Group and they're not going to sell the team. But if you need a salary cap to think that this is going to be a good investment, then why'd you buy it in the first place? Why didn't you buy it somewhere else where they don't have the payroll and it would be beneficial to them to have a salary cap? I just feel like you sit back and it's like, I don't care what Crochet says. He's not going to say his owner sucks. Like, he just got a big extension last year. But the fans have now been liberated by Barstool to make this their feeling. That there's a lot of people quietly thought this, but when Portnoy started selling the shirts and it became this organic rant or chant, I think that there's a lot of fans that view it as incredibly frustrating that they're charged the highest ticket prices, and the group that owns the team has changed and they act like they haven't.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing when you start to kind of look at it, he's probably like, well, we spent all that money in the past. We were able to do it, but business model's changing, and we'd rather not be north of $300 million for payrolls. We'd rather a salary cap because guess what? It puts more money in our pocket because we do make a ton of money, and it's a way for us to kind of control on how much spending we have to do.
But
if they have a salary cap,
none of us think they're going to sell.
No.
So okay. So do the chants and the T-shirts at least influence them to spend differently, or are they so far removed the way that John Henry looks that they're like, no, we just know better about how we're going to do this?
Because I think what they'll say is we spend, but we might not be. Their biggest thing is whether you'll forget about the argument of your 6th or 12th spending. They'll say we're spending north of 250, 60 million. Yes, we're not up at the 300 million like Yankees and Mets and some of these other teams, the Dodgers, but we spend a lot. We're not the Milwaukee Brewers who are spending 137. So that's what they'll say.
Right. They just spin everything. I feel like that if you are John Henry and you hear that chant, you have two options. You can say, wow, I got to look in the mirror, or you can scoff. And he scoffed, and that fits perfectly in line with who he is.
Yeah, and he keeps it moving. Then he goes to his bank account and he smiles.
But Wiggy, you always said, who's doubting that he has a big bank account?
No, but because you said, like, people are like, sell the team, but
you don't think that hurt his feelings sitting there at Fenway Park?
I think he was butthurt a little bit, but he's probably, what he's probably
Did
like.
Did you see his face?
Yeah, but you know what he's probably.
It was like his husband said that his dress made him look fat.
You know what he's probably thinking in his mind, which I would be thinking, you damn ungrateful son of a bitches. You see these 4 World Series, banners that hang from Fenway Park. That's because of what we did, our ownership.
Yeah, they want that owner back, Wiggy.
Yeah, but he's like, guess what?
And it's
that
because of the
gone.
people that at Fenway Park, Wiggy, the people that spend the money, that's why they win, because without the fan, they have no money to pay for the players.
But that's what he's saying. Listen, we spent money, you ungrateful bastards. You're sitting here, and we won a World Series in 2018. You want to be the Mets? When's the last time the Mets won a World Series?
What a horrible attitude.
But that's what he's probably thinking inside. You're saying, what is he thinking?
But you're saying he's right to think that.
Oh, but that's what I would be thinking. I'm not saying it's a great attitude.
Mego makes a great point, though. The fans just want that owner back.
Right. But
it's
that
actually
owner,
a compliment.
you're not getting that owner back. Because that owner is probably like, listen, I spent too much money I made too many bad investments on players. That owner's gone.
But that's not fair because they keep charging more and the profits of the team keep going up.
Well, it's inflation. Mego?
What do you mean it's inflation?
Well,
They're making more money.
Well, every year
all these guys are getting richer after COVID.
I saw a thing on how much beef costs nowadays when it costs, maybe
yeah, that's for
7,
people
8
like
years.
you and me, Wiggy. That's
it was
not
like
for
$2.99. When and this was like it ain't because of
beef was $2.99.
Yeah, when Obama was president, now it's like $6.99. So,
ground beef was $2.99.
Yeah, when Obama was president.
I heard you. Yeah. I don't ever remember buying ground beef.
I just saw it on social media.
The stuff that comes out of your mouth sometimes it's
factual.
It's treasure.
Well, when we get the Red Sox owner backed into a corner, we go to Obama and price of beef.
No, I'm just saying things generally the cost of living goes up, inflation.
Right. But these guys make exponentially more money than they used to.
Mego, I
and they're not reinvesting it in the team. They're reinvesting it other places because they think it makes more money.
Did somebody throw a challenge flag on Wiggy?
No, so I looked it up. According to Google AI overview, at the beginning of the Obama administration in 2009, the average cost was roughly $2.35 to $2.40 per pound.
Oh, so that was a George Bush thing then?
I don't know. I'm just saying that.
Because if he inherited the cheap beef.
No, at the end of his term at 2016, it had hovered around $3.50 per pound.
Yeah.
So we need another president from Texas.
But not in Boston. When have you ever had ground beef for under $3?
The average. It's like gasoline. The average price. It might be more expensive here than other places. I'm just talking about the average price.
I didn't think about the Midwest.
Yeah. It's inflation. Things go up. So
I've heard you say that 16 times.
Well, you and Mego are complaining about like people are spending their money. Guess what? It costs money to go to a Red Sox game
making money
in 2026.
hand over fist.
Yes, that's what billionaires do.
I know, but they're not being
Welcome to the
good
real world.
caretakers
Right.
of the team.
They usually don't have a cheerleader saying, make more, make more.
I'm not saying make more. Then they're going to say we just
reinvested in the team.
You know what they're going to say to you, Mego?
What?
We gave Garrett Crochet $276 million or whatever the hell it was.
Okay, what about Bregman?
Bregman, we offered him $120. We were going to pay him $40 million a year.
What about Alonso?
He chose.
You couldn't do it? You
That's
can't
when
compete with any of these teams?
No, I agree.
You can't compete with the Baltimore Orioles?
Hey, listen, I'm with you on the Alonso thing.
To continue the analogy, Alonso was like tenderloin.
Yes.
Not. You got at third base. You have ground beef.
Oh, no, the third.
You might.
Third base, you don't even have ground beef.
It's
I would
spam.
do Pete Alonso. Yeah. Third base is more like spam.
Greg, where are you on London broil?
Oh, I like it. That'd be marinated for a long period of time.
You,
but very, very
you have
good.
not had London broil since the 80s.
I don't even know what that is. What is that?
It's like a cheaper filet.
I like a good beef Wellington when you get the beef baked in the
moo thing, right?
Yeah.
Like the
with the duxelle.
Yeah.
They're saying, though, and I'm a big filet guy, but they say filet.
Who's they?
Social media people.
What do they
Some
say?
expert on social media
What do they
that
say?
I tune to, that the filet is not the best cut of meat. It's like it's not even the most
What do they
tasteful.
say is
What
the
is?
ribeye?
I always thought filet was the best.
Yeah, I always thought it was too, but they said there's no taste to the filet. That there's other steaks that are way more.
You need to be near the bone to get more flavor.
Or near the fat or something like that.
Right.
Because I always get filet.
So what are you supposed to get?
I don't know. I'm not a steak person.
The social media people
I
didn't
think it was
explain
like
it?
I think it was like whatever the one that has what's it, the ribeye or whatever. I don't know, porterhouse.
Would you like to throw another AI challenge flag?
Yes.
What's
according to Google AI, the best cut of meat depends on preference, but generally ribeye is considered because of its rich buttery flavor and high fat marbling, while filet is the most tender.
All right.
But I would say this. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. The best past hors d'oeuvre at a wedding is the beef Wellington, if you're there for that. It is awesome. Clean, spectacular. Shaim, I hope to have about 5 of those.
Are you doing past hors d'oeuvres?
We're definitely doing past hors d'oeuvres.
Hell yeah.
Unfortunately, no beef wells.
What have we got to look forward to?
I gotta pull up the list. I don't remember.
Okay. You can't even give
It's
one?
been a minute.
You gonna have the bacon wrapped scallops?
Maybe I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I should know this.
I love a good
I've been
hummus
working.
station.
I've been working on the after party late snacks and rehearsal dinner stuff. So I've been.
Shime requested
Keeping
the
that.
bacon wrap scallops hold the scallops.
No, I love scallops. Are you kidding me?
I just hope there's not a pigs in a blanket because that really brings
No.
back bad memories with
No,
you.
yeah, you're
Definitely,
Good.
I
I'm
would-
not making them, so you're good. I'm not cooking any of this food. I
Thank
promise.
God.
Shime, I feel like because you're a big wonton dude, right? I feel like
Yeah.
you'd have some of those.
I believe one of the past hors d'oeuvres, Wiggy, to that point, is like a dumpling.
Oh, I love
man.
it.
Oh yeah, I like
Ernie
that.
Bach had the best at one of his whales, wines, and watches. They were bringing those things around. I was eating those things up like Skittles.
I like just chicken on a stick.
Chicken on a stick's fine, but
Yeah,
not.
I like
don't
just
really
the
like
chicken
that.
on a stick.
Well, like
a
with
skewer.
a peanut sauce, like a dipping
Yeah,
sauce.
because it's clean.
Yeah, but it's not really clean in the delivery.
It's,
like
I
if
like that
that's
it's on a stick. It's easy to have the drink in one hand and the chicken on a stick
Yeah,
in
but
the
not
other.
with the dipping the sauce thing, because then you
Well,
have to
I go
grab a
sauce
napkin
free.
from the person. It's a whole like routine.
Sauce free's too dry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, where were we? Shine, what's next?
I have no idea. Are we in the They Said It? Or are we in the news?
No, we're in They Said It.
Yeah, right. My bad. Let's
right.
go to the Bruins. They
You
lost.
got chicken on a steak.
Yeah, I got chicken on the brain. The Bruins lost to the Carolina Hurricanes in overtime last night, 6-5. But Morgan Geekie had himself a hat trick. He spoke after the game, talking about how tough it's been not being able to finish off these overtime games. Here's Morgan Geekie.
Yeah, it's a big point, especially at this time of the year. But they're a good team. We had a couple mistakes they capitalized on, and that's what good teams do this time of year. So something we can build off of. But yeah, I mean, it feels like every time we get in overtime lately, we can't seem to get the second point. But we'll take them any way we can get them, I guess.
I mean, positive is that he's back to putting the puck in the net.
Right.
So I guess Curtis said it earlier. You are a playoff team, so.
Right. Just not going in the way that you would like to be going in,
Correct.
and fans would obviously like for you to be going in.
Well,
So
it's somewhat alarming. I mean,
Yeah.
that's 4 games,
right,
in which you have not walked away with a couple points.
and
So,
in the playoff world, that means you would have been swept. You get to the post,
Yeah,
you
all
get to
the
the playoffs,
points.
and you lose 4 games. That means all right. Enjoy Cancun or the golf course.
Yeah. All right, what else, Sean?
Well, Greg, Jason Tatum makes his return to Madison Square Garden after, for the first time since rupturing his Achilles. He talked about playing or going back to MSG for the first time. Here was Jason Tatum.
I mean, yeah, I thought about it. I'm not like thrilled to go back and play there. Last time I played there, obviously it was a traumatic, experience for me. Obviously I knew at some point I would have to, get over that hurdle and, play there again. So it's going to have to be this Thursday, but it's not like I'm thrilled about it, but it's part of it. I decided to come back and play. So, not necessarily like skipping certain games. I can't play back-to-backs right now, but, I decided to come back and play. So just another game on the schedule.
I got a question for the group after hearing this. If you were Missoula, would you maybe say, because there's a little bit of like his mind is anxiety, would you say, all right, we're not going to play him in this game, and maybe we'll get lucky and not have to play New York in the playoffs, and then by the time he has to play at the Garden, at Madison Square Garden, it'll be next season?
I would say that in the event that there is a chance that the Celtics and Knicks meet in the playoffs, I would want to get this out of the way well before.
Okay. All right.
I agree with that.
All right.
You got to go back sometime.
Right.
Just rip it off like a Band-Aid.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Good question, though. I mean,
but you could kind of like seize like, the anxiety of going, and he's been, he's played in a bunch of games, and like, all right, you're fine, Jason, but that, like you said, trauma of playing there, I don't know. But I guess you guys make good points. I probably would have been like, all right, you're probably best to get it over with, get it out the way.
And is Madison Square Garden really the world's most famous arena? That's what they sell it as.
For basketball, I think so.
Well, how many championships have been won there?
Well, I don't think I think it's just not a lot of championships have been won there, but I think there's like been a lot of like historic games there. Then
don't forget Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey
Circus.
Or Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, you factor in all those shows or whatever. I think that's why they bill it as the most.
I saw the other day on TikTok when Ringling Brothers started, Curtis, beef was only 12 cents a pound. It was really.
I believe that.
It was really.
Hey.
It was amazing.
I was right though.
It was the whole thing I saw.
Inflation.
Yeah, I
That's
was
what
right.
they say.
I was right.
Inflation, yeah.
No, I mean, just look at it. Look at go see how much ground beef is costing you now. It's like $6.99.
All right, that is They Said It, and the news with Mego coming up next.
You can watch the Greg Hill.
I call it the fat pill or the fat drug.
The news.
Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends, they're fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
I don't think that you're a fat kid, but this is the fattest kid take of all time.
The news is brought to you by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in men's sexual health, with 6 locations across New England. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com on WEEI.
What do you think they would say if I stood up?
Well, here is Mego with today's news.
The U.S. and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just hours before President Trump's deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, a vital oil trade route. The price of oil dropped and stock prices soared this morning as the two nations attempt to negotiate a longer deal.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. When are they going to begin to negotiate? Is that later this week? Are they working over the weekend?
I hope so.
Okay.
Because those gas prices down.
We'd all like things to just stabilize, right? We just want stability.
Yes.
I have a question, maybe over my head, but why does it take 6 months for gas prices to normalize and 1 hour for them to go up?
Good question.
That's a great question.
I know, it's like a credit score.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you seen the price of beef, though?
Yeah.
Beef is up there.
It was only 3 cents during the Reagan administration.
Yeah, it's up there now.
All right. What else?
Okay, new irrational fear unlocked. A window. I don't know if you guys saw this video. I believe we have it up on Twitch. A window on a Cape Air flight headed to Boston blew open shortly after takeoff Monday morning, according to a spokesperson from the airline. The small plane had just taken off from Nantucket Memorial Airport at 7 a.m. when Cape Air said the flight experienced an issue in which the upper portion of the main cabin door opened while in flight. Let's hear from a passenger who spoke to WHDH.
At first, we were like, oh my God. And then the pilot was so good. She was so calm. And basically why I'm smiling in that video is because I felt like, all right, she's got this.
Wow.
Okay, that is the greatest flight attendant in the world.
The pilot.
Oh, the pilot.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
pilot just...
Have you ever been on one of those small Cape Air
I
planes?
have. I've been on the Nantucket route before.
Yeah, and you can sit right next to the pilot. It kind of you would never do
If
it,
I can
right?
see the pilot, I'm not on the right plane.
Yeah.
That pilot should be behind the cockpit with a door.
You've never been on like a little puddle jumper where they ask you they ask you your weight?
Hell no.
Have you ever been on that and you had to look around and see if people are lying?
I mean,
about
I've
their
been on
weight?
the propeller ones, like flying from West Virginia, like to Maryland or Virginia or something like that. But still, you're not sitting right next to the pilot. No, I would never do that.
I've sat in ones where it's like basically 2 people on each side. That's the smallest plane I've been in.
It's not. I mean, it would terrify me if the window suddenly
Right.
blew open and you had to fly that. So they went back, or did
They went back, yes.
They went back.
They went back
would
and
you
landed.
Get right, would you get right back on the
No,
same plane? Or
Personally, I would wait for the boat.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd get on the ferry.
I think it's a ferry day for me. I know it takes longer, but still frightening. The family of a Connecticut man is suing a hospital for his death because his care was overseen remotely by a teledoctor. 26-year-old Connor Hilton died after being diagnosed with alcohol-induced pancreatitis and dehydration, according to a report. He was admitted to Bridgeport Hospital's ICU as a high-risk patient, but he did not see an on-site doctor in the 4 hours he spent in that unit, according to the lawsuit.
What?
Staff members instead had to communicate with the doctor remotely, who got further delayed in arriving to the patient, who died 2 hours after intubation.
So you're at an emergency room with a life-threatening situation, and they don't have an actual doctor there. The doctor's working remotely. Like, that's kind of terrifying. Wow. I mean, I know Scheim is willing to turn his entire well-being over to the robot, so it probably doesn't bother you, but wouldn't you want to have...
What does this have to do with robots?
Well, it's remote.
It's not like a robot was the one that
the
was
AI
doing the
doctor.
job.
It's like they're doing it via technology. Like the doctor is not actually there with you.
Yeah, the doctor should be there. I agree with you. This has nothing to do with AI.
I mean,
but I like
it has to do with technology.
Yeah,
no, it has to do with people not being there, not being present.
They're like, oh, no problem. He will have the doctor zoom in.
Yeah, I like the zoom.
For all we know,
You do? I don't like that at all.
I like the zoom in doctor.
No.
For all we know, the guy's not even wearing pants.
Well, but not if you have pancreatitis, Wiggy.
Well, not if you have that, but I'd rather just be like, I hate going to the doctors. I'd rather sit there and I could be like, yeah, this is bothering me. And they'll be like, all right.
Yeah, if I have strep throat, sure. But like, not if
ERs,
I
zoom in.
Yeah, if I'm in the ER, I would like the doctor present, please.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, they said, according to this report, that the intubation was done with the doctor on a remote Zoom call. So the staff members who are on site, who I'm sure are like highly trained medical professionals, but not at the same level, are taking direction and listening to the doctor on a screen.
Yeah.
That's not really the standard of care that most people want when they're in the hospital.
I know we've had this conversation, but I think I might have been for like operating to where it becomes the robots.
You're in favor of
yeah,
no way.
I think a little bit.
What?
Too many when surgery, there's a lot of human error that goes
There's
wrong.
also a lot of human judgment that goes into
There's
it.
also a lot of improvisation that needs to happen.
I don't know about that one there.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I see people go in and just get a basic knee replacement. Next thing you know,
They do the wrong knee.
They do the wrong knee.
That won't happen with a robot.
No, they leave.
No, robots are perfect. They never screw up.
And aren't robots
These stupid
trained
robots are running into the bus stations around Chicago, and you want them repairing
That's
your
different.
knee?
Yeah, but when you're talking surgery,
But robots are trained by humans.
I know that.
So then how would they be better than a human?
Yeah, I don't trust it. People, they leaving scalpels in you and all types of crazy stuff.
What was this hospital that this happened at, Mego?
Bridgeport Hospital in Milford.
Yeah, Boston Medical Center is the best hospital for emergency care. We're very lucky to live where we live.
Yeah, and I would imagine that the bigger hospitals, there's always an actual physical doctor there. There's not somebody who's working remotely.
Yeah,
That's the thing is we're so incredibly spoiled with the healthcare that we get around here. It's like anywhere you go, boom, you got world class.
Take you 8 hours to get through the ER, but when you finally get there.
Not always.
Yeah, okay. I just went to I was in the ER probably a few weeks ago for like 8-9 hours. It's just and then we did that thing around here.
That's like a live read from you.
Oh, man. Well, that's if I'm getting paid for it, that's one thing. But it was just like, oh man, Boston's ER is the worst.
All right,
what? I disagree. I've had fantastic.
We did a thing on
it.
Somebody did a report on it. We were like one of the.
I can only give you my
something.
anecdote, and they were awesome when I've been in this
You're the lucky
situation.
one.
I guess I am.
All right, we are going to take a break. We will get to the rest of today's news with Mego coming up next.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show.
Red Sox back on track with a win last night, and they will try to win this series with a 1:35 first pitch today at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network here on WEEI, and of course on the Odyssey app. And we're going to get to Hill Notes at about 9:20, so leave one of those anytime on any subject on the Odyssey app, which I was just referring to, and back to Mego and the rest of today's news.
Okay, so let's get to it. Exclusive photos obtained by the New York Post appear to show New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and New York Times NFL reporter Diana Rousini hanging out together at an Arizona resort, both poolside and at sunset. We have statements from both parties.
Which we discussed earlier. I notice there's nothing that is more annoying than those who join the Twitch chat late, miss an hour-long discussion on this radio program on Mike Vrabel and what is going on, and go, why is Greg not talking about Mike Vrabel? We spent a reasonable amount of time talking
Yeah, we did.
about it earlier.
Lengthy.
We got it from a female journalist perspective who is sitting right here with us now.
Right.
But let's go ahead. So we have statements, correct?
Vrabel told Page Six, quote, "These photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response."
Okay.
Rousini told them, quote, "The photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out during the day. Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues." We also have Rousini's executive editor at The Athletic, which is owned by the New York Times, who said, quote, "These photos are misleading and lack essential context. These were public interactions in front of many people. Diana is a premier journalist covering the NFL, and we're proud to have her at The Athletic."
Texter says this is a very bad look for Mike Vrabel. Would you agree with that?
I would disagree with that. I think it's a better look from Diana Rousini's part. Only in the sense that she's going to get more blowback from it. Is that so?
You're using those terms again. That
she's going to get.
Can you just carefully pick
Yes, she will get more criticism from it
because she's a journalist. She's not supposed to be biased.
Yes, exactly. And they're going to be like, well, any story that's related to anything that ever happened with Mike Vrabel that she broke that people are going to be like, all right, where's her credibility really lie, that kind of thing.
Definitely, and there's already a double standard for female reporters, especially in sports, but across journalism, across the board of, how are you getting close to your sources? What are you using? Like all of that idea. So I do agree with you that that's doubly brutal, but I will say that like the landscape has changed a lot in these worlds. Like there is a certain amount of celebrity, really, with a coach or players, and there is a lot of socializing.
But hasn't it always been that way? Like, I guess it was mostly men who were reporting. So, but the reporters always went out and drank with.
Yeah, but that's different though. Two guys drinking, hanging out, buddies.
Why is it different?
Because people view it differently. They're gonna look at it and think there's instantly something sexual about it.
Well, that's their perspective.
But that's what we're talking about.
There is nothing that is outright like that in these photos.
Right.
I think it's important to say.
I understand that.
And it's noteworthy that Chad Finn used moo to get close to Greg.
Right. I completely I completely understand it. But Mego, you are a woman, in sports who's a writer. You know what people's perceptions are, right?
Yeah, and that's to your original point. Like, that's on me to figure out what I want, how I want to present my relationships with sources.
It's like I tell my kids, perception is people's reality. Even though that might not be who you are, they look at you a certain way, maybe because of how you dress, how you wear your hair, things of that nature.
Frumpy.
Yeah.
Whether you drive to Sedona.
Right. But that's the not everybody, but the majority of people are going to have a specific perception of it. And that's what it's going to lean to when you see Mike Vrabel, a coach with a female reporter.
And Greg, do you remember I think it was Rousini, maybe I'm wrong, but I remember vividly, it was during when Fourier did those great 25 for 25 to raise money for diabetic research.
Yeah.
And there was the Bengals Spygate thing where you remember that?
Yeah.
Where they said that there was a cameraman or some Patriot thing, and Diana Rousini was like the lone person in America saying that this was like Spygate. And I just go back now. Wiggy's right. You see these stories. I had no idea about the Washington scandal, that there was an employee's wife who was complaining on social media about Diana Rousini, about some reporting she had done. So I think, and you've seen Twitter today, I mean, like, people are going back through almost all of her reporting.
And is she getting scoops? Like, is the suggestion that she was getting inside information from Mike Vrabel?
That is the implication.
Yeah.
And there's, I mean, obviously, who knows? But it is fascinating. I remember when she went to The Athletic, it was like $1 million a year deal.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was a huge payday.
Wow.
And so, I mean,
So that's how to answer your question, Greg, right? So when it comes down to it, I think, Vrabel's probably going to deal with a little bit of the criticism. I was going to say blowback, but I don't want to do that.
Well, I just did.
But it's more of, Diana Rousini is going to take the brunt of it, just because that's.
Well, I mean, it's all, as you said, what everyone is going to read into it.
And unfortunately,
it makes you look at things like, I now look differently. When we were in Fort Myers at the pool, I saw Brad Foe and Alex Cora holding hands on a raft.
Right.
And now I wonder, I thought that I was thinking like, hey, they're bros.
Was the raft baseball isn't boring, Brandon?
Right. Yes. Stop playing with your fungos.
Yes. Yeah. So, I mean, those who are bothered by it, who are texting or in the Twitch chat, say that he's the culture guy here, and that is not not something that a leader does when it comes to culture. So.
Right, but remember, they're viewing it from a completely different, view. Like, we're not looking at it as, or at least I'm not, as like, oh, there's something nefarious going on. So,
but they're saying, like the texter says, you're doing that because you played with the guy and because he's on the show with us.
But like Wiggy, if he walks into the locker room when they're starting off-season workouts and he goes, "Hey, look, like her and I are friends. We were at the same place. We got together. We had a couple drinks, hung out by the pool. Nothing crazy." Like, if he goes and like says that to the team directly, are they gonna just kind of be like, "Yeah, like you're good, don't worry about it," kind of thing? Or
but most of the
don't worry about it. Do they have something to say about it?
Yeah, like most
players.
Most of the guys are probably not even. They're like, whatever, right? So I don't think he would even like mention it to the team. Like, that's something that he would not bring up because guys are not sitting there and they're gossiping about it, and he knows, like, all right, this is something that I have to talk about with the team. So I don't think that would be something he would even bring up. Players are not thinking. You think players, like, you think Christian Gonzalez is looking at this right now and going, "Oh my God,
I'm outraged.
I am outraged with the culture that Mike has created here." And he's doing this. I can't believe it. I'm playing for this guy. Like, the guys are not doing that. It's just, it's one of these things where I know from just talking to Mike Vrabel, and when we talk to him, he's probably like, man, I can't believe this is, a bigger story than, what it has to really be.
We covered this earlier, but a 781 texter says, any of you would be pissed if those pictures had your spouse in them. I don't know.
I told you I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you say, would you be bothered? Chris is a reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be bothered by that? I think
if he was with like a female coach?
Yes.
No,
like,
I don't think I trust him. I don't think that. I'm trying to I'm stuttering because I'm trying to think about the situation in which that would happen in my head, but I wouldn't be like, "What are you doing? You're next to a pool."
Sedona's supposed to have.
She's in a bathing suit.
It's supposed to have healing properties, so.
But there would be some people, to your point, Greg. There would be some people that would feel a certain way, and I guess it would be based on the history of that person that you're with in a relationship. It's like, you should know better, or you shouldn't put yourself in these positions, that kind of thing. So, yeah.
But Wiggy, you got mad at Courtney for having pictures on her Instagram from old relationships.
That was her ex.
I mean, he's with somebody else at a pool.
That's her ex, though. This is it. Diana Rousini is not Mike Vrabel's
But if you're
ex.
confident with your relationship, why would that matter?
There's a completely different. That's a different road, Curtis. That's apples and oranges, like you like to say.
What if you were previously involved with somebody, you can't be in a picture with them?
No. Like, if you had pictures of your ex on your social media, like you and them still like your hugged up pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an issue.
But he's hugging her right now.
But they're friends. It's not his ex. Like, do you not get that part of it?
Oh, Wiggy, I understand. I think that whatever. I don't think
like
wait. I think honestly, I really believe this. I think you're being honest, and I think you have a very strong self-confidence. Yeah. Most people, I think, would be the opposite. They'd be like, "Oh, that was in college, or that was there." You're here.
If you got a social media,
yeah.
If you had pictures of you and your ex hugged up on your social media, your wife wouldn't find that to be an issue.
I don't know. Probably. I don't know. I honestly don't. I think for what Courtney said, and it was a much better point than I'm creating, was that it's sort of to live in a world where you act like your life didn't exist prior to you meeting that person.
No, I'm not saying your life didn't exist, but you now have a social media page.
See, I would look at that
with a bunch of pictures of you.
But they were there before the person. Like, I look at that as like a jealous red flag.
No,
like
it's just like
if you're saying to somebody, "Hey, get rid of every dude you ever dated on your Instagram because I'm the guy." Like, that's kind of crazy.
So you don't think...
It depends on the picture. If it's like you guys kissing on Valentine's Day, maybe take that down if you're married to someone else.
You're not going to have, like, those are the pictures that you're going to have up on social
media.
But
if it's you two standing next to each other from 12 years ago, like, who cares?
Okay.
Here's a text from a woman who says, I'm a wife, and for me, the problem is the interlocking fingers.
Oh, I didn't think that was a big problem.
Okay.
From my perspective, like, because when you read the headline, it says holding hands, and it makes me think of people walking together holding hands, like looking at sunset. This looks like them saying hi to each other.
Like greeting each other.
Yeah.
Like they know each other.
Right. Yeah. You do the European one on each cheek.
But see that's the difference in the worlds that we live in, right? So there are some things that, you hear it all the time, like, oh, is this cheating because you liked a picture or slid into somebody's DM, where some people be like, oh, that's not a big deal to me, where other people, like this one lady who said in the text line, Greg, is like, that's an issue to her, but not an issue to Mego. So it's just, I guess it really depends on who your wife is or who your husband is, if they're going to have issues with it.
It is going to be fascinating, though, because Diana Rousini is one of the leading reporters in the NFL as you build up to the draft. Like, if she has Patriots news, aren't you going to kind of look at it side-eyed?
I think a lot of people will.
Yeah. I mean, look at what they did to the poor, those, like, and I'm not saying a lot of people, but like your Jason Whitlocks and all these other people. Look what they did to Molly Kerm. Is that her name?
Kerm, yeah.
Kerm, like any...
What was that? Remind me of that.
Like how... Or not Molly Krim, the one from Fox, Joy Taylor. Like, oh, the only reason why she got that job was because of this and because of that, or she gets the insight of this, or she gets the insight of that. Like, people whisper all the time, whether it's Kay Adams or anybody, any female that's in sports. Like, a lot of these people are always like looking at them sideways if there's a little bit of an issue.
And a lot of the guys that judge the women that are in the media do so out of deep insecurity. Because they say, oh, she only got that story because of how she looks, when maybe she's just working much harder than you are at home. Or when you're stealing Mego's seat at a Globe event. Like, I feel like in general, Mego works harder than Ben. That's why she's a better reporter than him.
I mean, it's going to be an issue for me if she gets the first question over Karen from Mike Vrabel.
Oh, that's awkward, too.
People are going to be like, whoa.
That is going to be...
Does Stacey James ever get a day off?
I don't think he does. All right, we will continue with the rest of the news coming up. Right now, Shime and what is trending this hour.
The exclusive home for Patriots Monday and Friday.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by Mario's Roofing. The Bruins have now lost back-to-back in overtime as they were unable to get the win against the Hurricanes last night, losing 6-5. At least they've gotten a point in each of those games. Morgan Geekie did seem to get back to form, though, as he had himself a hat trick in the game. Bruins get a couple days off before the Lightning come to town on Saturday. Celtics got the win against the Hornets last night, 113-102. Jaylen Brown led the way with 35 points in the win. The Seas are headed to Madison Square Garden to take on the Knicks tomorrow night. And the Red Sox got a win, baby! They beat the Brewers 3-2 as Garrett Crochet goes 6 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 5 hits. And then the bullpen held the Brewers hitless the rest of the way. One more game with the Brewers today. First pitch, 1:35 with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Network. Shaws, proud to be local since 1860. Joe Weil will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 12:35. The Patriots also made a small little trade yesterday. They sent Marte Mapu and a 2027 7th-round pick to the Houston Texans in return for a 2027 6th-round pick. Trending Now is brought to you by Mario's Roofing. Homeowners choose Mario's Roofing because they're fair, honest, and provide quality services. Call Mario's Roofing today for a free estimate at 781-344-2420. That's what's trending. The rest of the news with Mego coming up.
Jones and Keefe.
Also, if we really went to the moon, why would Stanley Kubrick...
We're going on a holiday now. I'm going to take a very small chalet. Costa del Magnifico, yeah, the cost of living so low. Yeah, gonna be so neat. Dance to the Eurobeat. Yeah, gonna be so cool. Twisted by the pool. Twisted by the
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. We are back, and Mego, you are being referred to on the text line as fraudulent.
Uh-oh.
The women are all checking in and saying you would absolutely be bothered if your husband was twisting by the pool, like on a raft or in a hot tub, or interlocking the fingers, and that you are being fraudulent.
My husband has female friends, and I don't think I would have a problem with that if I knew everything going on. Like, I trust him.
Okay.
I'm bringing him as my +1 to like a women in sports event tonight, so maybe I'll see how that goes.
Yeah,
you should. You should. Be,
I am. I'll keep an eye out.
Oh, ask him. Ask him those questions. Like
I'll ask
feel.
the other women in sports there
Right.
if they're comfortable with my husband around.
Right. If he's seen you like you and Joe Mazzulla at some resort, like interlocking hands, then again, he could be teaching you some jujitsu moves. Protect yourself.
Well, that's also a problem. Unfortunately, a former quarterback here learned that you never trust the jujitsu guy.
No,
never.
No way.
No,
that is too close for comfort when
Jujitsu.
you're rolling around in compromising positions.
Right. And Mego's not even in the top 5 of Missoula ball washers, so I think she's safe.
You know what?
Pause
Thank
on
you.
that one.
I don't know, like the hot tub thing. Somebody's texting in. I would be pissed if my husband was in a hot tub with another woman. Like, would you though? Like, if they're friends and you know they're friends, like we're looking at it, not having any idea about what the relationship is. So
They're not. It's not like they're like snuggled up in the hot tub.
No,
like
they're across from each other.
Yeah.
Do you think there's anything generational about it? Like, do you think in older generations that it's less likely that you're going to have female or male friends of the opposite sex, and that you'd hang out one-on-one?
That's a great point, man.
Because I feel like in my generation, at least, like it's not as common. But if I were like I've told my husband before, like, oh, I'm going to grab drinks with my friend Sean, and it's a mutual friend who he knows too. And he's like, because
what are you doing with Sean?
Because he's out of town.
Why can't your husband come?
And because he's out of town. And I'm like, I'm not just going to like sit
That's
home
even
bored.
worse.
Right.
No, it's not. This is what I'm saying. And he's like, okay, tell him I say hi.
Well, I think it's you're right. It is.
Wiki, it's flying into your face.
It is a generational thing. It is the older generation, because the older generation, and you could probably throw me into that category as well. We're instantly going to think Sean only has one thing on his mind when he's taking Mego out for drinks and being
now
friends.
We're back to that thing that we've discussed on this show before about whether men can actually really be just friends with women or not.
They can't. I mean, let's be
What if you're both happy in your own relationships?
I mean, the argument would be that Sean, while he's a nice guy and you guys are just friends, if the opportunity ever presented itself, he would take advantage of it because he's a man.
No.
And he's
No.
Are you sure you don't?
No.
We'll ask Sean about this one.
Well, see, Wiggy, you're of the opinion that men are all pigs. And
It's not that.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, it's what it becomes. And I'm on the category. What it becomes is now you're sitting there. If you have a man that's a really, really good friend of yours, you're complaining to him about your husband and the things.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, that's what girlfriends are for.
But there are times if you're saying you have a male friend that is like a girlfriend that you hang out with.
That crosses a line.
You really don't have male friends. You have male associates.
Okay, maybe they're my associates.
Then that's different, right?
What about if you grow up with somebody? Like, I have one guy friend who we've known each other since we were 4 years old. It's like we're like brother and sister, or like more like cousins than anything. Like, would that bother you?
Chime, are you allowed to hang out with platonic furries of the opposite sex?
Greg, you don't really ask those questions when you're hanging out in your furry suits.
Oh, you don't know, really?
No, sometimes you don't.
You have no idea, male or female.
Sometimes it doesn't matter.
Or what have.
Yeah,
Or neither.
Did you see there was a big furry convention out in Las Vegas, I believe, like last weekend?
No.
Yeah, they were all hanging out like at the Bellagio.
Sorry, I missed it.
I know.
Okay, they're my assistant.
David. David.
Hello.
What's up, David?
Good morning. Well, first of all, I'm an operating room nurse, and Wiggy's crazy if he thinks robots are going to operate on people. He's out of his mind. And Wiggy, I'm from East Boston. Same time, same area as you. Robots can help, but no way in hell would I ever want a robot removing a splinter from me, never mind operating on me.
Okay. All right.
And number two, as a male nurse, I have most of my co-workers are female. My wife knows them all. She's hung out with them all, and she has no problem if I'm out, me and three of the girls from work, because my wife knows them. I would never go out or sit in a pool with another woman my wife didn't know. So it's about respect and having trust in your partner. Wouldn't you agree, Mego?
Yeah, and that sounds like a fun group, all of you guys out.
That is true, but I would say to David, and this is factual, Shine, put it into the AI Google machine, that the number one places for work relationships and cheating is in the between nurses.
Is that true?
Yes, it is.
Wait.
Yep.
Wait.
Nurses,
Really?
like nurses, that work, and flight attendants is another one.
What?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, that's like the
nurses. They got love triangles in the nursing community.
That is like, I think the highest when it comes to like fields of like, what jobs where there are cheating scandals. Nurses is top of the list.
Scrubs,
No, I think it's just because
the scrubs are cute.
I think because they're always around each other all the time. You're always around and you get into talking, and when then you get too comfortable, and the comfort level turns into flirtatious behavior, and then it's like, oh, I'm here, and then next thing you know, my husband's driving me crazy. This guy said she makes me laugh, and then boom.
To Wiggy's credit, according to the Forbes Advisor Workplace Romance Statistics, while it happens everywhere, studies suggest that fields requiring long hours and high-stress scenarios, such as the medical field, have higher rates of infidelity.
Told you.
Wow.
Telling you.
I
Because
feel like you'd be so busy.
But no, you're there with them all the time. And Mego, you say this, when you get to have a male friend and you become friends with him, and you get to complaining about your husband, and then that male friend looks so good. Like, wow, you never make me upset. You're always there for me.
So you would not allow Mrs. Wiggins to have a very close male friend?
Like really close? No. No, because I don't
have any?
No.
Greg?
No. She I don't like if she
I'm very good friends with Mrs.
Yeah,
Wiggins.
like if she's working.
I'm also her hall pass.
Yeah, but does
that make you
No,
nervous?
that doesn't bother me one bit.
It doesn't?
No, that's a hall pass.
What does that mean?
Like
I know what a hall pass means, but
Yeah.
how does a hall pass not bother you?
Because a hall pass is like a one-off. You know what I mean? It's like, it's like, all right, I'm going to drive this Lamborghini around the block. I can't afford it, but I'm going to drive. It's a hall pass. That doesn't count. But if you're in like
it honestly is a Lamborghini.
Yeah, well, I know that. That's why I said a Lamborghini.
I don't know if she would be able to just drive it once.
Well, I think one time could be all she could handle.
Whoa, you guys, what is going on off air?
So you don't have a hall pass?
No.
Your husband?
No, we've never had this conversation.
So you don't have a celebrity like hall pass?
No.
That's cap.
That is
We
cap.
just never had this conversation.
Cap.
That is cap.
Cap all day
I don't know
long.
what to tell you. We've never come to these terms.
So you never been like, damn, Michael B. Jordan. Or
I mean, of course,
Leonardo DiCaprio. I don't know, whatever your speed might be.
I feel like it's so obvious. Like I'm going to sit there next to my husband and be like, look at Brad Pitt. Wow. They'll be like, cool.
They'll be like, all right, if I can have one night out, it'd be with Brad Pitt.
Yeah. All right. Well, we were in the middle of the news.
Yes, we were.
And we've
Oh,
covered.
my goodness.
We have covered the New York Post, which is
exhaustively.
They've shared some photos of Mike Vrabel, Patriots coach, Diana Rousini, who reports for The Athletic, and they have both issued statements saying there's nothing going on, and that's where it currently sits.
And the Athletic editor has as well.
Yeah. All right. What else is going on?
Okay, Delta Airlines is raising check bag fees starting today.
Okay.
Most domestic passengers will pay $45 to check one bag, $55 for the second, and $200 for the third. That's a $10 increase on each bag. These price hikes follow similar ones that were just announced by United Airlines and JetBlue.
Man.
My bigger concern is about the carry-on bags because I love a carry-on, and it is stressful to get that carry-on if you got a roller bag on the plane. It's like you got to hide the roller bag because they want you to put it in the little measuring box. And you got to basically like sneak it onto the plane because they're always telling you that they're out of overhead space.
There should be some kind of rule about your carry-on has to be in the bin that is above your seat.
Yes.
Because people who get on the plane first are taking up, like they all go to the back of the, they keep moving back and putting their carry-on in, and then there's no room left for people who get on the plane later.
I just dealt with this going down to Louisiana. When I got on the plane, and I was like in one of the earlier zones, I was sitting at seat 10, and all the overheads above my seat were all taken up. I had to put my carry-on back, like, in the middle of the plane.
You're lucky you could get space because a lot of times, sometimes they won't even let you on the plane. They'll say it's already full. Yeah. There's no more overhead space.
You know what it is? And I've been on this would be, what is it, my moonshot? My moonshot is at the airport that you only are allowed one piece of luggage. Backpack, carry-on, wheel, you only get one. Tote bag, you get one. That's it. If you have more than one.
You ever flown with Courtney? That's an impossibility.
No, but that's my point.
You mean for a carry-on?
Yes, that's it. You
check whatever you want, but you bring your carry-on is just one item.
One item. That's it. You can't have a backpack and a small little on wheels and then have a tote on there, because then most people put their backpacks up there. It's one bag and that is it.
Curtis, what was your douche move ruling that you needed airline-wise?
I got Shime's got it right here.
And now, another episode of Douche Move.
What a douche.
So, flying back from Palm Beach with the James Band on Monday, and we get on the JetBlue flight. Shockingly, JetBlue delayed. We back away, and then the captain comes on and says that there's an ungodly amount of air traffic because of spring break, Easter down here in Palm Beach. We're going to be 25th in line for takeoff. About halfway through that, James says, I have to pee. Mind you, he said that as we were doing our final descent into Palm Beach, and we didn't get to the bathroom in time. So, knowing that we have 3 hours ahead of us, and like an idiot, I didn't bring a change of pants. For me. And he says this, so I stand up, and the flight attendants are screaming, sit down, sit down. And I'm looking around. I'm like, we're not moving. We're nowhere near going to take off. So I go back in the seat, and I called an audible, Greg. I pound my bottle of Hint water, and the James man peed nearly to the top of that Hint water in our row. In the seat.
Were there other people sitting in the seat?
Well, on his seat, just him.
Okay, no.
There was a guy to my right that was like 25.
Oh, okay.
And so James did that, and then the flight attendant was collecting our trash. I said, here you go.
That is a douche move.
Oh,
Curtis,
no.
that is an absolute douche move.
Yeah.
It's not a douche move on Curtis's part. It's a
giving it to the flight attendant?
No, it was in a bag. I'm kidding. It wasn't just giving it away.
Good for him. I would have handed it to her. Can you take this here? But no, it's not a douche. It's a douche move on the flight attendant for not letting the kid go to the bathroom.
Right. It's not an adult. If an adult does that, I get it. But like, he's 3. He has to pee.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, and we're not moving. Like, all right, go to the bathroom and then get back to your seat, and that's it.
Is it like a liability thing? That if you're up and about, even if they're just taxiing on the runway and you are walking down the aisle and you fall, then they have to pay because you rolled your ankle?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It feels like there's no common sense. We have rules and people are just like, we have to follow them. There's no reasoning behind it.
All right, what else is in the news today, Mego? Anything else that's really important?
Yes. Let's get to the creeps.
The Greg Hill Morning Show presents.
You think I am a creepy guy?
How creepy is it?
It was probably the creepiest thing I've ever seen.
Can I put the camera in the lady toilet?
And it's kind of creepy, which is nice.
Back up, you creep.
A Tennessee school board member is in trouble after telling a female student that they're hot. Here is the comment by Keith Irvin to the student.
Wait, it happened when there was a hot mic? They were like at a meeting? This is wild.
So,
okay.
Along with reaction from board members and parents, we have the sound.
Okay.
God, you're hot. You know that? Hey, where do you go to school at?
I go to Crockett.
All right.
There was a comment meant to be, I guess, complimentary by a board member, but has certainly been determined not to be.
As a member of the school board, he is responsible for our children's health and welfare and safety and education. And the display he put on tells me that he should be nowhere around our children.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Who tells a high schooler, like, oh, wow, you're hot?
She's there to do a presentation to the school board, and the guy's like, you're hot. Oh. No, he should be gone. Is he not gone yet? They're debating it?
Very weird. I'm just looking up pictures of him. They blurred out the student who he's talking to, but
right. I mean, if he said
he
said
looks
that,
exactly like he sounds.
believe me, if he said that, he's probably like,
you're hot. Where do you go to school?
Right. Envisioned a bunch of them girls in his school. Oh my God, girl.
So gross. It's like somebody's little daughter.
Mego, thank you very much.
You're
That
welcome.
is the news, and a reminder that we are going to play Hill Notes back next hour, so you can leave one now on any topic on the Odyssey app. And you'll see a microphone and leave us a voice note. We'll play the best ones back in about a half an hour.
This afternoon, Sox and Brewers.
mean, yeah, I thought about it. You know, I'm not like thrilled to go back and play there. You know, last time I played there, obviously it was a traumatic, you know, experience for me. Obviously, I knew at some point I would have to, you know, get over that hurdle and, you know, play there again. So it's gonna have to be this Thursday, but it's not like I'm thrilled about it, but it's part of it. You know, I decided to come back and play, so not necessarily like skipping certain games. You know, I can't play back-to-backs right now, but, you know, I decided to come back and play, so just another game on the schedule.
Jason Tatum, understandably, I guess, with some anxiety about playing on the same court where he tore the Achilles last season.
Yeah.
Tomorrow night. We talked about it earlier. I think because somebody brought up Joe Mazzulla sitting him and avoiding the anxiety.
That was me. I was like, maybe would you do that? Like,
we got a text message saying why is Wiggy babying these guys? I don't think it's babying.
No, I don't
somebody.
think it's.
I mean, so he had a traumatic injury and wondered about whether or not he was going to have his career going forward.
Right.
So I can understand
and that's why I said if you're Missoula and you're like, maybe we can avoid New York in the playoffs and there's a chance we don't have to play there till next year. But, you know, Mego and Curtis both said, there's a good chance you might play him in the postseason. So I would say, hey, big dog, you'll be fine. I know it's probably what you're thinking about, but just go out there and do what you've been doing in these last 14 games. Try not to think about it.
It's also one of the final steps, really, in his recovery.
Yeah.
Because if you remember the first one, him coming back, and he looked not himself in the first half of the first game that he was back. You know, he was front rimming and missing shots, and his lift didn't look like it was there. And then after that, and then he had this great second half. And after the game, he said so much of it was anxiety. Like he was so anxious going into that because he had thought about it so long. I won't be surprised if it's similar with going back to MSG and it's just something he's got to get over. He's proven that he can get over it and that he will. But I think it's just one of these things where it's like it would be worse. It would be compounding it if you had him avoid it.
Yeah, no, I
avoid
get
it. Like, so what? Then you're going to wait until next season?
Yeah, well, but I think
next
season he'll be in a
to
better
MSG?
Well, he'll be in a better mindset. Right now, it's the juju in his mind. He got the negative juju. He's like, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm going back to the scene of the crime. I'm going back to the place where it all happened. And, you know, that's probably like the biggest thing when it comes to, you know, to getting over stuff. And he's going back to that. And he's like, I wish there was a way to avoid it. And unfortunately, he can't. But that's going to be his biggest anxiety.
I still have anxiety when stepping over a puppy gate.
Right.
Right.
Any puppy gate you probably see, you're probably like, oh my God, you get breaking out in a cold sweat.
It reminds me, though, kind of like, I don't know, maybe this is weird, but like if you've ever gotten in a car accident and then when you're driving by that stretch of road and you're like, oh,
it's the scene of the crime.
I hate this, like this intersection or whatever.
Because it's all that bad juju you think it's going to come back.
Yeah, and you're like, you just gotta keep going through. And I give Tatum credit for being, I think, pretty honest about instead of being like, I can't wait to get back there. It's the next step in my progression, and I'm going to be like, I'm the big dog and this and that. He's like, I don't want to go back there.
He's like, Mommy, do we got to go back?
He knows he's got to, but he's like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
It was traumatic.
Where do you rank his comeback from the injury when it comes to others? Like
16th.
15 before. List them.
Well, see, I think in basketball, at least from recent history.
Number one, Paul Pierce in the NBA Finals leaves on a wheelchair, is right back.
Yeah.
Truly.
Number 2, Lamar Jackson leaves to go to the bathroom at halftime, comes right back.
He would be.
Paul Pierce came back after being stabbed. I mean, that
was huge.
That's pretty,
and played all 82 games.
Right.
Pretty good.
But that was really weird in the playoffs, in the NBA Finals. But I'm glad he came
I would
back.
say top 5 easily. Because he wasn't even an Achilles injury. We think of that injury to be one of the worst in all of sports. No matter what sport you play, it's the most difficult to come back from. It takes the longest amount of time to recover from. And he was back in less than a year to be playing at the level that he's playing. That is like extremely impressive. I don't know if we've seen that in other sports in the sense of like, unless it was somebody had like such a, like an Alex Smith gruesome.
Well, what about recent memory Aaron Rodgers, like came back from the same thing?
Yeah, but he I think.
Not at this level. Though.
Right.
Yeah, he's not playing at an all-pro level.
And his wife was really bothering him then.
And he hurt himself week 1, right? And then he was out the whole year, so... I guess you could probably kind of like compare the two because Aaron Rodgers didn't miss a full season. Most people do miss a complete full season. So to be able to not miss a full season and come back the following season and then play at the level he's playing at, it's extremely impressive.
Do we just not include Brady because ACL feels so much more common now and because he was never hypermobile?
I would say
like it wasn't such a big part of his game.
I think it's a combination of both, but I feel like the ACL injuries, like we've seen with Steph Diggs last year, right? He hurt it in October. He was back by week 1, and we were like, man, this guy looks great. So like Patrick Mahomes. Now I'm starting to think, like, is there any question that Patrick Mahomes won't be ready for week 1?
Yeah, nobody really treats it that way.
Right. So, where if it's an
Wiggy doubted me when I said that
no,
when
I
he
did.
first got hurt.
Yeah, I did.
Yep.
But when
Take that.
If it was Achilles, right? Mm-hmm. If Patrick Mahomes ruptured his Achilles, we'd probably be like, oh, he's not going to be back.
What about baseball?
You don't see many in baseball. You know what I mean?
It's like the Tommy John guys, and that's about it.
Yeah, and Tommy John.
And that's just like part of being a pitcher now.
Yeah.
Great one on the Subaru of New England text line, which is LeBron James coming back from leg cramps.
Yes.
Remember that?
That was inspiring.
Have we said showing yet or no?
The bloody sock?
I mean, that would be number 1 for me.
Yeah.
They basically used a cadaver to rewire his ankle in the biggest series in the history of Boston sports, and he's able to do it and then win another game in the World Series.
Yeah, and like half sewed it up. Like they didn't even get the whole thing stitched up.
That Netflix series that they did a couple years ago was spectacular with the behind-the-scenes footage.
Well,
of that.
I feel like we're talking about different things between recovering from a traumatic injury and playing through an injury for a championship. Because then you can start talking about Brady's hand, which was not open heart surgery.
Right.
But once we saw the photos of the surgery that he had done on the hand just days before playing in a championship game, it was gnarly.
How did Tom Brady not punch Bill Belichick in the face after that game? Fourth quarter comeback against the best.
Well, it hurt the hand worse.
Fourth quarter comeback against the best defense in the NFL, and that asshat goes, well, it wasn't open heart surgery. God,
because Tom knew, that was the great thing about Tom. He was like, "This is who Bill is."
Well, about 2 months later, he goes, "I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what we're doing."
Well, yeah, I won't say 2 months, but that was probably
that was the offseason of Butler where he went to that.
Wasn't that the Jacksonville playoff run?
Yeah, so they beat Jacksonville and lost to the Eagles, the Butler game.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. So I mean, I think I agree with you, Mego. If we're talking about season-ending injuries and then people have come back from, I think that's a different conversation than what some guys have played through. And because you'll see the gruesome injuries. Was it the?
Oh, what about Bergeron with a collapsed lung?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but
Dale's still recovering.
But we didn't know about. In hockey, we don't know about the injuries until after you lose in the postseason.
The Chara broken jaw.
Yeah, that's what I thought of immediately.
Dale's. Ordway, great drop on that.
The Paul George injury. That was gruesome.
And on Mego's side of the street, that hockey just gets treated a little bit nicer. Like, could you imagine if after every Patriots or Red Sox or Celtics season, they list 16 injuries they never brought up once?
Right.
That's what happens every year in the NHL.
Yeah. That's it.
He had a ruptured spleen.
Yeah. He literally played with one lung. But that's a warrior right there.
True warrior. Yes. All right. We will be right back.
You're listening to The Greg Hill Show on WEEI.
We know you've been grinding to start this year. I come in early. I see you coming out of the cage with Pete. What has this 10 games been like for you in trying to get to be the player that you expect to be?
Yeah, man, it's baseball. You know, it's the hardest game in the world, and we have a really good group in there, and we're all working. So our process is really good. We're working on the right things, and we feel like it's just a matter of time before we start clicking as a team.
All those years you waited, I wasted. I don't wanna be the bad guy no more. Say it, you hate it. I don't wanna be the one you stay for. Tell me you don't want me around. I'll always let you down.
Trevor's story after a Red Sox win last night, and just a matter of time before they start to click. It sounds like perhaps when you look at that baseball team, Curtis, interlocking fingers all over the place with the fellas.
I mean, they haven't lost since they put on the Wally head in a game they weren't going to win.
Just a mere 5.5 back of the Yankees. But there is, I mean, I will say it's a long season, and there's you look at the division, there's really a log jam in the middle of it. So,
right.
Well, yeah.
I mean, they're the third best team in the division. Talent-wise,
but record-wise,
Blue Jays are 4-7.
Right.
They spent a ton of money.
Oh, a ton of money
in the offseason.
And the tariffs.
And then literally the Rays or whatever, the 5 and 6. It's like it's.
You're right. I mean,
it's in play.
You're right there because the rest of the division, other than the Yankees, is, like you said, is kind of like, teetering around 500. So you win a couple of, like if you win tonight, you'll have the same amount of wins as the Blue Jays. So, and you only be a win behind the Orioles and I want to say,
the Rays.
Yeah,
they're both 5 and 6.
So, and that's the good thing about it. Now you have to put together more than just winning a series here and there. It has to be one of those 5-6 game streaks where you go on, where you rip off, 6 or 7 wins, and now you're right. Now you're within arm's reach of the Yankees potentially.
Yeah, do you think you're actually talented enough to do that?
I think that on paper, you have the pitching to do that.
From what you've seen so far.
Right.
Not on paper,
right.
on tape.
Not from what you've seen so far.
Right.
Okay.
And the good news for the Red Sox is when you look at the standings, you can't see how bad they've actually played. Like, so you just see 3 and 8, and you're like, oh, rough start.
Right.
But the way that they have played these games, that yesterday was a must-win, and it was excruciating.
Yeah.
At no point did you feel totally comfortable that they were going to win the game last night. And if they lose today, then it's still, you go through, 4 series without winning a series. And so you're at home, 1:30 game today. It feels like 15 degrees outside.
Well, Mego's bringing them luck today, though. There's no Mego jinx.
Well, I don't want to be blamed for anything. If I'm there and something happens, something bad happens with this team, I don't want to be the Mego jinx. I'm saying preemptively, that's not a thing.
No. You'll get a win today. I feel good about it.
Well, it'll be interesting because you asked this question of of what you've seen, right? So this will be Sonny Gray's third start, right? If he pitches well, you go, all right, maybe he's starting to, the weather gets warmer, pitches get better. You're like, all right, maybe Sonny Gray.
Well, it's not warmer today. It's colder.
No, but I'm saying if he pitches well, you'll say as we go forward, he'll get better than what we saw in his first start.
The weather argument drives me nuts because both teams are playing it.
No, I'm not disputing that.
I hate that argument. It comes up every year when they start.
Yeah,
slow
that Brewers pitcher last night for the first couple of innings, I mean, he looked scary. He was good. Yeah. The Miz, he has the same name as the guy from the old MTV Real World Challenge.
Also a wrestler.
The Miz. And then if Conley early pitches well again, then you start to say, all right, maybe those 3. I think with Bayo and Ranger Suarez, you're like, well, you're going to need to see a bunch of good starts from them. But I think you'll be confident in those other 2 pitches because everybody's confident in Garrett Crochet, right? So if you can have 3 guys that you have really good confidence as starting pitchers, then that you could look and go, okay, they should be able to rip off a 4 or 5 game win streak.
You can text us anytime, any show on the Subaru of New England text line. 857 texter would like to have since Trevor Story said it, have the hardest sport to play conversation. Is it Major League Baseball? This person calling it Cap.
I'd say the hottest thing to do is hit a baseball. And I heard Mookie Betts talk about this on All the Smoke, and I would definitely agree with him. That is probably the hottest thing to do in sports.
Okay, but that doesn't make it the hardest sport to
No,
play.
I didn't say it was the hottest sport to play.
The NFL is, to me, is the hardest sport to play.
I'd agree.
What about sacking a quarterback? That requires strength, agility, speed, things that you don't need to do to hit a baseball.
How about not getting sacked and completing a pass?
I would say the
Stop talking about Brady. I mean, too much.
The hottest sport to play, and I could probably say it because I'm well versed at a lot of sports.
Okay,
is probably
Sick brag.
Is probably hockey. Hockey is probably the hottest sport to play because you have to be able to
at
skate.
a high level.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Everything Wiki does at a high level.
Yeah, I mean, come on, we're not talking about.
Curtis, that was surprisingly good.
Thank you.
Very good.
We're not talking about house league here or mites.
Especially high level today, I feel like.
Uniquely.
Exceptionally.
No, I'm always at a high level.
Right.
I just have.
We're at Everest right now.
And thank the Northeast Men's Health for that. My T
Amen.
levels.
Yep.
But when you think about hockey and what you have to do on the ice, first you got to know how to skate, and then you have to move at a high rate of speed. You have to have great hand-eye coordination. You have to be able to take a hit and give a hit at certain points of times and not get hit. So I think if you're just looking at that in general, I think that's the hottest thing to do because a football player, a basketball player, even a baseball player, we're used to being on our feet all the time. We don't walk around in skates. So I think that, to me, is the hottest sport to play.
When you say T-level, is that short for THC?
No. I told you, I only smoke weed at night. Or when I'm out and I don't have to drive.
Mitch?
There you go. Very responsible.
Yeah, because
And we're clear.
No. I don't. I get I'm very panic ridden.
Paranoia is actually a side effect.
Well, no, it's not. It's more but I feel good. You know what I mean?
Mitch has a great one in the Twitch chat, and I didn't want to bring it up because I'd be blamed for being a loser from Dover. But water polo is probably the most difficult.
What about polo?
No, water polo, you have to tread water the whole time.
Water polo is the hardest sport that I ever tried. I am a pretty good swimmer, and I just wanted to drown in the middle of the pool. I didn't want to play.
I mean, maybe conditioning-wise.
Where did you try water polo?
In Maryland when I was growing up. My parents tried throwing me in everything, so they threw me into a water polo.
At the club?
Thing.
Or
No, it was at a local pool, aquatic center, where there was swim team. And then they were like,
was Mike Vrabel there?
No.
Too soon.
Too soon.
There's someone, I almost got duped by an Eric Shud. There's now an account on X named Diana Rigatoni.
Ooh. Hey.
It's the what? Hey, I'm a half Italian. My mom's
I know,
Silvestro.
but some of us were called Megan Tortellini on the playground.
Yes,
so.
definitely.
I took offense.
That's not funny, Shime.
Which do you prefer, Megan Tortellini or Blago?
Megan Tortellini.
Yeah, okay.
I took offense yesterday, I got to tell you, Jones and Keefe referring to my guy Roman Anthony as Ramen Anthony because of his noodle arm.
Yeah.
I was very offended.
Amazing nickname.
A+.
Very offended by that during the Jones and Keefe
The
show.
Twitch chat says Mego sounds like she does dressage.
What's that?
That is so rude.
That's the horse.
Okay,
thing, riding horses.
I did ride horses growing up, but I did not. I only tried dressage once, and it didn't
Is that
work
what
out.
the stick when you hit the ball on the
No,
horse?
that's polo.
Oh, that's polo.
What's dressage?
Dressage it's a sport where you ride horses, but you make the horse dance.
Oh,
so you do a routine where the horse does fancy steps, and then the horse moves side to side.
Oh, so it's like a dancing horse?
Yeah, you make the horse dance.
I don't think the horse would enjoy that.
Oh, I guess.
Curtis, you've never heard of dressage?
I haven't.
Cap.
I
That's a strong
promise.
cap right there, man.
I mean, in Dover, we had many things. We didn't do our own laundry, but I'd never heard of dressage.
Dressage.
I mean, I would argue that with the Masters tomorrow, that hitting a golf ball is one of the hardest things to do.
No, it's not. That's the
It
easiest
is.
thing to do.
It's really not.
The golf ball is not going. It's stationary.
If it was easy, why would you not be better at it?
No, I'm not saying I'm good at it, but
No,
I
know, but I'm saying
I can hit a golf ball.
Well, you just told us you're an elite athlete.
Yeah, I can hit a golf ball a pretty long distance.
But it goes when you hit it, it goes 90,
Left and right.
90 degrees to the right.
But guess what?
Pure slice.
Every now and then I'll get lucky and I'll hit one down the middle.
Yeah.
But it's not hard to hit a golf ball.
It is, actually.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Just to make contact versus making contact with a pitch in MLB.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, Greg. I hadn't played golf in 4 months. I went out with my dad. First hole, boom, 280 right down the middle.
Yeah,
Piped it.
it's not that hard to do.
I mean, I got a 7, but I did hit it ball down the middle.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, imagine somebody throwing a 90. Imagine getting up there against Aroldis Chapman who's throwing a, 102.
Coming at you with smoke.
Right.
With the propensity for violence, that would be terrifying.
No way.
What about surfing? That's a tough one.
What?
Yeah, I
surfing,
could never do it.
like a sport. To be
But
like
it's not a
really...
sport though. Like
It is a
We gotta
sport.
stop with these water polos and these are not real sports. Like,
Surfing's a sport.
No, it's not.
Water polo, by
It's in the
your
Olympics.
definition, is absolutely a sport.
Ricky,
Wiggy.
we need to get your definition so we can understand.
There's
it.
an
What is
offense
a
and a
sport?
defense.
Baseball,
Surfing has
football,
coordination.
hockey.
No. You can't name the sports. You have to define it.
For me, sport you have to have multiple athletic coordinations going on at one particular time.
Yeah, then water polo absolutely fits your category.
Listen, I gave the water polo part, you're swimming. All right, but
But Michael Phelps isn't an athlete.
You're also throwing a ball. You're
Yeah.
defending. You're catching a ball.
All right, if you want to throw water polo in there, I'll give you that one shot.
Nice. Nailed it.
I give you that because you are catching a ball, throwing
You're playing
a ball.
offense. You're playing defense.
Yeah, I give you that. I give you that. But whatever that is, what you call it? Douching? Doshing? what the
Dressage.
Dressage?
I'm not saying dressage is a sport. I'm also not saying what you just called it.
This is it's Zombie from the Twitch chat. Hello, Zombie.
Good morning. How is everybody today?
What's going on?
So I have a particular take for Mego. Mego said that, she has a friend she's been friends with, since she was 4, and they're like brothers and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Hey, Mego, guess what?
What?
I was also that guy, and guess who my wife is now?
Ew!
Yeah, the best friend.
Yeah.
The one, she looked at me as a friend for 30 years, then she came out to see me DJ one night, and it was over.
Right.
I was the friend for
Sick
so long, and then I was
brag,
like, forget it.
Right.
I was like,
Zombie.
forget it. I'm no longer going to be in this friend boat. I'm going to put it all on the line, and she accepted, and now we're married, and everything's good.
If you make your first
I'm telling
communion
you-
with somebody, you're not marrying them. Mm-mm.
I'm telling you, the dudes in most cases will be okay being friends, and they won't initiate anything, and we'll be okay. But then, given the opportunity, we're jumping on it.
Right.
Bingo.
I mean,
Boom.
Jim and Pam are the
There you
poster
go.
children for this. I mean, that was a
Yes.
great moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I be honest? I don't like The Office.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
What?
I'm not a fan of The Office.
Hot take alert.
I don't like it. It's not for
Really?
me.
What's a sitcom that you like?
Seinfeld.
There you go. That's my gal. One gala.
You're saying guy and turned into gal. And it was
Gal.
awesome.
No, she's a bad gal for that one.
Yeah.
Seinfeld's the best sitcom
1000%.
ever.
It's not a lie if you
believe it.
Yes.
Nothing better than Seinfeld. It's given us so many great moments that we can relate to life.
It's the best sitcom.
It is hands down. It's not even close. It's Seinfeld and then it's everybody else.
Nothing for you.
But the Office people like Curtis. Curtis, would you say Office better than Seinfeld?
I think Seinfeld is more brilliantly written. Like, it is almost flawless. I don't like The Office and hate Seinfeld at all. I thought Seinfeld was amazing, a great show. The humor in The Office, maybe it's because everybody's from around here on the show. It's more our humor. Like
The Office I like.
I know, you're great at
Yeah,
it.
I like it. The thing I don't like about sitcoms, Greg, is I don't want my sitcom to be a love story. I don't need that in my sitcom. I need the mindless, just make me laugh from the beginning to the end. And then and I like The Office, but, then there's the Pam.
Will they, won't they?
Yeah, well, did they get married? And then there's sad ones. There's never been a sad Seinfeld show that's going to make you cry.
When Michael's leaving and he's trying to get ready for the altitude out west, and he's having deep fried balls that he called Rocky Mountain oysters, that is phenomenal.
No, that's what I
when
love.
Pam when there's crying, there's tears.
But I don't want
There's Dwight getting rid of the wedding crashers at Phyllis's wedding.
I don't want crying.
You don't want
and sadness and love stories in my sitcom.
Well, you want somebody to
You don't
open,
want the sit, just the calm.
Right. You want somebody to open the door and then do some sort of, sort of slip and fall, and then it's like. That's what
Wiggy's a huge Kramer guy.
Yeah, I am.
Wiggy loves a good laugh track.
Yeah, but there was romance between Jerry and Elaine.
But it wasn't.
Not really.
No.
Yes, it was.
It was never a will they, won't they?
Yeah. In the romance.
How about the finale of Seinfeld? One of the worst shows of all time.
And the like, even if there was like romance in it, it was purely based on the comedy around the romance, and that's like I said, I like The Office, but for me a sitcom is there to just make me laugh. You know what I mean? You want to get into the ones, and I know like some of the ones, I grew up watching Good Times or All in the Family. Giddy up. I mean,
Curb.
It wasn't that
Curb
radio.
is great.
Who?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I never watched that.
You would love it if you like Seinfeld. Yeah. It's very similar, exactly what you're asking.
I never got into it.
A little overrated.
Yeah, I never got into it.
No, really?
Yep.
Oh, some of the stuff on Curb is great.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and a great commentary, like
the HOV lane was spectacular.
Oh, so great.
I loved Martin, but then Martin got too lovey-dovey.
You didn't love Martin.
What?
Wait,
that show
who was the other? Who was the girl
What?
in Martin? The name was I can't remember.
Pam and Gina?
No. There was like I'll find it.
Martin Lawrence show? What are you talking about?
I loved Martin's show.
What do you mean that show stunk? That's like
George
one
Lopez
of,
show
I didn't
is
say
great.
it sucked.
No, Greg is. That's like one of the.
I said it sucked. The whole show was like, Martin, what's up? Like
it was more than that. The characters that he did, Jerome's in the house,
Shanae, that was
yes. I mean, come on, man. And then it got a little lovey-dovey there, and like, and that's where I'm like, I don't want to cry. Just make me laugh, Martin.
That's why I don't like Friends, Wiggy. Not for me.
Yeah.
Friends
too
aren't
much
for you?
relationship stuff.
Friends was excellent.
I like
Friends.
Friends.
You know what Friends was? It was a ripoff of Living Single. That's all it was.
Do you think Friends would have had its success if it wasn't on Thursday night must-see TV following Seinfeld? Like,
No.
do you think it was the lead? Like, that's
Oh, it definitely benefited.
Yeah.
I think one from the other as well.
right.
Yeah, it's a ripoff from Living Single. That's all it is. They stole the idea from the show Living Single with Queen Latifah, Erica Alexandra, Kim Fields, when they were all living. They stole the idea, and then they put it behind Seinfeld, and that's it, and it skyrocketed. Another great show, Married with Children.
Great show.
Oh man,
I was too
that's
little
what
for
you
that.
see. You see, my thing is mindless laughter, no sadness, no crying.
You like it to be a little mean too.
Were you a
Yes.
Melrose Place guy?
No, hell no.
My sister always watched Melrose Place.
I like the meanness. I love the.
What about Always Sunny?
No, I heard that was funny, but I never got into that.
I just started.
Early
Very funny.
seasons, very mean.
You know what I watched that I love now? It's new sitcom is Ted.
Yeah, you do. You talk about Ted a lot.
It is raunchy. It is pushing the limits. It is funny. I watched that.
All right. We are going to get the Hill Notes coming up right now, Shime, and what is trending.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now, brought to you by the Nash Casino. The Bruins have now lost back-to-back in overtime as they were unable to get the win against the Hurricanes last night, losing 6-5. Morgan Geekie did seem to get back to form, though, as he had himself a hat trick in the game. The Bruins get a couple days off before the Lightning come to town on Saturday. The Celtics got the win against the Hornets last night, 113-102. Jaylen Brown led the way with 35 points. They're off to Madison Square Garden to take on the Knicks tomorrow night. And the Red Sox got a win. They beat the Brewers 3-2 yesterday as Garrett Crochet goes 6 1/3, giving up 2 runs on 5 hits, and then the bullpen held the Brewers hitless the rest of the way. Trevor Story kicked off the scoring with a 2-run double in the 6th, which is yesterday's play of the game, presented by Nissan.
0-2 is ripped into left field. That's a hit. Coming home is Duran. Right behind him, Abreu. TS10. 2-run double. And the Red Sox lead it 2-0.
You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full lineup that'll put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today.
I think the Wills sound excellent.
Yeah, I listen to the baseball more than I watch it.
Yeah.
I listen to it on the Odyssey app, and they do a really good job. Brooksy's good, too.
TS10?
Yeah,
Trevor Story 10.
No, I know. Is that the thing?
Maybe now
It's
it
been a
is.
thing.
Yeah.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you gotta come up
Mr.
with
Baseball Savant doesn't even know the nicknames.
cool
Jeez,
nicknames.
what are we doing?
I don't think anybody in our listening audience had ever heard that before.
I beg to differ. One more game with the Brewers today. First pitch, 1:35. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on the call. You can catch all the action right here on WEEI, the Odyssey app, and across the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Network. Shaws proud to be local since 1860. Joe Weil will get you ready for first pitch on the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show at 12:35. The Patriots made a move yesterday, small one, but they sent Marte Mapu and a 27 7th-round pick to Houston for a 27 6th-round pick. Trending Now is brought to you by the Nash Casino. If you're looking for more, visit the Nash Casino with over 1,100 gaming machines, 36 table games, and 19 poker tables. You'll see why the Nash Casino is New Hampshire's home for more. The Nash Casino at the Pheasant Lane Mall. Dash to the Nash. Gambling problem? Call 603-724-1605. Your Hill Notes coming up next here on The Greg Hill Show.
WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports.
Coming to you from the Catches Law Injury Attorneys Studios. No fee unless you win. We should, Shime, open the Window World Boston weather window for Curtis one more time. Because there is a ball game to play today, and Mego is going to be there. 1:35 first pitch at Fenway, Curtis.
Right. Compete level and TS10 today at Fenway Park. 35 degrees, sunny skies, afternoon high of 46. Going to be brisk but lovely.
Okay. And we are close to 70 by Friday. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what you're promising, right?
Yeah, I am promising that. Friday is FRI 70.
Okay. Well, if you're looking for a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home, look no further than Window World of Boston. There are 4 local showrooms that you can visit. Go to windowworldofboston.com. And let's get to Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Man, I'll tell you, Greg is petrified to talk about Vrabel and this little situation he got going on. You can tell he is nervous because he knows in September he's going to be sitting right next to him with him breathing down his neck.
Well, listen, as I said earlier, I am open for discussing it. Both of them have denied it.
Right.
So I have no idea what goes on in the bedrooms and the bathrooms of other people. I don't know. So
Yeah.
I will. Is it? Some have been texting in and saying it's a bad look. It's an awful look. Like, is it an awful look for Mike Vrabel? I mean,
it's not a good look. There's gonna be a segment. Is that the word? Segment of the population that looks at
that judges him guilty without knowing anything.
Yeah, that's how we live, right? I mean, Curtis brought up a good point. If it was Sean McVay, for example, another coach, we would, be sitting there going, oof, that's not a good look for him.
Well, Wiggy, I thought you said it well earlier when you said you tell your kids other people's perception is reality.
Yeah.
And I do think that's something to keep in mind with something like this. But when we go back to the football of it, is anyone in that locker room gonna be like, wow, what does this mean? What a look? Like, no. From a football perspective, from the Patriots perspective, whatever.
No, the players don't care. But another thing I always tell my kids, avoid the landmines, right? Avoid the things that that could blow up. So avoid the little things, and part of that is the perception. You don't want necessarily out there wearing pajama pants. Yeah, you might feel comfortable, but people are going to look at you and judge you a certain way.
What's wrong with wearing pajama pants?
Outside?
I mean, if you're like running to get some Frosted Flakes across the street?
Yeah, no. Put on some sweatpants because people are going to judge you.
What's the difference? What's the difference between sweatpants and pajama
pants?
Because
sweatpants, you look the part. It's the same way we sit here and and listen, hey, I didn't make these rules. Same way
Who did?
I don't know. It's the same way we judge Adam Sandler. It's like, bruh.
Okay. This is the second week in a row when you've brought up Adam Sandler with what I'm wearing.
It's like you're at the Oscars and you're in your basketball shorts and a polo button-up.
No, Wiggy's absolutely right. Do not walk out in public in like Pokemon pajama pants.
Yeah.
Or like,
I'm not saying Pokemon, but like, okay, let's say you're wearing
and
plaid,
a bonnet.
Greg's
pajama pants.
Greg's favorite senator dresses like he's going to a work site.
Yeah.
That's true.
Right.
I mean, I don't judge anybody based on how they dress.
Well, you might not judge, but the perception of how a lot of people are going to look at them. Don't go out and you got a bonnet on your head and pajama pants and you're ripping around the grocery store. People are going to look at you and judge you.
There's different standards. Like if I'm going to the doctor, I always dress up because I want them to take me seriously with what I'm talking about. If I'm going across the street to 7-Eleven to buy Frosted Flakes, I don't care. I don't need to be taken seriously.
You're going in your sweatsuit. You're not going in my mother would walk down the street in her nightgown, to go to like a corner store or something like that. You're not doing that because it's just there's gonna be people who look at you different. That's gonna be their perception. Even though you might be a great person, they're gonna be like, what the hell is this person doing?
Hey, Sean, I got a last-minute wedding idea for you. How about you and the glizzy groomsmen, instead of showing up in a typical limo, you show up in the Oscar Mayer Wiener car.
That'd be sick.
That would be huge. Who's the guy who brought the cheese-filled dogs to the bachelor party?
Oh, my buddy Kevin.
Yeah.
Listens every day. Shout out to Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, he should see about renting. I think you can get the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile to do appearances.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
Can you only fit 2 people in there, though?
I think so. I think it's like the Red Bull truck.
It's not the size.
I don't know.
Can you tie little
you can
cans on the back?
Well,
afterwards?
if you want, you can have a third person on top riding the wiener.
Oh, you can have a couple people riding that wiener.
Hello.
It's like the banana boat that they take out on the water.
Oh, I love that thing. The jet ski that wails it around.
Yeah, it's
Good
like, you
time.
know.
Greg, are you a big parasailer?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
The lift is an issue.
I don't want the government telling me how to raise my kids.
Wiggy, let me help you out here, buddy.
Wow.
This social media ban is for kids under 14, and then they're proposing ages 14 and 15 parental consent. Well, let me tell you right now, and then full access at 16. It should be no access until you drive a car, period. Social media is destroying kids of today who are younger, and the government 100% has to step in. I'm not a big fan of that practice all the time, but it needs to be done. Trust me, coming from a principal of a middle school. I'm just trying to keep it a buck, brother. Numbnuts!
I believe
What
it.
was that voice at the beginning? I mean,
that was his Wiggy
Yeah.
impression.
oh,
I don't want the government telling me how to raise my kids.
that was
I
inappropriate.
No, that's. I mean, I sound like that at times. I believe that some of these kids. But
What was the song?
That's what I was more curious about.
I have
It
to
sounded
listen
very
to it.
poppy for
Yeah.
Dave.
I have to listen to it.
He just typed in hip beats and picked the song.
It's like a G
Beats
Easy
with a
track.
Z? Is it with a Z, Curtis?
I'm working really hard on my Wiggy voice. Yikes.
It was close. He had it. Sometimes people say I got a high. Do I have a high pitched voice?
No,
man?
I thought it sounded nothing like you
Sound like that.
at all. You really dumbed it down. I wonder why.
So, Mego, your hobbies are running to the bar to read a book.
I told you, it makes me unlikable.
Well, didn't you say you were going to start? What was the new hobby you were going to start taking up? Pickleball?
Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, people love pickleball. I'll play pickleball. That'll
whole
make me very
community there.
likable. Pickleball and dressage.
Ping, 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 ping.
I don't think if your hobby being running, I don't think that makes you seem weird. Like,
No,
why do
it
you
just is boring.
have people say it's boring?
Runners are boring. Nobody likes hearing about your marathon training. Like
No one cares.
Exactly. See, that's
No
the
one
exact
cares.
reaction. That's
It's
why
like,
I don't talk about
seriously,
it.
like no one cares.
I don't talk
You're
about
getting
it.
ready to run a marathon.
Oh boy!
Whoop-de-doo.
Guess how many miles I did this morning?
We're getting close to that now. It's like no one
Yeah.
cares. You've been training. Your first marathon, big deal. Walk on the moon, and then you'll get my excitement.
I do enjoy when we do our annual show at the Capitol Grill on Marathon
Oh, my
Monday.
God.
And there are those that feel the need to do their morning run right there on
Right.
Boylston Street where the actual marathon is
Right.
taking place.
Oh my, yeah, exactly. It's like, come on with the hardos, like
How many people would run the marathon if you couldn't tell anybody you did it?
yeah, just the Kenyans and the Africans. That's it. That is it.
John Henry is an alien. Plot twist, they hate him too. That's why he got exiled to Earth.
I forgot about the alien conversation.
Yeah.
Oh, Greg had the audio of it. That
It's a congressman.
Yeah, there's some guy.
U.S. congressman telling you that they're here.
That we've communicated.
We've
on
communicated with them.
I've lived with them.
Another former congressman, Matt, what's his name? Matt Gates. Said that he was told by the military about a program in which the military is mating aliens with human beings to
Wow.
try to
Wow.
create. Huh?
To
Well,
create
you
the.
don't, you don't
Well,
believe
I
that?
mean, have you seen Victor Wembanyama?
I
I think we've officially jumped the shark.
Well, you don't believe that?
No.
Great
So
athletes.
it's a lie?
Yes.
What does he stand to benefit from telling that lie?
He gets attention, Greg. They all just want attention. That's why everybody lies.
Well, I mean, if you knew that you
They're either trying to hide something or they want you to look at them. It's one of the two.
I mean, if you could have an unbelievable athletic
It's the only
kid,
reason you lie.
An alien's not bad when you look at it if you can, have speed and power at another level.
How do you know that the alien's going to provide that? The alien might make you weaker or slower.
No. I thought all aliens were more intelligent and better physical beings.
They are more advanced than we are, so you would think that mating the two, you would create some kind of a species that is incredibly advanced.
I feel like there'd be a lot of guys out there that'd be looking for aliens. Aliens would be a hot,
commodity.
Yeah, well, yeah, because you'd be like, wow, your mother's an alien,
Right.
or your dad's an alien.
I would really hope we could get some aliens so the voice notes aren't so stereotypical and racist.
Hey, Wiggy. I went to Northeast Men's Health. Thanks for the advice, buddy. Now that's a place where inflation is a good thing.
Greg, don't kid yourself. We all know you ain't no Lamborghini. You're more like a Ford Pinto with a whole bunch of uncontrollable fire exploding out the rear end.
That'll do it today, Greg.
All right.
And let me just make this clear. I'm okay with white guys doing black guys' voices.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got no issues with that.
I know you are. I'm just having a fun time with
I got no
the
issues
principal.
with that. I mean,
You're not offended.
Just
so-
don't dress up like a brother.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The music was really the most offensive to
Robert
me.
Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder. Don't do that.
No, you could do that if it's in a movie. That was the best character ever.
I think Tropic Thunder may be the most underrated movie of all time.
Now that's a movie I watch over and over. What do you mean, you people?
Simple Jack.
Yeah, you could do it. Because I know Drew.
Also, Tom Cruise's character is fantastic.
Who looks like Shine?
The best he's ever been.
What is it? Len Goodman? Is that his name? No.
Yeah,
less good.
We looked this up like a week ago and I already forgot.
You want a little interesting tidbit about that character? So Les Grossman. Ben Stiller said, "Hey, Tom Cruise is a friend of his," and he had another friend who wanted to do the Jack Nicholson part with Cruise, like at his house, like just as a fun thing where what's the movie? Why am I drawing a blank?
Which is longer, the film or this story?
No, I'm drawing a blank right now. What's the movie with Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise in it?
A Few Good Men.
Can't handle the
Yes,
truth.
you can't handle the truth. So he had a
You
friend.
need me on that wall.
Right. So
You want me on that
So he
wall.
had a friend that wanted to do the lines with Tom Cruise. And long story short, Ben Stiller is friends with Tom Cruise and says, "Hey, I would love for you to do this." And then he did it. And then Tom Cruise goes, "Hey, I'd love to be in the movie and play a Hollywood executive making fun of that character." And that's how you got the Les, what was his name?
Les Grossman.
Holy hell.
Yeah. There's a lot of things going on up there. Social media is a great place. I know you want to keep the kids off of it, but I get all this
You get all
information
that
from
stuff
them.
day after day. You get all this stuff. All right. Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric. WEEI. WEEI. New England Sports Original.
The greatest fear in home repair? The unknown.
Jones and Keefe coming up next. You can not only listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. And they are brought to you there by Springer's Jewelers in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire. They have been New England's jeweler since 1870, so whether it is a diamond or a timepiece or vintage jewelry, visit springersjewelers.com. I'm wary of. I understand it's the Athletic and it's not the Daily Mail or the Post. I'm wary though of, because everything that is speculation is now becomes a report now, but there is this Athletic report about the Celtics having interest in Giannis. Who is reporting that in the Athletic?
So this is the road that I see. The Savage Boston account on Twitter aggregated Sam Amick from The Athletic, who's a senior NBA writer. And he wrote a whole piece about Giannis's standing with Milwaukee right now and his injury status. And I guess, according to this post from Savage, there's a note that says the Celtics are, quote, known to have interest in Giannis as a possible suitor for Giannis. I can't see this because I don't have the login for the paywall into The Athletic in front of me right now.
Oh, I do.
So
I can take a look.
Okay, can you take a look and verify that's a note in there? Because I'm just seeing it from Savage Boston. Shout out to his aggregation game, but I can't see the actual note from the NBA writer from The Athletic.
Wow, that would be interesting.
Well,
if they were interested.
You would love it.
I mean, I love Giannis. I ain't gonna lie.
I think you did 47 leads on this also.
Yeah. I mean, Giannis is, obviously he's dealt with injuries this year, but he's kind of dealt with that calf strain for the most part. But when he's healthy, he's top 3 in the NBA.
Emergency top 5 list of the leads that Wiggy has done the most, Curtis.
Shohei
number 1.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown, MVP number 2.
Yep.
Don't forget Juan Soto. Don't forget Juan Soto. Juan Soto was big on that.
Yep. And
unlimited transfers in the portal.
Yes, that is huge. That is definitely huge.
And why you should be able to bring a doggy bag to an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah. I mean, I just generally my leads like to, the lead is, I don't know much about, I couldn't give you the exact definition of it, but it's generally what people talk about throughout the day.
Yeah,
so
well,
right,
actually,
dialogue setter.
That's it. Like that.
Setting the dialogue for the city.
Well, no, I keep my finger on the pulse of the streets.
Sure do.
I guess you do.
And on pizza.
Giannis is good, though. And if there is interest there, that'll be very interesting because...
Well, that discussion is going to upset someone.
Yeah, for sure. Because
on the Boston Celtics.
Because there's no way you can get Giannis without, trading one of the Jays. I mean, I don't think that's even possible. Mago, you're the NBA expert. Could you even do that to have the 3 of them?
No, it would have to be a trade, and Giannis is such a huge chip. I don't know what else you would. I don't like it.
You don't want him though. You think he's on the decline, right?
I do. I think that Milwaukee has kind of painted themselves into a corner because if they had done this kind of trade 2 years ago, every team in the league is looking at it. Now they don't really have the leverage because everybody knows that Giannis wants out of there, and he's been dealing with an injury, but he also wants to play. Everybody knows he's really seems to be unhappy with that franchise. Yeah. So on the other side, like they might take a deal because they don't have the leverage and they have to move on. But I'm just loving what the Jays are doing right now. Like they look so good together.
Right. No, and they.
What about would this force them into the second apron?
Oh yeah, if they were, if they weren't
in 7 years, they will have no mid-level exception.
Yeah, if they wanted to try to have Giannis and the 2 Jays, I don't know how
they won't be able to draft at 31. Oh, the horror!
Because Milwaukee's going to be like, all right, if we're giving up Giannis, we need a superstar in return.
31, the way that people talk about this 31st pick with the Patriots, some people, you can't trade that for A.J. Brown.
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
the difference is there's 2 good players in the NBA. There's 20 great players in the NFL.
There is a line, by the way, in this Giannis piece that says, quote, even the Celtics, who have the 2 Jays back now and look fully capable of winning it all, are known to have interest and are discussed in league circles as possible suitors for Giannis.
So in league circles, people are talking about them having interest.
All right.
But he also lists like 5 or 6 different teams. So,
And the Red Sox
seems like
are
everybody
interested
has interest.
as well.
All right. Yeah, I mean, everybody would have interest in Giannis.
All right. Do we have to get to dead weight before we go?
Yes, we do, Greg. Dead Weight's brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Dead weight belongs on the bench, not your waist. Drop weight every week, hit your goal, then keep it off with free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com. I know they won last night, but can we just make it like the Durbinator and a lot of these guys in the Red Sox are dead weight? Because they have sucked for the majority of, 8 of the 11 games so far this year?
They're back now, though.
Yeah.
They're right back, Sean.
That third baseman, what was his name?
Right back. Long season.
We'll see.
153 left.
151, right?
151 left. Everything's fine.
What if we all put $100 on them winning the World Series now? What would the odds be? We could be millionaires.
Oh, I'll pull that up for you. Hold on. But yeah, I think the Red Sox, even with the result from last night, a lot of those guys are, especially some of the pitching staff. Your Ranger Suarez might be dead weight.
Dead weight. All right, Chime. Thank you. We got to go. Anybody want to end the show with an interlock? Of the
I don't want to start rumors.
All right, let me take a picture of this before you interlock.
You want to? Should we? I mean, you could choose.
You know
anybody.
what? After the conversations we've had, I think it's a bad look.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Probably a bad look. All
Chris
right.
is gonna be like, what?
Enjoy the game today.
I will.
Yes.
All right. Go Sox. 1:35 first pitch right here, and Jones and Keefe are next. Thank you for listening.
Now the time has come for leaving, fear now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run. Well, it might be alone.
for two home wreckers, Keith.
Yes.
Oh, wait, is that not where we're starting?
No,
tonight?
wait, what? No.
We're starting with the
How
Red
dare
Sox.
you. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. I've read the statements. That's not what happened at all.
Allegedly.
Yeah, I know.
That's what the New York Post.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Mike Vrabel and your girl, Diana Rousini. What do you think I'm going to say?
Women be trifling.
Apparently,
Usually what you say.
Men be trifling,
Men be trifling too.
I don't want to make this about Diana Rousini. Like
Not
apparently, it's.
I'm trying to
two homes wrecked.
Jones, I've ruined 4 lives. I'm trying to sit at home and watch a triple header of sports. I'm trying to sit there. I got the Red Sox started at 3/4 after 6. I got the Bruins right there at high 7. I got the Celtics on their way at 8.
What a sports night.
I'm looking on Twitter. I'm like, oh, let's see how these tiers are doing. By the way, still popping off. People love the tiers.
Yeah,
people are real mad about Yoshida.
Yeah.
But we're looking at the tiers, and then all of a sudden I see the New York Post, and I was like, oh, we have another story.
No,
another story.
Your text alerted me to that. So we'll get to that.
Yeah, sure.
We are not ignoring that story today.
No.
We will get to Mike Vrabel, Diana Rousini, all the accusations from Sedona.
Hot tubs.
We'll do that coming up at 11. There were lots of people there, Keith. I don't know if you knew this. There was tons of people hanging out with them.
Not photographed.
I mean, no one saw them, but there were tons of people hanging out.
Yeah.
So look, let's give Mike Vrabel the benefit of the doubt, I guess.
No doubt.
We'll get to that coming up. Later on in today's show, Jones and Keefe live from Fenway Park today. We are brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. You can dial us up today, 617-779-7937. Interact, Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. You can watch along and chat. Twitch.tv/Boston WEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there. Just subscribe to WEEI. Short show today, Keith.
That's right.
We're done at a little after 12:30.
You know what that means.
We'll hand off to Red Sox pregame, or will we?
The Wow Thing.
We're hanging around with the Wow Thing. So we'll hang out with him for a little bit of Red Sox pregame today. Taking you up. Thank you.
He comes in 12:35 sharp. That's his music. You know it's time for the Wow Thing. Yeah, a little day baseball, a little getaway day baseball.
Oh, hell yeah.
You have a chance to win a series today, and it's perfect baseball weather. If you're coming down to Fenway right now, I think it's 36 degrees Fahrenheit.
They have all these high school kids here for like the STEM program or whatever they have. They're all freezing.
All bundled up.
There's all these.
My man's got a winter hat on out there.
All these Boston high school kids.
Yeah, freezing.
Or I don't even know if they're high school. Students are all here for like the STEM program.
It's like young humans.
Shivering.
Oh, yeah.
They're all freezing. But it's great. Great baseball weather, great baseball atmosphere here today.
Extra poutine today. Did that lobster poutine.
Ooh, it's a good day for the poutine.
Yeah, it's a great day for the poutine. Maybe double up on the poutine.
Hot clam chowder on there. So we'll get to the Bruins in action last night. That comes your way later on this hour. We will get some Would You Rathers on a Would You Rather Wednesday at 11:30. Hashtag Dorkman at 11:45. And, of course, Pure Hoops with Terp at high noon. People were asking.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, is there Pure Hoops today? Of course there's Pure Hoops. It's Wednesday at high noon. What kind of question is that?
Obviously, there's a big game last night.
Terp will join us. Oh, lots of
regular
big games last
season
night.
winding down. There's a lot to talk about.
So we'll get to Celtics and Hornets. We'll get to Bruins and Hurricanes. Boston parlay almost hit.
So close.
So close. But let's start with the Red Sox, Keith. Garrett Crochet, is it fair to say he outdueled the Miz last night?
Yeah, he did. Ultimately, he did. Early on, it was kind of pitch for pitch. The Miz, I thought, was going to finish the game with 30 strikeouts. I thought he was just going to keep going, right into extras, just mowing guys down nonstop. And then he hit his one trouble inning. All of a sudden, couldn't find the plate, and then he was done. And you got into that bullpen, and the Red Sox were able to, unfortunately, immediately allow runs right after scoring runs, which they've done all season long. I should have bet that. That would have been an obvious live bet. The second the Red Sox score runs, bet the team to score in the next half inning.
Yeah, there's got to be a way to do that. Right?
Oh, definitely. You just bet a run.
Over a half run.
100%.
Like
It happens every time. Yeah. But they were able to lock it down. And if you look at the line score, the Miz got more strikeouts, but he only went 5 1/3. Crochet won 6 1/3. So he was better. He had to be better in the game. This was huge. You heard Fleming mention a essential win. Like, you can call it whatever you want, like must win or is that like they couldn't fall to 2-9, but specifically lose another Crochet start, right? It's not just what the record is. It's a game where Garrett Crochet starts, even though you have a really good pitcher on the other side, you got to win these games, especially when you're struggling. And he even talked about it his last time out. He's like, I view myself as sort of that stopper, right? Like if there is a losing streak going on, I need to step in there and fix it. And so he was really good. I'm sure he's a little disappointed with how it ended, but overall 6 1/3, couple of earned runs, and then you turn it over to your bullpen, and those three guys were great. Then they needed that win, must needed win.
They are now 3-8.
Yeah, well, why don't you chip away?
They are only 2 games out of a wild card spot, Keith.
Okay, good.
Now they got to leapfrog 9 other teams in the American League to get there, but they're only 2 games out of a wild card spot.
It's crowded.
So they are 3-8. Garrett Crochet after the game talked about exactly what Keith was just discussing there, outlasting the Miz on the other side.
I was very happy.
Kind of always looking for a little bit of an edge wherever you can get it. I think that definitely felt like we needed to stop the bleeding. And, that's a really good kid on the other side. We made him throw strikes and we capitalized there in that inning. But clearly the stuff's incredible. So we were grinding all night just for base runners, period. Wilson got the first hit in the 4th inning, was it? So a night like tonight, who's on the other side, you kind of know that you got to be on your A game. That's really all.
Okay, so both pitchers, Keith, and he said at that point, it's a good kid on the other side. We were able to get the W. He also added later on, one of the things, my goal is to outlast the other starter. It's not always about getting out with a better line score. It's about outlasting the other starter.
Lasting longer.
So that's never been my philosophy.
No,
but that is how
I have.
Crochet looks.
It remains a goal.
It's low on my goals list. That's not very high on my personal list.
I put it down in my wish book.
But Garrett Crochet comes out and says that's a goal of his, to outlast the other starter. He did that last night, although, Keith, they both ran out of gas.
They did. Like, they were just cruising 5 scoreless innings. It was just strikeout city. Both guys. It didn't seem like either team was close to scoring or even getting to second base. And then, the Miz just kind of lost control a little bit.
So, the Miz did.
That's what the Miz did.
And then so did Crochet.
Yeah.
And so after the game, I'll believe it or not, give Cora a little bit of a pass on this, but in real time, I was like irate.
I think he's lost it.
Wondering what the hell Cora's doing. I'm like, Crochet does not have it. So when he gave up back-to-back singles, 2 singles and 3 batters in the 7th inning, and he's right around 100 pitches at this point or approaching it.
Yep.
When that happened, I'm like, ugh.
Maybe time to get him out.
I would have stuck with him, but that's when I started saying, boy, it's starting to get close. He's at 100 pitches or close to it. He's starting to get hit a little bit. He walks Perkins. I'm like, well, now he's definitely out of the game. And he was ahead of Perkins 1-2. I'm like, he's definitely out of the game. You have to pull him here. And he didn't. And I'm like, all right, well, that's weird. I thought Sllayton was up. Turns out he was not. They wanted to avoid Sllayton. I was wondering if Whitlock was available. Turns out he was. He pitched the 8th inning. And so after he hits the next guy, David Hamilton, was it the first pitch? It was. Hit him on the first pitch. I'm like, oh, my God. Yeah. Now it's Zach Kelly trotting into the game. And I thought for sure, Keith, for sure.
Zach Kelly was nails. You should move him up a tier.
Despite leading the Brewers 3-0.
Yeah.
And despite having Crochet on the mound and getting the Miz out of the game and everything else, I thought for sure Kelly was coming in just to serve up a grand salami to Yelich. I was like convinced of it. I'm like, it's not even going to be a hit. It's not even going to be like a bases clearing double. This is a grand slam. And Kelly, to his credit, got a bouncer from Yelich. He got another ground out on a great play by Story to get William Contreras. They get out of the inning. Whitlock, clean. Chapman, although the velocity was way down, relatively clean. He got a double play to end it. So it ended up working out, but that was more of a tightrope walk than I was hoping.
Well, I think what happened, too, this is my guess, is that Cora really wants to keep Chapman to 1 inning, keep Whitlock to 1 inning, especially early in the season. And I think Whitlock, the last couple of appearances, has thrown a bunch of pitches, too.
Yep.
And then, as it turns out, Sllayton not only not available on the IL now.
Oh, I was going to say, you just saw that update. Okay, I literally just saw that update. So Sllayton just went on the IL.
Well, sort of speaks to why he wasn't in there. But so Zach Kelly's got more of these spots like this. But you can see why the team's 2-8, and you got Crochet on the mound. So even though he started to struggle, you can sort of understand the decision where you're like, all right, I got to get through 7. Then we can just paint by numbers, go Whitlock, Chapman, and then we're done.
Well, knowing what I know now about Sllayton, yes. Yeah. But I thought you had Sllayton and Chapman definitely available. I assume Whitlock, even though he threw a bunch of pitches. Luke kept talking about this on TV about how many pitches he had thrown. I'm like, it was only 1 day. Like, you should be able to come back. So I thought they had all 3. Turns out they did not. So Sllayton to the IL, oblique strain. Tyler Samaniego?
Come on up.
Where in the world?
Let's go. Get in here.
Where in the
Could
world
be anywhere.
Is Tyler Samaniego?
Yeah, he's in the bullpen.
At least it's not the Uberstein. He's
not
back,
Uberstein,
I guess.
Take the Uberstein back to Worcester.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's one transaction. While we're here with the roster, Keith.
Yeah.
And I want the vibes to stay high. We're here. We're at Fenway Park. We were here for the home opener last week. Win. Yeah. They win last night. We're back here at Fenway in the Ford Clubhouse studio. Like, I'm assuming it's another win. At least that's what I thought walking into the ballpark today.
Uh-huh.
Then I saw the lineup.
What's that
lineup? Lineup is out.
Have you seen it yet, Keith?
I've taken a look at the lineup.
You want to give it to the people?
Yeah, I guess I could.
All right, if you could.
All right. Leading off. And for some reason, back in left field.
No!
Ramen Anthony.
Why?
Batting second. The shortstop. Andrew Monasterio.
Okay.
Batting third, the first baseman. He runs hot. Wilson Contreras.
That I like. I wanted a brawl yesterday, but I still like it.
There was a brawl in the Braves-Angels.
Did I tell you?
Braves-Angels fought.
Overrated brawl.
A couple punches thrown, though.
No. Walt Weiss, awesome.
Yeah.
Came out and was tackling people. Yeah. The rest of the brawl, way overrated. It was a tickle fight.
In the cleanup spot.
Someone got hit with a ball.
Oh, did they?
Well, yeah. Soler had it in his fist, or got hit with it by whatever who was pitching fist.
Wait, so when Lopez was slapping around the ball?
Yeah, Lopez hit Soler in the face with the ball.
Oh. Still a bit of a tickle fight.
Batting fourth, your right fielder, Wilyer Abreu.
I like that.
Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Trevor Story.
Heating up.
Don't let him get hot.
Oh.
He's hot as a pistol right now. Did you see when he had that huge hit? Credit to him, huge hit. When he was standing on second base, he looked surprised. He legit looked surprised. I was waiting for like the double pump or something. He was like,
what is
oh,
this?
Sorry, guys, I blacked out.
What is this?
What was that?
I was like,
place to be.
That was like when we eventually go to the moon for the first time. They're going to be like, what's it like here?
All right, batting sixth, back in the lineup at the hot corner, Scrappy-Doo, Caleb Durbin.
Probably getting booed today at some point.
Probably batting seventh, behind the plate, Carlos Narvaez.
Check.
Batting eighth, your center fielder, Cedon Rafaela.
Right.
And batting ninth, at second base, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Why?
Made a nice play at third yesterday.
Oh.
Saved a double there.
He
First
did.
Nice pick.
You see his little bounce out where he just stood there in the box? You see that?
I didn't love that. I don't know why he didn't run.
It was right to the third base. Like, So you couldn't really tell in real time?
No, when they showed the replay, I was astonished.
You're like,
I was
wow.
You need to run down the line.
That must have been like, it must have taken a weird hop off the bag or something like that, or off the baseline.
A message sent by Cora, he's back in the lineup today.
He just stood
He
there.
stood there.
He bounced it directly to third base and just stood there. And then he like trotted down to first and he's like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
And then they showed the replay and I was like, what? How did you not? What's wrong with you?
If you're a 200 career hitter, you need to sprint.
You are
every time you make contact,
screaming out of the box.
I don't care if the ball goes flying behind you. You sprint until the ump says foul. Like that's the kid. That's the kid in Little League where you're like, I don't care what you do. If
It doesn't
you
matter.
hear it hit the bat, run
Until the umpire
We'll tell you to
sends
stop.
you back. Yeah,
we'll
right.
let you back, sir.
Right.
Yeah, that was horrible because he just stood there. He got booed. The crowd was on him
He
for that.
should. I was kicking myself for not betting against the hit. I'm like, at some point, this guy's just going to bleed one out. He's going to get a hit
Durbin.
somewhere. But yeah, I was kicking myself for not betting against Kiner for left.
Yeah, that is a weird lineup. Now, they are facing a lefty today, so hence a lot of the right-handed sticks that are in there.
Yeah, I mean,
you
guess.
can quote-unquote sticks.
Yeah.
Guys that are going to stand in the righty batter's box anyway.
Okay. Roman Anthony's in left. Let's start with that. How do you feel about it?
I don't like it.
Okay.
And I also
maybe someone today will ask him about it. Because I don't understand why Roman would possibly be out there. I don't get it.
I think it's because I guess they're trying to get all these righty in. So here's this isn't what I would do, but I'm trying to explain it. They're getting all these all their right-handed bats are essentially the scrappy infielders. No, but it's Durbin, Monasterio, Story, and Kiner Falefa.
Don't they have an off day tomorrow? Am I wrong?
They have an off day tomorrow.
Why is Story why is he DHing? Like, stick one more day at shortstop. So Roman Anthony
you want all
can
the
DH.
righty sticks in there.
Okay, but he can be in there.
So don't you
Because
think
Story can't play short?
Well, he made a decent play last night.
Fair point.
But yeah, I get you. He should move off of that position as well. But I guess that's what they're doing, and they're not running away from Roman Anthony in left, which I would.
If it's Story at short and Monasterio at second, and then if you really need Kiner Falefa, no, you can't do that. Sorry, if Anthony's at DH, then just play another left. I'd rather have another left-handed hitter in there, like Durana or even Yoshida. I'd rather have one of those guys in there than Kiner Falefa.
People love Yoshida. It's on 2 days off that he's not playing.
By the way, just for the record.
Yes. Oh, this is a great stat. Nick, write this down. This is Stat of the Week nominee.
Stat of the Week
nominee.
So for all the blowback we got. Really, I got, although it was all directed
I was
at Keith
lumped
yesterday.
in with it because I tweeted it out the tier.
Well, you agreed with it. You didn't actually fight me on the tier.
I want to fight you, but I did make an argument for wild card.
But so we placed Yoshida on the can't win with him tier, mostly because they've never won anything with him. And I mean, I think he's like a 280 hitter in his career here in Boston.
He'll ground out the second.
They are now 3-0 when he does not play in a game, 0-8 when he gets into the game as a pinch hitter or a starter.
That's crazy.
That's literally
they have a definition of can't win with them.
We should change the tiers and be like, haven't won with him. Yeah, when they actually get a win with Yoshida in there, we could do it. They literally have not won a game when he's gotten into the game.
Yeah.
All season.
Haven't won with them. It's like Ranger Suarez and Yoshida.
Oh, yeah, that's
probably
true.
a couple other pitchers too, right? If they want a Bayo start, probably not.
Nope, definitely not.
No, yeah, definitely not. Well, wait, they have 3 wins, right? So 2 of them are crochet games.
2 crochet, 1 early.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No, they won the gray one.
Oh, yeah, gray.
Yeah, they didn't win. Did they win the early start? No,
I don't
they didn't.
think so.
No,
I
they
don't think
didn't.
they did. I think
Have one
he
with
pitched
early.
well.
Yeah, that's what it was.
But it was, it was gray and 2 crochets. So, yeah, you can put the other 3 starters in Yoshida. Haven't won with them.
Okay.
Tough tier.
That is a rough tier. But anyways, that is your lineup today. So Monasterio's not only in there, he's batting second. This is what I don't get. Okay, so like Story is now going.
Yeah.
And they like him 5th. And
no. I'm fine with. Monasterio sticks out. Like I don't need to yo-yo Story around. Story shouldn't hit second. So even on a day where you're playing righties, I'm not going to hit him second.
Okay, but Monasterio should. So like on a day where now your guys are out, Story should hit second. I disagree with that.
I guess here would be the argument. So Shane Drohan.
Yep.
Is getting the start. Is this his debut?
Yes, that's an ex-Red Sox prospect. He was also in the Durbin deal along with Kyle Harrison. So if he pitches well, look out, Craig.
My guess is, I could be wrong because the Red Sox lineup has not been good. So maybe I'm definitely wrong. Let's say he doesn't last super long in the game.
Uh-huh.
Don't you immediately take out Monasterio, you put Meyer back in, and now Meyer's sort of hitting second, and now like for 2/3 of the game, you have like a normal lineup?
Fair point.
That's what I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or whoever you replace.
Or it doesn't matter. Like one of those guys. Jaron Duran. Jaron Duran was hitting second. You could put him in and move guys around a little bit. Yeah.
Maybe you talk me down off the ledge.
I settled you down a little bit.
I still don't like that.
It jumps out at you because it is a little astonishing when you see what the guys in that lineup are doing. Because Monasterio is still, Was he 1 for 8? I mean, that's a very small sample, but
they
don't have a lot of pop in today's lineup.
To me, there's really no consistency day to day. Like, it's an off day tomorrow, so I don't think anybody needs an off day today. It's an off day tomorrow. You just had an off day a week ago. Like, it's the beginning of the year. Nobody needs an off day. Nobody. So that's annoying to me.
But this also speaks to Cora, how the lineup, the team doesn't fit, right? So this is both a Breslow and a Cora thing, because like Cora's trying to force these guys in, but like on a day where like Monasterio, Kiner-Falefa, Durbin all playing at the same time, I understand it's a lefty, but you can't give Yoshida or Duran a shot there. So it's like you want to play 5 outfielders, and now today you're sitting 2 of them. So that's why I feel like they got to be in the game real quick. Like you probably tell them like, hey, you're not starting, but it's like as soon as Duran or Drohan is out of the game, you're all going back in. That's my thought.
I don't get it. I don't get it. And Cora last night, like, okay, he's stuck with Crochet. Jones, why'd you want Crochet out of the game? They're trying to win games. They need to win baseball games. Cora's managing aggressively. All right, fine. Well, he managed aggressively last night, sticking with Crochet, and I guess it eventually worked.
Yeah.
But then today he's like, guys need a day. Let's get some righty sticks in there. Here comes Kiner-Falefa. It's like, it's just inconsistent. Everything Cora does, everything the team is doing right now, to me, feels inconsistent.
A working theory of why he kept Crochet in a little bit longer is because at the second he takes Crochet out, maybe they put in Yelich or Terang.
They were saying that on TV last night. I don't know if you were watching on TV or listening to the Wills, but they were saying that on TV last night. The second you go to the reliever.
Right, because their lineup obviously looked different going into it with the lefty. 2 of their best hitters were on the bench, and so maybe you're like...
What'd you think of that, by the way? Terang apparently is hurt.
Yeah.
And then Yelich did get into the game. I felt like, on some level, they were maybe hiding those guys a little bit yesterday.
I don't know what to think of Yelich. Like, one year he was like the MVP of the league. Another year he like stinks. Like, he's all over the map. I don't know how good he is anymore.
Those numbers at Fenway are real good.
Yeah.
He's in like almost 500 in his career.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess, you're putting him in there. But, like, that is weird. Like... I mean, Crochet's also not like a typical lefty. Like, that's the guy you're like, I'll sit him down. Like, you're going against like Randy.
No, I mean, were they hiding him from brawl war, throwing at guys?
Oh! I thought you meant just like going up and like striking out against Crochet. Oh, you meant like
I would have hit the Orangutan yesterday. No,
I know.
And I was wondering about Yelich after he clapped back at Wilson Contreras.
I do give Miz credit though. It was an off speed pitch, but he threw inside on the first pitch. Not inside, but like inside corner.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't, like, afraid of Contreras.
That's
and then you see what he said after he got him?
Oh.
Miz runs hot every time he gets...
Okay.
He says that to everybody, though. Yeah.
What exactly was it? It was like, there was an MFer in there?
I think it was just like...
F you?
Bleep you, get the bleep out of here. But I think he also says it after every inning.
I noticed he did it. He did, because when he first did it to Contreras, I'm like, that was to him, but then...
No, he did it the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth.
He did do it pretty much every time. Hey, if that works for you.
I like it.
I also like it.
I like the fire.
That's how I leave work half the time. Okay, 617-779-7937. We got all your thoughts here on Jones and Keefe. We are live today at Fenway Park for the rubber match, and a good lineup out there for the Red Sox today. I feel worse about their chances winning the game today after just simply showing up here today. We will get to some Would You Rathers. We will get to the hashtag Dork Minute. We will have Pure Hoops with Terp live from Fenway Park. We'll get to the Celtics. We'll get to the Bruins. We'll get to Mike Vrabel and Diana Rousini. But on the way next, right after Trending with Billy Lanny, how do the Red Sox turn this around? That's next.
WEEI Afternoons with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson. Weekdays 2 to 6. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
The Boston Red Sox got back in the win column with last night's 3-2 win over the Milwaukee Brewers at Fenway Park. Trevor Story put the Sox on the board with a 2 RBI double, followed by Caleb Durbin's ground out that scored William Abreu. Garrett Crochet earned the win, going 6 1/3 innings, giving up the 2 runs on 5 hits and striking out 7. The rubber match in this series is this afternoon. First pitch is at 1:35. You can either call the game with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Sox lineup is out. Looks like this. Roman Anthony in left. Andrew Monasterio at short. Wilson Contreras at first. William Abreu is in right field. Trevor Story's the DH. Caleb Durbin is at third. Carlos Narvaez is your catcher. Cedar Rafaela in center. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is at second base. Sonny Gray will get the start for the Sox in the series finale against the Brewers' Shane Drone. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show with Joe Weil at 12:35. Today, the Red Sox placed right-handed pitcher Justin Sllayton on the 15-day IL with right oblique strain and recalled Tyler Samaniego Salmonego from AAA Worcester. The Boston Bruins have now dropped 4 in a row after last night's 6-5 overtime loss to the Hurricanes in Carolina. Morgan Geekie scored a hat trick in the loss, and Jacob Sllayton netted the game winner for the Hurricanes, 1-13 into OT. Bees are still the top wildcard seed with a 4-point lead on the Ottawa Senators. Bruins are back on the ice Saturday afternoon, taking on the Tampa Bay Lightning at the TD Garden. And the Boston Celtics are winners of 4 in a row after last night's 113-102 victory over the Charlotte Hornets. Jaylen Brown once again led Celtics scorers with 35 points and 9 rebounds. Sees it back on the court tomorrow night in New York, taking on the Knicks. With the win tomorrow night, the Celtics can clinch the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI.
Trevor Story last night with Jemai Webster after the game. This narrative has now come up quite a bit. Oh, you guys are grinding. And that was the lead question.
Yeah, they're grinders.
We're talking about Vrabel and Rousini? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Oh, got it. I'm sorry.
Nothing happened.
We'll get to Vrabel and Rousini coming up. We have Would You Rathers on the way about an hour from now. We'll get to the Bruins coming up in 15 minutes as well. No, the
Find
Red
a new
Sox.
slant.
Red Sox, Keith, are grinding.
They're scuffling.
And I heard Cora yesterday say the same thing when he was on with WEEI afternoon. It's like, guys, it's not people in here are working hard.
Yeah.
It's all about, like, good process. We just haven't gotten the results yet, but we will.
Okay.
And so I guess that's what you got to do 10, 11 games in. I guess that's the attitude you got to have. I'm just not sure I believe it. Like, when you have to sit down your starting catcher, who, like, at least the internet refers to as the captain. When I brought that up to Bradfo, he's like, he's not the captain.
He's for sure not
he's
the captain.
He's not the kind of guy to keep these guys in check.
Sort of what he's built up to. But whatever. He was on the team last year. He was a guy that I think, whether he's the captain or not, he's one of the last guys you thought would have to get disciplined by the team.
So, like, when he's strolling in late.
Yeah.
And then when I think, anyway, that you have Rafaela sat down on Sunday because he's loafing after balls in the outfield.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking Red Sox or Vrabel and Rousini?
No.
We're talking about
cheap shot. No, but Connor Fluff is, like, not running out a ball yesterday. Right?
Another great one.
Yeah, there's plenty of examples.
So, like, Whitlock has his head up his ass. He's not backing up the plate the other day.
Right.
Like, do I think Anthony's trying? I do.
I think that's just what it is right now.
Yeah,
I think that's
mean,
kind
like,
of the state of his
maybe
arm.
I'm giving him a bit of a free pass. We've gotten on his arm plenty, but I don't think that's an effort thing. I think that's like a mental thing. And maybe the Red Sox have put too much on his plate, maybe. But, yeah, I don't know that I feel like they seem like they're putting in the work. Like, half the time they feel like they're sleepwalking and going through the motions, and I don't think they feel super dialed in, and they're just getting some bad luck.
Yeah.
So
it can't just be Buzzard's luck. Like, 11 games and you have the worst record in baseball, but you're trying your best. Like, it's got to be a little combination of that, right? Like, I'm sure the guys are working, but it also just sounds like something you say.
Yeah.
And so, like, I think the proof will be in the pudding.
I think they're just saying it, and, like, again, maybe that's something you got to speak into existence. The same way you got to speak it's early into existence, even though it's kind of not. And teams that are in this spot never, rarely, if ever, make the playoffs. That's across Major League Baseball. The Red Sox never have when they started this poorly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really not that early. In fact, in some ways, your season might already be over. But I get saying that to keep your chin up and, to try to stay bought in. And I guess they're trying to talk that into existence. We gave Vrabel credit for this all the time. Vrabel says something, the players echo it. I mean, yesterday I hear that from Story after I heard Cora on WEEI yesterday saying the exact same thing. So maybe that's a sign of some buy-in. How do they turn this around, Keith? If they're going to turn it around, how do they do it?
So I think even though they're not scoring a lot of runs, and you could point to the lineup right away, and you could point to those guys, I think it has to be the starting rotation. What we all thought was going to be a strength of the team and one of the best rotations in all of baseball. And so we were just highlighting, in 11 games, they've only won 3, and 2 of them were crochet games. So your other 4 starters are, 1-7? Not like their records, but like when the team starts, when those guys start, the team can't win. So this next stretch, Sonny Gray this afternoon, then Connolly early, Ranger Suarez, Brian Bayo. What does that look like? What does the rotation look like before you get to crochet again? And you can take it any way you want.
What does it need to, like, 2-2? What does that need to look like?
I think, the record would be great if it was 2-2, 3-1. That'd be great. But I'm saying, like, can these guys all go 5? Can 2 of them go 6? Like, I'm not asking for, like, the moon here.
No, but that's with this group.
A quality start, by definition, is 6 innings or more, 3 earned runs or less. 6 innings, 3 runs is a 4.5 ERA.
Yeah,
like,
that's
not
not
amazing.
No.
Can you do that? And then maybe we can start to turn our attention a little bit more to the scuffling offense, because I think going into it, it's one of those things where, like, the level of expectation was so much higher for the pitchers than it was for the hitters. And not to let them off the hook, like, they can't just score 3 runs, 2-3 runs every game. Obviously, that's not going to help. But they obviously need to pitch better, because that's what I thought we were going to hang our hat on.
And it feels like the offense is getting closer than the pitching, right?
Yeah, 2 days ago they had double-digit hits. Yesterday I know it was only 3, but at least with runners in scoring position, and Trevor Story did come up with a big clutch hit.
And it's the Miz. Like, I mean,
the Miz is nice,
to me, I don't know that I expected him to even score 3 in that game. And 3's not a lot, but considering who was on the mound. So 3 off the Miz, who broke down as the game went along. 6-6, only 2 against San Diego, rather.
Do you know who they're playing tomorrow?
5 in the opener, and then 4 against Houston. I feel like the offense is I wouldn't say heating up by any means, but I feel like they're closer to figuring it out there than the pitching staff is.
Do you know who they're? I know we live in the now,
Yeah.
and we're only talking about today. Do you know who they play against on Friday?
Yeah, the Cardinals, right?
Yeah, but who's starting for them? I mean,
no.
Mayday. Dustin May.
Hell yeah.
May revenge game. His ERA is over 15, so hopefully they're able to club him around a little bit.
Oh, yeah, well, they did club
scoreless is what you're saying.
They clubbed around. No. I think they will club around. No, here's the problem. I bet they'll score on him. Just like they scored on Walker Buehler.
Yeah.
But then what does your pitcher do the next time out? Who's he facing? Is that early?
That's an early game.
Okay, I feel better about that.
Early May.
If it was another Suarez game, I'd be like, is he just going to gag it right back up the next inning?
I have the least. Here you go. Confidence power rankings amongst the starters right now.
Crochet.
Yeah, okay. Number 1, Crochet. Number 2?
Would you go Gray or early?
I would probably go Sonny Gray. And I love early, but
not to be overly swayed by one outing.
No, I'd go Gray.
But I think I also would answer Sonny Gray.
He's the only other guy with a win, so it's really not that crazy.
Then early.
Then what do you got? Probably Bayo over Suarez?
I would go Bayo, but don't mistake that for confidence in Bayo.
No.
That's just like I have zero confidence in Suarez, maybe like 1% in Bayo.
So Saturday, Sunday is back-to-back Suarez Bayo. So I think right there will be a pretty good indication. Like next Monday, how we feel about the team could be drastically different. Like if both of those guys throw good games, you're like, all right, get back on track. Like now you can maybe build on something. Maybe they're a little bit closer to 500. You can go from there. But if those guys get their faces ripped off again, like what can you possibly say positively about someone like Ranger Suarez?
617-779-7937. How do the Red Sox turn it around? It's where we're starting today. We'll get to the Bruins in a bit. We'll get to Vrabel and Rousini in just a little bit. Plus, Would You Rathers. We got Pure Hoops with Terp and the hashtag Dork Minute. Ralph's in Cranston waiting patiently. Hello, Ralph.
Hey, guys, good morning. The team isn't as bad as it looks, and it has, it's got a bad start again for the last couple of years. Now, the batting order finally makes a little bit more sense. It wasn't making sense. You had your best hitter hitting 5th. Now, Story back to 5, which he should have started. But, guys, it's playing terrible defense. Now, I look at Cora, and I say he's kind of lost this team maybe a little bit. I mean, Rafaela's loafing. But if I was that team and other leadership, I'd call him in and say, look, you got to manage this team. We know you don't want to be a long-time manager. He has said it. He wants to be in the front office. I think the heat should be on Cora right now and say, look, you got to manage this team better. He doesn't really seem like he cares that much. I mean, he's going through the motions.
Well, Ralph, I agree. I don't know if I think he cares, but I do feel like he's going through the motions.
I don't know if he ever said he wants to be in the front office. Don't you think a lot of us assume
no,
that?
He's,
I don't know if he said it.
Mego,
maybe Ralph's right. I don't remember him saying that directly.
When Mego was with Lou and Christian, I think he did say
okay. All right.
And I think he was like, some of my aspirations are, to someday run a ball club. And
I think he talked about how much fun he had doing it with Team Puerto Rico in the WBC.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean,
all right, fair enough.
Has he definitively said it? Maybe not. But I think strong indications.
Yeah.
And
so he'll be like the next Brad Stevens is what he's hoping.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah.
But first of all, that you want to talk about you're sitting there, you have a GM above you, and you're like, well, yeah, someday I want that job. That's just an odd dynamic. But I think Cora cares. As much criticism as I give Cora, I wouldn't say that.
No, I think he does too.
I do feel like he's going through the motions. And I don't know if the team has checked out on him or not. I think we're going to find out. If they don't dig out of this by the end of April, they might have checked out on him. If they turn it around and they're within, shouting distance of 500 by the end of the month, I think that will reflect well on Cora.
I do think he's a little annoyed the makeup of the roster. I think he likes the guys they have.
He can't hide that.
No. And remember a couple years ago, he famously left Kyle Bearclaw out there to just wear 11 runs in a game, and he was staring at Chaim Bloom the whole time it was happening. So this isn't that bad. But
but I think he's doing a little bit of that with Yoshida.
No, I know.
Yoshida goes from not in the opening day lineup to batting second a week and a half into the year.
It's do you play the guy or do you not play the guy?
Well, and are you making a point? Or do you actually think that's your best lineup?
I think he is doing a little bit of making a point. He's talked about trying to get all those guys in the lineup and playing all these different guys. He made the comment the other day about the rotating door of right-handed bats that they've had. So I think he's had his issues with the roster and the construction of it, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to be here or He's not trying to win. Like I don't believe that.
617-779-7937. You can jump in here on the Red Sox. Vrabel and Rousini. Twitch chat already very lively on this.
Are they hot about it? I bet. This seems like a topic right up their alley.
So we'll get to that at 11 o'clock. Not ignoring that story for sure. Plus, we'll get to the Bruins. Another loss for the Bees. Pity point doesn't count, Keith, in the Boston parlay, unfortunately.
Oh, so close.
I have the betting slips to prove it. But we will get to the Bruins. Another loss. Swayman pulled. Geeky heating up. What does it all mean? We'll get to it next.
This afternoon,
I heard you crying loud. All the way the sound.
Bruins lose again last night. Jones and Keith live at Fenway for the Red Sox and Brewers. Well, most of the Red Sox. I don't like the lineup today. We got more thoughts on the Sox coming up.
It's righty heavy today.
It is, yeah. No good ones.
Yeah.
We are here brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. We're going to hang out with the Wild Thing today for a little Red Sox pregame. Short show done at 12:30. Pure Hoops comes your way at high noon. We'll get to some Celtics talk. Nice win for them against a pesky Hornets team. We'll get to some Would You Rathers coming up about 45 minutes from now. And, of course, the big story from the New York Post, Mike Vrabel and Diana Rousini coming up about 10 minutes from now. Bruins lose last night, Keith. They do get a point.
They score goals.
They scored a whole bunch of goals.
I'll take that.
You want to start with, I guess, the good from the game?
Yeah, I mean,
Morgan Geekie, or the not so good, Jeremy Swayman getting the hook?
Yeah, let's do the good first. There's probably a little bit more with the bad, but I think with the good, we highlighted Morgan Geekie just kind of disappearing for 20 games or so. He's like one goal in a month and a half, 2 months. Like, it's been such a long drought for a guy who at one point was leading the league in goal scoring and was on pace for 55 goals. It kind of just stuck at 34 for the longest time. And the fact that right before the playoff starts, he got unlocked a little bit, had a hat trick, great. Like really good news. Like, hopefully he can provide some scoring. He's capable of it. He had like 11 goal month earlier in the year, or 13, something like that. It was like a crazy month that he had.
Saving him up for the Stanley Cup playoffs.
You know what? Fine.
Yeah.
Because they're going to make the playoffs.
They are.
And they need him to wake up a little bit.
That point helped them a lot.
Oh, the point was big.
For making the playoffs last night. I mean, 2 points would have been better, but
And
that point helped a lot.
It is one of the best teams in hockey, Carolina. I know it's the team that you would at least want to face.
Correct.
To me, it's still Tampa, but you could see why it would be Carolina. I think they're both pretty good choices in that regard. So, yeah, that Morgan Geekie scoring, the team scoring, right? They had 3 straight games where they only scored 1 goal in each of those games.
Floodgates opened up.
So you're like, all right, as good as the goaltending might be, they're going to need to score more goals, similar to like the Red Sox offense. And so that was good. They put 5 goals on the board.
And let me add another one. They also came back. Like, they're down 5-3.
Yep.
And they battle back into the game. I mean, look, if you want to play that game too, they were down, then they were up 3-2. They blew that lead, but they came back to get the point. And
the first period was wild.
Wild.
Yeah.
And, you asked me before we got off the air yesterday, you're like, would you take over 2.5 goals? I'm like, hell no. Not against Carolina.
In the first period.
And, of course, an explosion of goals, as it happens to be.
Yep.
So, no, Morgan Geekie, we said this a few days ago. You can doubt Hockey Jones and Hockey Keith at your own risk. To get Morgan Geekie going, it's probably not going to be on the third line. It's probably going to be with Pastrnak, who he's always had good chemistry with. And they get him back with Pastrnak, and what do you know? A game later, he's got a hat trick. So I don't think that's a coincidence. I think Morgan Geekie's production early on in the year and late last year is probably more a product of who he's playing with than his individual brilliance. But I think that's probably best. So now you have a vacancy on the third line, and what do you do with it? Is it Alex Steves? I don't even know the guy's name.
Yeah.
Steves?
We've seen him before. Yeah.
Okay, Steve, plural. Is out there on the third line.
You can also call him not James Hagan.
Okay, and so this is why I don't get it. Between like Esamont and Steves
Gotta
and
get Steves in there.
Reichel,
Yep.
like whoever you have out there, I don't get it. I don't get why you want to have those guys out there and not Hagens and not just C. But if you're telling me he's not ready, you're telling me he's not ready. But it's like a revolving door on that third line. And now you have Geekie back with Pastrnak, and what do you know at work? Try to get some scoring depth going. And all of a sudden, now I think you are a team that can go on a run, although you're going to need your goalie.
Yeah, that's the downside.
And I don't think all 5 goals are on Swayman last night. Like that 5th one, what the hell is he supposed to do? Like he had no help on the Taylor Hall goal. So what's he supposed to do there? The second goal was bad. Keandre Miller. I didn't like the fourth goal either. I'm trying to remember who that was. Third goal was a power play. Whoever had the fourth goal, Carrier maybe. Whoever had the fourth goal, I didn't love that one. The second one I thought was super soft from Keandre Miller. So, I don't know. I didn't think Swayman was great last night, and Sturm woke the team up by pulling him.
Yeah, and Korpisalo came in and played his tail off. The Korpisalo was good, gave him a chance.
The Corpse was great.
He stopped everything.
The Corpse had the big save on Aho, going post to post, whatever, final 5 minutes of the game, whatever it was.
Goalie controversy. No, because there isn't. But Corpse has played pretty well. And, he's had some games where they've thrown him, like the Buffalo game where they've thrown him some good teams. And he's won those games. He's played pretty well. And then in this one, he went right in there. So it's this high-scoring shootout of a game, and they throw the Corpse in. He had, 15 straight saves or whatever it was up until the game winner in overtime. So he was good. Swayman, not ideal. The numbers are going to look a little bit worse. There's plenty of defenders of Swayman that'll point out all those goals. They might even give him another one and be like, well, hey, hang on a minute. He wasn't that bad. Carolina's really good. The defense needs to be better in front of them. But if they're going to have any chance in the playoffs, Swayman's going to have to be fantastic.
Can't be giving up soft goals from out by the blue line. I know Mark in Medford agrees. Hello, Mark.
Yeah, Swayman was Swiss cheese last night. I'm sorry. I mean, there was 2 goals that he probably wished he had back. But Geeky, what a way to get off the snide with a freaking hat trick. But there's one thing that's bothering me, guys. Every time they turn the puck over in the offensive zone, there's always a defenseman stuck in there, and there's always only one defenseman back. What the hell is Nikita Zadorov doing in the zone? He's going to be a stay-at-home on the blue line guy. And
Okay, so hang on. Is that a Zadorov problem, or is that a Sturm systems problem in your mind?
No, I think it's part of the system problem because he has every defenseman doing it. You got to pick and choose which defenseman you want to do that.
So, I don't disagree with that. I don't need Zadorov or, Aspero or guys like that. I don't need them up in the offensive zone. If you're telling me that's a systems thing, then fine for Marco Sturm. Overall, I think Sturm's been good. I have minimal criticism for him. I think he even sparked the team by pulling Swayman last night. And it wasn't all Swayman's fault. I disagree with Mark and Medford, but 2 of those goals were bad last night, and especially the Keandre Miller one.
Real quick, because we always point out with just a few games to go, the standings and who they could play in the playoffs. I don't know if you noticed this, but Montreal has now pulled even with Buffalo and Tampa. They all have 102 points. So,
I mean, you're saying Bruins, Montreal?
It could be.
So, I would rather that than Tampa.
I'd rather that than Tampa or
I would
Carolina.
rather that than Carolina.
Yeah. I'd rather Buffalo than
Buffalo's but this is proven. Buffalo. We all saw right through Buffalo. Yeah. Buffalo's getting picked off by whoever they get in the first round. So Montreal. That's a better
right there. They all have the same number of points and the same number of games played. So
that's a better result, I think.
Yeah.
And it'd obviously be more of a talker and more fun, and I think that'd be worth rooting for sure. 617-779-7937. We'll get to more of your Red Sox and Bruins thoughts coming up. We'll get to the Celtics. Pure Hoops with Terp at high noon. Jones and Keefe at Fenway Park. Let's get to the New York Post, Keefe. I mean, look, Twitch chat. I only deal in facts.
Okay, cool.
I mean, let's go. Let's stick with the facts that the New York Post allegedly has anyway. I've seen the pictures. You've seen the pictures, Keith.
I've seen the pictures.
Apparently, the Twitch chat wants to see some real specific pictures that I don't.
It may be HIPAA.
I don't know that you're going to ever get those. But okay, let's stick with what we have so far.
Sure.
And get to Vrabel and Rousini coming up next.
Jones and Keefe on WEEI.
WEEI.
Yes, people when they leave their carts in the middle of the parking lot and they don't take them back to the cart return.
That's a good one.
And then the people at Starbucks that park in the handicap spot and go in there and try to get their order from the mobile order.
Who aren't handicapped?
By no means handicapped. No, I look in the dash, I look, and then I wait, and then I approach them.
Wait, so
and I say things like, why did you park here? And one person would be like, oh, I'm with DoorDash. I'm like, I don't care. That's unacceptable. And then there's the mom that's going to yoga and she's rushing because she's late. And I'm like, this is ridiculous.
if there was a way you could actually punish them, what would you do?
I wish I had a boot. That's a great idea. I would boot their car, just like a mobile boot, and said, I parked in a handicap spot and I'm not handicapped.
These two lovebirds.
How about that?
What a question by Rousini there at the end.
Great
What was
question.
that? What was that again? If you had to punish someone, is that what you said?
How would you do it? How would you punish them? Be specific. Good chemistry.
Oh, I would say.
Good chemistry there.
Off the charts.
I would say really strong to quite strong.
Shockingly good.
Yeah.
Maybe not so shockingly anymore, but like real strong chemistry between those two.
Yeah, story I wasn't exactly prepared for yesterday. As I said, on my couch, enjoying not one, not two, but three Boston sports games all on at the same time. And then here comes that fourth Boston sports team with the news story. New York Post all over it.
You know who in Sedona enjoyed not one, not two, but three?
Who's that?
Well, you can guess. It's Jones and Keefe live today.
Yeah.
At Fenway Park. We are brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water.
Yeah.
And the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Is it possible people don't know what we're talking about? I guess we should get to the actual
possible
news here.
It's not probable, but it's possible.
Twitch chat. These two are TMZ.
Yeah.
Focus on the games.
I know.
Again, if this were...
It's a little old school. That's fine.
If these were Rex Ryan and his wife's feet.
Yeah.
Or, you know, if this were Aaron Glenn or some other coach, you guys would be lapping this up.
Yep.
Among other things. So, Keefe sent this yesterday, which I...
last night. It was during all these games.
I'm
I was
sorry.
like going through Twitter. It was like last night. And all of a sudden you're like...
All of a sudden I'm like, oh.
What is this?
Rich
Is it real?
texted. What could this be about?
Probably something hilarious.
The New York Post, exclusive photos obtained by Page 6 appear to show...
I think it's pretty...
I mean,
unless they're Photoshopped.
They show something.
They show it all right.
New England Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel and the New York Times' a.k.a. The Athletic's, top NFL reporter hugging at a luxurious hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Vrabel and Rousini were spotted 2 weekends ago at the Ambiente.
Ooh, what does that mean, Jones? You speak a little
Sedona, Arizona.
The
I don't
New
know.
England Patriots love Jarrett Stidham.
Probably Spanish for ambiance. Ambiente?
Ambiente.
Probably ambiance. That's how I would do Spanish class. Like the closest word.
Probably Ambien?
I think you mean ambient. Yeah, it means ambient. It's Club Ambient.
Gotta be what it is.
Come on in.
2 weekends ago at the Ambiente. This is when Vrabel was spotted at Arizona State, Keith, when he was putting through that offensive lineman.
It means environment.
Through the draw.
It means environment.
Nice. When he was putting that O-lineman from Arizona State through the...
Getting his hands on him.
Yeah, through all those drills in Tempe.
Huh.
And when the owners' meetings was in Phoenix, this was all shortly or right around when they were spotted in Sedona. Again, at the Ambiente. What's it again?
The Environment.
The Environment. A boutique resort set against the breathtaking Brins Mesa mountain range. I'm sure I'm saying that.
No, the view was stunning. I saw the pictures, and you can see in the background some of the landscape.
Breathtaking. I think that's the right word.
Yeah,
Good word by Page 6.
Yeah. I was trying to one-up them. I couldn't.
A Page 6 spy tells us.
A spy? They have spies working for them?
Oh, this person's definitely... Some of these shots, this is definitely a spy.
A network of spies?
Yeah, this is like the Kremlin took these.
Yeah, that's true.
A Page 6 spy tells us that
the
the
Artemis
pair,
2 took them?
both married to other people, noteworthy.
Yes, they're both married.
For now.
I understand.
Had breakfast on the patio of the hotel restaurant around 10:30 a.m. on Saturday, March 28th.
What do you think they had?
I don't know. What do you think they had?
Omelet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think an omelet.
Yeah. Eggs Benny.
Ooh, not bad.
I like that.
You like that? Some people do, some people don't.
March 28th, before spending a leisurely hour or so together at the pool and lounging side by side in a hot tub. Our spy spotted Vrabel and Rousini again that evening on the private rooftop on one of the hotel's bungalows, which feature glass walls offering panoramic views of the state's famed Red Rock formations. Roofs, Keefe, are only accessible from a two-person bungalow, which costs up to almost $2,200 a night. So it's not like some common area roof.
No.
It's
so you need to go into a bedroom.
You need to go
or
into
a room.
You need to go into a two-person bungalow at $2,200 a night.
Yeah, and then you like go up the fire escape, or how do you get up there?
Probably some
pull
sort of
down ladder,
some little private terrace or whatever.
Yeah, but it's not like for the whole
This-
hey, I'll meet you up there kind
this
of thing.
is an important note.
Yes, it is.
Roofs are only accessible from the two-person bungalows. It is not like a common area. It's not like some deck where you walk in and it's a breathtaking view right when you check in.
Right.
This is a private rooftop.
Yeah, so unless you're Spider-Man, you need to go into the door and use that entrance and exit.
Photos show the two hugging at sunset. And
you know what I'll say about the hug?
What?
The hug photo to me
looks friendly.
Yes.
I agree it doesn't look romantic.
The hug did not look like the couple at Coldplay. Like,
No.
remember those two? It didn't look like that.
Have you seen the memes of these two?
Of course I have. The internet is on it. It took them 5 minutes to do a ton of work.
Right.
So, yes, I've seen that. But no, that was like they were caught red-handed. She was like in front of him. He had his arms around her. That one looked way more sensual.
It was like a middle school dance.
It's only 3 photos basically that we're talking about here. The one where they're hugging does look like one where like
I'll give you that.
It does not look super like
how about
ba-ba-boom.
How about the one where, as the post describes it, they are weaving their fingers together as they stand face to face?
A little more strange.
The Spy says they saw the pair briefly dance together as well.
Also strange.
Okay.
Okay.
Both Rousini and Vrabel insist they were there with friends and say those friends simply weren't visible in the pictures.
Didn't see him.
Although a source...
We went with Hollow Man. It was me, Diana, the Invisible Man, the Invisible Woman. They were there. You guys didn't see him.
A source close to Rousini says she was staying at the hotel during a hiking trip with 2 other female pals, again, not spotted.
I didn't see him.
One of Vrabel's friends told Page 6 that they and the coach drove up to Sedona for the day with another pal and that they all drove back together to their own hotel some 2 hours away after hanging out with Rousini and her gang. By the way, I don't know that that's any less incriminating. You drove 2 hours to go hang out with Diana Rousini, hung out with her in a hot tub, and then went back to your own hotel? I don't know if that's the excuse you think it is, FYI.
Imagine, I just try to put myself in his shoes for a moment, which I know is a dangerous game.
Yeah.
But if I told my wife, I'm like, I'm on a work trip.
Hey, Kat.
I'm going to go drive 2 hours, meet a reporter, or like I don't know what the analogy would be, but I'm going to meet like a, we're going to go hang out in the hot tub together.
Hey, Kat, I drove 2 hours to go hang out in a hot tub with Chad Finn. That's the equivalent.
Because
the person who covers the media, that's the equivalent.
What do you think QuiltCon was?
It's true. Jones already experienced this.
That's true.
No, this actually hits too close to home for Jones.
I am very bitter about this story. I am.
What's the hot tub situation at QuiltCon?
I am Jen Vrabel. I am Kevin Goldschmidt.
Kevin Goldschmidt? Oh, Paul Goldschmidt's brother.
He's an executive at Shake Shack.
Well, oh, nice.
He's got that Shake Shack money.
She probably gets a good deal on Shake Shack.
Yeah.
Is Shake Shack fast food? I would say no.
I'd say it's fast casual.
Fast casual.
That's how
There's no drive-through.
No.
But no, this one is it because it's one thing if it was like couples retreat style, right? So like Vince Vaughn and his wife, Jon Favreau and his wife, Jason Bateman and his wife, Faison Love and his wife.
Mm-hmm.
You have 8 people, 4 couples. So if so happened where
it's a good movie,
it's okay.
I like it.
I like the people in it. The movie itself is fine.
Yeah.
But let's say you're there for like a week,
boom,
and then like you're sitting at like around the pool with somebody else's wife, but it's like your friend's wife, and like your wife's just not there yet.
Yeah.
And you get photographed. Like one photograph would look bad,
and you give a little hug when you say hello.
Even the hug or whatever is fine.
Yeah.
I think to me the most damning picture of all of them is the 2 solo in a hot tub. I don't know how many times I've been like solo in a hot tub with a woman who's not my wife.
That finger weaving.
Oh, you like the finger weaving?
I mean,
one?
I wouldn't if I was either of their significant others. I wouldn't. That one looked romantic. I agree. The hug looked like they just.
The hug didn't really look like much. Honestly.
I agree with you. And then sitting in the hot tub, I even feel like.
I think.
Now look, you're in a hot tub. You're in bathing suits.
Yes.
I mean, on some level, that's incriminating, but like they're not even close to each other in the pictures that I can see. That finger weaving is like.
Okay, you like the finger weaving one. I think the hot tub one is
I don't.
I'd be very uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
So you playing Mercy? You like twist each other's hands and wrists? But like sitting in the hot tub together when you're like, no, there were other people there. We're the only ones that decided to be in the hot tub, and we're the only ones that decided to get,
Good point. Yeah, everybody else was just hanging out inside. What were you guys doing in the hot tub?
Was somebody on their way?
Yeah.
Because when I first saw the story, and then when they both denied it, I was just like, well, maybe it did happen where like he was with his wife and she was with her husband, and maybe there was like another couple, and they're like, hey, we know each other. Like, I don't know. There's a possibility of that.
Okay.
But they were like, no, it's 2 other girlfriends and like two other like dude friends.
According to another eyewitness. Oh no, I'm sorry, 3 other eyewitnesses to the New York Post.
Spies. They're spies. They employ spies.
They told the New York Post that they did not.
That's a magic number.
Thank you.
They did not see anyone else with Vrabel, 50, and Rousini, 43. Asked if the Pats coach visited the hotel with a group of friends, one eyewitness said, no. He was with a girl. And our sequence of photographs taken at various points during the day show only Vrabel and Rousini. So again, now you have to take the New York Post at their word, but these pictures are taken throughout the day at a private bungalow, private rooftop access. Apparently there are friends there. No one else saw him. One eyewitness probably works there, said, oh no, he was with a chick. And they took pictures throughout the course of the day. And the only two ever spotted were, again, these two, including in a hot tub. Real quick, Keith, couple more points.
Yeah.
The adults-only ambiente prides itself on being a romantic getaway.
Looked like it.
Posting on its website about the 158 proposals that took place and the thousands of anniversaries and honeymoons that have been celebrated at the hotel. The coach told Page Six on Tuesday, these photos show a completely innocent interaction, and any suggestion otherwise is laughable. This doesn't deserve any further response. Rousini said the photos don't represent the group of 6 people who were hanging out that day. They definitely don't.
We didn't see any of these people.
Like most journalists in the NFL, reporters interact with sources away from stadiums and other venues, a.k.a. in hot tubs. I'd say most do that for sure.
How do you think I got all my Bruins scoops? Just me in a hot tub, just hanging out.
Sal Pal and Belichick, which is they love to good schwitz is what they love.
Well, that was my other thought, is because I know some on the Twitch are accusing us of being TMZ, but I'm just thinking between like Bill Belichick, Ime Udoka, and Mike Vrabel, it's been quite a run here over the last 3 or 4 years for Boston coaches.
I mean, just again,
yeah.
Like, do I know what happened? I have no idea what happened.
Yeah,
but like, what does it look like? And does Vrabel deserve the benefit of the doubt just because he's your football coach and he won 14 games last year and got you to a Super Bowl? No. Does Rousini deserve the benefit of the doubt? Definitely not, based on some of the accusations. Not to make her into the home wrecker. Vrabel's equally guilty of this.
Right. They're both the same in that regard. Like they're both married. And then, I mean, Diana Rousini, some know about the past when she was covering, I guess then the Redskins, now the Commanders. You can dig into that if you want.
I'd forgotten about it. Let's circle back to it, but continue with your.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, so there is that part of it too, where you're like, well, if people, benefit of the doubt type of thing, you're like, well, I don't know, based on what happened before. Now, bottom line, does this matter? Probably not. I don't think it matters to their personal lives, and it's going to matter to.
Does it matter because it's a reporter and like a pretty prominent national reporter?
She's wrong all the time.
Okay, well, I know you know that. I know you know that and have gone at great lengths to point that out.
Yeah.
But I don't know that everybody knows that, and I don't know that everybody looks at it that way. They look at her.
Well, I mean, it might affect her, unfortunately, a little bit because people might really kind of side-eye every report she has going forward. Although I think some people did that anyway, based on what happened in Washington.
So I would say, does it matter for like the Patriots on the field? No. I don't think it's going to impact that.
But it is another added to like the list of soap opera stories that have surrounded all these different teams over the years.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Vrabel can probably handle it. I think Vrabel can, get past it.
Yeah.
How does Kraft feel about it? I don't know.
I don't think he cares.
How do members of the fan base care about it? I don't know.
I think it'll be mixed. I think when any of these things kind of pop up, it'll be mixed. It's just like, it's different, obviously, but like the whole Bill Belichick Jordan thing, there's a wide-ranging opinions on that. Some people don't care at all. Some people think it's super gross. Some people think it's awesome. Some people, you know what I'm saying? Like it's everywhere. Everybody's got a different opinion on it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure this one's kind of similar.
Well, and again, so like, do I think it's going to impact when you say, does it matter? Do I think it's going to impact the football team? I really don't.
That's kind of what I mean.
But do I think it matters because it's a journalist covering, allegedly having a romantic relationship with someone she covers? And, like, that's not a good look for Vrabel either. Like, John Farrell and Jess Moran wasn't a great look for anybody either. That'd be on both sides.
Well, I'm sure, and I don't want to speak for female reporters, but I would guess a lot of female reporters are not thrilled with this because they're like, sometimes there's an assumption which is unfair anyway, and now you get like one example out of like a million, not a million, but like of thousands, and now people are going to point to this. So I'm sure there are some out there that are like really annoyed. Whether there's truth to it or not, just like the photos of it alone allow people to speculate and run wild. I mean, you were mentioning the memes and stuff on it. Like, there are people. There's no changing their minds. These statements, by the way, which also like, I don't know. Would you have given?
I was just going to say, should he have given a statement? No,
probably not.
No.
If it's really nothing,
ignore it. Let it go away and ignore it.
Or like, if it really was nothing, and you wanted to get out in front of it. Maybe you could make a comment about like the spies and then show a picture of the whole group, but the whole group doesn't exist.
Fine.
You know what I'm saying? But like, if you were like,
you need Grok for that.
You need, right? We need to Photoshop. No, but maybe that's how I would do it. Now, I don't know. Like, I'm sure they both went to like PR people or like, what do we do here? But like, don't you think if you're like, yeah, that's one shot and then scramble together, get like a picture of 6 people at that same hot tub and be like, 5 minutes later, this is what it was like.
Right.
I think people would more likely move on rather than this. And then Diana trying to be like, hey, sources hang out with guys all the time.
We hang out all the time in hot tubs.
Like, I don't think that helps.
Yeah, I'm sure her husband Again, the Shake Shack executive is thrilled where he's like, oh, you're in hot tubs with all these guys.
He's like, guess what? No chicken sandwiches for you. I'm taking the chicken sandwich card away.
I didn't realize this. Vrabel and Rousini go way back, according to the Post.
Okay.
Covering the Tennessee Titans.
See, I don't remember that. I thought
was
she went from
Rousini's
Washington.
first NFL beat. This is what I didn't remember that either. That's what the New York Post says.
I remember Washington, and then that was like a big scandal, and then she went to ESPN, and then she was at ESPN forever. And now she's where? Athletic?
She is at the Athletic. Okay. I mean, technically the New York Times, but it's the
whatever.
Athletic.
Yeah.
She covered the Titans during Vrabel's first season there in 2018.
Oh, okay.
So that just speaks to their long-standing relationship, at least professionally.
Well, we know Vrabel likes a lot of his guys. A lot of the Tennessee guys are here.
Sure does.
So
he sure does. You keep alluding to this, Keith. I had forgotten about it until I read it.
Yeah.
In 2015, Rousini weathered a controversy
Yeah.
when the wife of Washington Commanders, then the Redskins, GM Scott McLuhan, publicly accused them of having an affair.
Yeah, she went like nuts on Twitter.
After the reporter broke a story about Kirk Cousins replacing RG3. This is how long ago that was.
Yeah, right.
Kirk Cousins starting for RG3. Kirk Cousins made $400 million since then.
It was 11 years ago, right? 10, 11 years ago? 15, you said?
Yep. She broke the story. She's the one who broke the story about Kirk Cousins replacing RG3.
Correct.
Jessica McLuhan wrote on Twitter, I'm pretty sure this info is coming from my husband and his new side chick, Diana.
Yeah.
Now that she then deleted it and apologized and all these other things.
He also had a very raunchy tweet, too.
Oh, did she?
Directed at Diana, yeah.
Oh, what was the follow? This is the only tweet they referenced in the story. What was the other one?
Well, I guess I'll tiptoe through this one, Nick. She said she responded directly to Diana. This was on August 30th of 2015.
Uh-huh.
Please tell us how many bleep bleep you had to give to get this story, and did they laugh at you before or after? She like
while you're
directly
down
tweeted
there,
it.
would you mind me?
So she, and then, but then people, so like her Twitter handle was like some weird handle, but the name said Mrs. McLuhan or whatever, like the
yeah.
And
Marshall McLuhan. The medium is the message, Keith.
But then I think there was the whole thing where they were like, "Is this really his wife?" And then the guy,
Oh no,
like,
it was.
It is.
That's my wife.
He's like, confirmed my wife.
He's like, we're happily married.
But then something happened where I think she eventually did she like delete those tweets?
No, she deleted the tweets and apologized.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but that was there for a minute. But it didn't really. I mean, people maybe had like a negative connotation, or they sort of had a way of thinking about Diana Rousini, but she like went to ESPN like right after, or maybe she went to ESPN like maybe this came out when she was there. I forget.
But
it didn't
doesn't say the outlet she was at the time. I'm pretty sure this info is coming from my husband to his new side chick Diana.
Yeah.
And again, maybe we won't read that other tweet yet again. But wow,
I'll leave it there. But but the Athletic also came out, or the New York Times or whatever, the same thing, and the head of it also defended Diana Rousini. So it was like it was statements galore last night after these posts came out. It's still wild that you could just be a spy. Like, what's your job? I'm a spy.
Okay,
you're like, oh, you're like a military spy.
No.
You're like, no, I look for celebrities.
Did you watch? You didn't watch the Lamar Odom doc, right? I watched.
No,
okay.
I didn't watch it.
Honestly, it's not very good.
Okay,
but I mean, these
all they do is like look for Kardashians.
These paparazzi, like, just
what a wild existence.
Low lifes, and like I'm guilty of reading TMZ, and I like all the celebrity gossip and everything too. But like these paparazzi low lifes, and like
it's bad.
Some of what they're asking, Khloe Kardashian or even Lamar, like, and you know, I mean, he had plenty of transgressions.
It's very cringy,
but it's like it's a look at that, and you know, this is like.
Yeah.
What is this? This is they're paying for. They got some kind of tip, so they're paying for a separate bungalow and like shooting pictures all day long of people who think. I mean, they're out of their hotel, but like I don't know, are they taking shots in the windows and things too? Like, I mean, it's a real low life existence.
It's kind of funny that they even knew who these two were, because they're probably looking for the actor, the like musician. They're probably looking for those type of celebrities, and then they see, they're like, I think that might be a famous guy. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, it turns out.
Oh, that's
head coach of the Patriots. Honestly, if they didn't make the Super Bowl, they might have gotten away with it.
Well, I mean, maybe they have been getting away with it, Keith, the way this goes. So anyway.
You rarely get caught on your first time with anything.
No, that'd be real unfortunate.
Yeah.
Just, man, the one time I went to hang out with Diana in a hot tub, we just happened to get photoed there.
Buzzard's luck. Well, they both said nothing happened, so I don't know why you keep talking about it.
Okay, I mean, does it matter for the football team? That's up for debate.
Probably not.
What happened?
No.
I personally think is less up for debate, but I mean, I guess we don't definitively know. I wasn't in the room, Keith.
There was 6 of us there.
I don't quite know all of what happened. But I think if this were Rex Ryan or if this were Aaron Glenn or this was, anybody else who you don't like, I would imagine how you'd all feel about it. So just because Vrabel... Just because Vrabel won 14 games and went to the Super Bowl.
Dice has another good one. But in addition to the Invisible Woman and the Hollow Man,
yeah,
John Cena was there. Like, you can't see me.
Wayno has a name for it on Twitter, Keith.
What is he calling it?
Vrabel and Rousini. He's calling it the Vrapening.
Okay.
That's what he's calling it.
Who knows?
I don't know if that's going to catch on.
I don't know if it will.
617-779-7937. All your phone calls there. It is Jones and Keith live at Fenway today. Let's get to some Would You Rathers. Vrabel, sit this out. You're not participating in the Would You Rathers here, Vrabel. We will get to that right after Trending with Billy Laney.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays 6 to 10.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by Awaken 180 weight loss. The Red Sox got back in the win column with last night's 3-2 win over the Brewers at Fenway. Trevor Story put the Sox on the board with a 2 RBI double, followed by Caleb Durbin's ground out that scored Wilyer Abreu. Garrett Crochet earned the win, going 6 1/3 innings, giving up 2 runs on 5 hits and striking out 7. The rubber match in this series is this afternoon. First pitch is at 1:35. You can hear the call of the game with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaws and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860. Sox lineup is out, looks like this. Roman Anthony is in left. Andrew Monasterio is at short. Wilson Contreras at first. Wilyer Abreu in right. Trevor Story's the DH. Caleb Durbin's at third. Carlos Narvaez is the catcher. Cedon Rafaela in center. And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is at second base. Sonny Gray will get the start for the Sox in the series finale against the Brewers' Shane Drone. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show with Joe Weil at 12:35. Today, the Red Sox placed right-handed pitcher Justin Sllayton on the 15-day IL with a right oblique strain and recalled pitcher Tyler Samaniego from AAA Worcester. The Bruins have now dropped 4 in a row after last night's 6-5 overtime loss to the Hurricanes in Carolina. Morgan Geekie scored a hat trick in the loss, and Jacob Slavin netted the game winner for the Hurricanes 113 into overtime. The Bees are still at the top seed in the wild card with a 4-point lead on the Ottawa Senators. Bruins are back on the ice Saturday afternoon, taking on the Lightning at the TD Garden. And the Celtics are winners of 4 in a row after last night's 113-102 victory over the Hornets. Jaylen Brown once again led Celtics scorers with 35 points and 9 rebounds. Caesar back on the court tomorrow night in New York, taking on the Knicks. With the win tomorrow night, the Celtics can clinch the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. Free for life, just saying that. You already know I'm referring to Awaken 180. They're the only company providing it. Fast, proven weight loss, and fast, proven weight loss, and then keep it off thanks to free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com. I'm Billy Laney. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Original WEEI.
WEEI.
New England Sports Original.
can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you can get with this, but this is where it's at. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. You can get with this, or you can get with that. I think you get with this, but this is kind of that. Come on.
Would You Rather Wednesday, Jones and Keefe. It is brought to you by Avelinos. If you're planning a corporate meeting or private party, book their beautiful and spacious function room for up to 100 guests. Go Avellino.com. Excellent food there. And again, a great place to host a function, as it were, at Avelinos. A lot of people waiting patiently at 617-779-7937 on Mike Vrabel and Diana Rousini. We can maybe get to some of those coming up. But in the meantime, let's get to some of these Would You Rathers. Billy, what's first up?
Would you rather live in St. Louis or Milwaukee?
Have you been to both?
So I've only been to St. Louis.
Oh.
Now, last time we talked about St. Louis,
That might have already made the decision for you if you've been there. Yeah.
I got in a little hot water. We had somebody contact the station. So you can remember this? You can go to like WEEI.com and you can like air your grievances, I guess. And I think Ken might read them and then forward them to us.
Yeah, we get them actually shockingly infrequently. But yeah, no, you can direct them right to Keefe at WEEI.com. Or
you can do that. No, that's go right to
Or
me.
you can just complain right to our boss. But yeah, this
was
St. Lunatic
really
was not happy
with how much I did not care for St. Louis. Because I've been once, only maybe a couple of nights. It wasn't like a whole thing. And I didn't care for it. It was not my favorite city I've been to. So vis-a-vis, despite the fact that Milwaukee is, I'm sure, very, very cold for a lot of the year, just like it is here. I don't know, like the beer and the brats and all that stuff. It seems like Milwaukee to me would be a no-brainer.
Let me tell you, Keefe, I've been to both, Bragg.
Wow.
And
how long were you in Milwaukee for?
A night. It was Celtics Bucks.
Oh, that's right.
I believe I talked about this recently. It was the day of Michigan Ohio State. So I went out, I watched the game.
Oh, that's cool.
Giannis played against, it was a young Giannis. I don't remember the year. What year were we at all those games? Whatever year that was.
Brad Stevens' first year, right?
They were in Milwaukee. So we got in on a Friday night. We were there on a Saturday. I hung out, walked around on Saturday, and it was dead cold. It had I'm sorry. It was during the game, so November. When
it was probably 2013 or 14.
November.
Yeah,
it's cold. Let me tell you, it was freezing.
Yeah.
No, Milwaukee I liked. One of Kat's good friends is from St. Louis, and we hung out there for like 4 days.
Does she even like it?
It was like 2 minutes. No, she lives in LA. Yeah. And so, I mean, like she went back to visit her dad and they had a pool and we hung out there and Lucas was young.
Yeah.
And, she was about as close as she was going to be. So we hung out with them for like 4 days. It was like 3 days too long. To me, that's a pretty easy call on Milwaukee over St. Louis. Although, I don't want to get Nelly and the St. Lunatics mad at.
No, I mean, I like Nelly quite a bit. I like Jason Tatum. I like the Kachuk brothers. Like, that's all good. But just funny because the Red Sox are playing home against Milwaukee, then they go to St. Louis. So if you're guys like Will Fleming or Middlebrooks, like I think you'd probably rather flip those two.
Good call. Yeah. What else, Billy?
Would you rather keep the 65-game minimum rule for NBA awards or change it?
Okay. I want to change it, but the belly aching from the players is starting to annoy me and making me want to dig in on the 65-game threshold a little bit.
This year, all of a sudden, there seems like there's many examples of guys just missing it.
But
because the rule's been in place for a few years now.
Correct. So do you think this year is just like a weird freak outlier and they shouldn't cave to overreacting to it? Or do you think this is going to be like, do you think we're going to have more years like this where guys are dropping like flies right around the 65-game threshold?
It's possible. I think because I like the spirit of the rule. I hate when guys are just sitting out and they're not hurt and they're missing all these games. And they've already tried to change it with the primetime games and change it with the back-to-back. They want guys to play. But we've seen now so many different injuries that I feel like 60 games. It's 5 less. It's essentially, 3/4 of the season. I think I can wrap my head around 60 games. Like, so you missed 22. That's a lot. But you played in 60. That's also plenty. Good round number. You get to 60. That would include guys like Edward this year alone. Edwards, Wembayama, Cade Cunningham, like they would all already qualify for it.
Do I think moving it from 65 to 60 is a big deal? No, I don't. But now you know what that's going to do. Now the guys who get to 58 and 59 games, it's like every year they expand the tournament.
Oh, I know.
They're like, it's 64 teams, now it's 68. What's the difference? Well, now the 69th and 70th team cry about not getting in instead of 65 and 66.
But I think
and like you move that line, you're just going to move where people complain.
Well, some would argue there should be no minimum. And so you could be like Mike Trout and play 110 games, and these baseball writers are voting for him for MVP. I feel like this prevents LeBron from automatically making it because every voter is going to put LeBron on there if he played 40 games. So I like the idea of the rule. This year it's been pretty tough, so I don't mind if they shaved 5 games down, but then I wouldn't budge from there.
Yeah, and just I hope this is a message to guys who, take these load management games early in the year and they're like, wow, there's 5 games left. I'll just play in the last 5. Well, you might roll an ankle, and that stinks, but you shouldn't have sat out all these games earlier. And, I like the spirit of the rule. If you're telling me, again, let's change it from 65 to 60, do I think that is a huge deal? I don't. But just if you show you're going to change it one time and overreact to what I think is an outlier year, I don't think we haven't gotten before. I don't think you're going to get again. All these prominent players getting hurt in games 62, 64, 61, whatever it is. I don't want to overreact to that because if you move it once and you have another weird year like this around the 60 game mark, then you're going to have to move it again, and you've already sent the message you're going to move it again. So, look, the belly aching from the players has me a little more dug in. I think at this point I'd keep it. What else, Bill?
Would you rather have a Red Sox Cooler Cup or a Roman Anthony bobblehead?
Keith?
Guess what? Your boy just went out and bought himself one of these cooler cups. I got the cooler cup. I would answer it the cooler cup, and I like a bobblehead. I'm pro bobblehead.
Show that.
I bought it.
Yeah, he actually.
Nick, you think they're going to give this to me?
I
went and bought it.
What did the guy tell you at the stand?
Oh, he's like, they did sell out of them right away. Because I'm like, everybody said they're selling out of them, and the guy was like, we did. He's like, we sold out of them quickly, and right now there is a ton of high school kids here.
Yeah,
there's a ton of kids under 21 that are here. He's like, if it was like a normal crowd, he said, he's like, they probably would have already been sold.
Yeah, it was like a 7 p.m. game.
And
a bunch of drinking.
Because he had a whole box of them. Because I'm like, hey, do you know if they have any of these like green cooler cups? He just like looked at me and like, I'm like a moron.
I have answered that question 100 times already, and it's 11 o'clock in the morning.
And I was like, hey, can you just put water in mine?
So, wink. So what is in there? You're claiming water.
It's water. You can get them with vodka lemonades. You can do that if you're over 21 and you're, feel so inclined. But I just said, no, not for me, sir. I'm working. I'm on the clock.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Like, I'm not as young. And the thing looks very cool, Keith. Don't get me wrong.
It's super cool.
That looks great.
You don't like it?
No, I do like it.
You want the bobblehead?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know that I'm as keen on them as you are.
I don't know.
I acknowledge the cool look of it. I just can't imagine I'm going to use that much in my everyday life. That's
you're out of your mind.
How many
you
ounces?
use it all the time.
How many ounces would you
Crowd's
say that
fired
is?
up over here.
12, is that even 12 ounces?
I don't know the ounces.
It looks small to me. I can't imagine.
Well,
put it in your hand.
You're a sizist.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
And so I would imagine that I wouldn't use it very often, but like, you know what I have zero use for?
A bobblehead?
None. Now,
Really?
I know you disagree with me.
I like bobbleheads. I got a whole bunch of them at work. Got them all set up.
So you would take both.
No, the question on like how many ounces in here is fair. I think maybe when I go home, I'll pour like a beer in there and
do a video.
See, I'll do a video.
You could make one of your Long Island iced teas in there.
No,
no,
not enough room for mixers.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4
you're out. It's already full.
Mississippi, 6 Mississippi,
Here's what you
7
do.
Mississippi, 8 Mississippi.
I got a remedy.
It's overflowing at this point.
I get a nice vase or a vase, and I make it, and then I pour it into this. So then you end up drinking it out of this, but you don't just make it in that.
Yeah.
So it's still got a lot of use.
Yeah.
And it's the green one. They have a yellow one, too, which I don't care for. The green one, I'm all for.
I do like both. You don't like the yellow uniforms. I like their Connect uniforms, but this is the better one and the better color. You made a good call.
So I'm excited about this.
What's the last one, Bill?
Would you rather have a pet cat or a pet ferret?
So I have to ask from time to time. Why the ferret? What's the debate here?
Well, so 2 reasons. One, we just had a cat madness story yesterday.
Cat, I get. It was caught in the recliner.
Well, the other animal was a burro, and I wasn't gonna. You're not gonna have a pet burro, so I was like, cat or what else? And dog's too easy an answer.
Right.
And the last time I was at Pet Supplies with Georgie picking up pet supplies, we saw like the fish tank. Then they have like a gerbil tank. Then they had a poor ferret kind of hanging out in the cage. And I was like, I kind of want that guy.
Oh, no.
I kind of want a ferret. Now, Katie's like scared of him. Katie would not allow it.
I don't think you do.
I think I do.
I don't.
You would have we'd have a mouse problem ever in your house. They would take care of that, no problem.
A domestic ferret? A cat would take care of your mice. A domestic ferret is going to take care of the mice?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you sure?
Ferrets are cool. Yeah, well, remember how much I had the ermines and how much I like the ermines?
Yeah, those are wild.
They're similar.
This is from a pet store.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would have to teach him.
Bred to be domestic.
I would have to teach him how to do it.
A cat will get rid of your mice. I guarantee a cat will get rid of your mice.
I like an ermine, though, and I like a ferret, sort of like a weasel type creature.
Yeah.
Remember the weasels from Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, it's why
you're hilarious.
That's why you work with me.
That's why I work with the sports weasel.
He's a weaselish human.
So I would take a ferret. And I think it's a good conversation starter because people see a cat, they're like, oh, you have a cat. Like, oh, you have a ferret
I think it's a
running around in here?
conversation stopper. I think. You think that's a conversation starter?
Oh, yeah, people come over like, oh, they think Keith has a ferret.
You Homer Simpson right out of the conversation when you learn Keith's a ferret.
Yeah, I might have 2 or 3 ferrets around here.
Yeah, no,
Keep your
look.
eyes peeled.
Look, I can tolerate a cat. I'm married to one. I can tolerate a cat in the house. Like, am I gung-ho?
No.
Do I want one? Am I gung-ho about it? No.
no.
Would it be low on my list of pets? Sure. But it's higher than ferret.
Ferret, I think, is pretty cool. I think
Those
people
things-
are sleeping on ferret.
Those things, I'm not telling you a litter box smells great. Those things stink.
Ferrets
They smell.
stink?
They smell.
Give them a little bath.
You were just in the,
Give them a little bath.
You were just in the pet store. You didn't notice the stink?
Well, that's not. I'm not going to put all that on the ferret.
Yeah, but
The whole
when you
thing
walk over to the ferret cage and it stinks more.
All right, what about a guinea pig? You'd rather have a guinea pig than a
No.
ferret?
Well, no. Do I want a guinea pig? Is what I was.
No.
answering.
I know you don't want a guinea pig.
I
Nobody.
think I'd rather have like a hamster or a guinea pig than a ferret.
No,
I think so.
Because ferrets, you can let them out. They're pretty intelligent.
Right. Guinea pig, I just wouldn't feel as bad just living in the cage. I'm like, yeah, you're in there. You're not really looking to do anything. I feel like a ferret, I just constantly feel bad that he's trapped in his cage.
I think a ferret might.
Then you let him out and he's getting like, stuck in your
liner
air vent or something.
Yeah, I mean, he might clean it for all you know. It sticks to his fur. He's like a little duster. I think he'd curl up on a couch with you.
Yeah.
If anybody has a ferret, text into the show. Let me know if you like it or not.
Yeah.
And if it was a mistake or if you want to get more ferrets.
And then in a separate text, let us know if you have any friends or not. I would like to know that.
Well, they could be a good substitute.
That's true. Would you rather Wednesday on Jones and Keith, brought to you by Avelinos. We'll get to your phone calls maybe at 617-779-7937. And we have the hashtag Dork Minute with Rich Keefe next.
WEEI.
Don't spoil it. Do not spoil it. What's going on?
Make sure you subscribe to the
Hashtag Dork Podcast.
All right, back here on Jones and Keefe. What a day, Jones. Just a little bit of everything going on. You had 3 out of 4 teams in action last night. You're the head coach of the other team, also in the news. So we've got a lot to discuss. Red Sox get a big W. Celtics with another win. We got Pure Hoops coming up at high noon.
Oh, yeah, Terp is live here, by the way.
Live at Fenway.
He just waltzed through, gave some good ferret talk.
Day baseball.
Ken texted you.
Oh, yeah, I got an update
too.
on ferrets. So I'm interested in ferrets. I would never be allowed to get a pet ferret because Katie's an absolute no on that.
Yeah.
That wasn't even like a maybe. You know how sometimes when you get a no, it's like a soft no, and you're like, I can work on that.
She's smart.
No, that was a no way. Ken said, and he identified this as a sick brag ahead of time. He said he had a high school friend who owned a ferret.
You could have just stopped there, a high school friend.
Yeah. Good for you, dude.
Brag,
Good
Ken.
for
Nice.
you.
Good
That's
for you.
cool.
Cool.
He said high anxiety environment. Thing was crawling everywhere all the time and had sneaky sharp claws.
Yeah, I don't think it's that sneaky. Yeah, they have claws and little sharp teeth. Yeah.
I think it does. It keeps you on your toes, though, right? Sure. You can't relax. He's just like climbing around. You don't know where he is.
Sneaky, sir.
Yeah. He's like John Turturro and Mr. D.
It's a great pet to have, yeah.
But just climbing around. I don't know. I think they're not bad. Now, it's not a dog, but for someone to say you're allergic to dogs, get yourself a ferret.
I get that you don't like cats. I just think you've swung the pendulum too far. Now you want a ferret over a cat.
I do not want a cat, and I feel like I'm going to get outvoted in my house. I've never had a cat. I come from a dog family. We've always had countless dogs.
Yeah.
We didn't even know how many dogs we had. And so, but like Cece, Georgie, and my wife are now even like they've mentioned cats a few times.
Hey, you're outvoted.
And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What?
That's tough. That's life.
I'm like, well, I get a vote. Harrow gets a vote. That's still only 2 votes. Yeah, we're in trouble. All right, as for the Dork Minute, 2 Dork podcasts out there right now, as there is every week. So we reviewed the Super Mario Galaxy movie.
Hey, you hated it.
I did not like it. I gave it a 2 out of 6. Cece gave it a 4. Georgie gave it a 10. Davey saw it with his 2 daughters.
Yep.
Davey gave it a 3.
Uh-huh.
His oldest daughter, Quinn, gave it a 3.
Oh, wow.
And his younger daughter...
How old is she? That's a harsh grade.
Good question. Maybe 11?
Okay.
So she's a little bit older.
Got it.
And then his younger daughter, Tess, gave it a 4.5.
Oh, wow.
So sort of like a wide range there. However, the movie has already...
Georgie is the outlier.
She loved it.
Yeah.
Again, when the credits hit, she just yelled, amazing.
Pure cinema.
She couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah.
Yes, loved it. Loved the movie so much. Wants to know when it's going to be available on TV.
Lucas liked it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
He liked it better than the first one, he said. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't ask him to...
I need a dork score from Lucas.
I'll get one from him.
That's what I'm going to need.
Yeah.
Whether I liked it or not, the movie has made over $400 million worldwide already.
In your face.
And they're gonna make a third one. So the first one came out in 23, this one this year. So I assume 2029 we're gonna get a third one. And at the very end, spoiler, they sort of tease a third one.
Okay. So. Well, just because a lot of people watch and or listen to it doesn't necessarily make it good.
All right. So a movie that I had to see because I don't like. I understand. A movie I had to see. Because there's already like a built-in twist and or reveal. Like this isn't like Courtney telling me, "Hey, no, but Nick, you're gonna hear what I'm saying here." So like the movie, I'm not gonna say what it is. But I'm explaining something.
Oh, you're explaining the Courtney piece to it.
Yes.
I get it.
So there was a sci-fi movie that came out earlier this year, and Courtney was like, "Have you seen it?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And she's like, "Wicked twist!
What a twist!"
That to me is a spoiler.
Okay.
This movie,
even though she didn't tell you what the twist is, she just let you know there's.
I'm
a
just
twist
preparing for it.
And there was no twist.
Yeah, there really wasn't, was there?
Maybe she threw you.
I even asked Nick because we both saw it and we're like, was this what she was talking about?
Maybe she gave you the M Night.
Oh, that's good. A twist of a twist.
Yes.
The movie The Drama, which was actually shot a couple years ago, a lot of it was shot in Boston. Although when you watch the movie, you can't really tell that much that it's a Boston movie. But this is the Robert Pattinson Zendaya movie. It's an A24 movie. They do a lot of like cool, like weird, like horror movies. This is not a horror movie, but it is in the trailer. They're basically telling you something happened. So the premise is these two are going to get married and then something happens.
Okay.
And there's like a scene in the trailer where they're getting their photos taken like before the wedding, and the photographer's like, "All right, smile." Like, really? Like, actually smile. Do your smile face. And they're, like, so awkward with each other.
Got it.
So the whole time I'm like, I need to know what happened.
Got it.
And so I went into the
They were
movie.
probably in a hot tub in Sedona is probably what happened.
Turns out that's what it was.
Really?
Yeah, that's exactly what it
Art
was.
imitating life.
It was a bungalow.
Yeah.
Really good movie, though. I liked it. I went and
Okay.
saw it. I had no idea what the thing was going to be. I found out what the thing was. It's a good conversation to have. And so, yeah, really good movie, the drama.
All right.
I also saw Primate. That's the movie with the chimpanzee that goes nuts.
Okay.
Pretty good. It's what that is. He gets rabies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that what it is, actually?
Yeah.
Rabies?
Oh, yeah.
Not like some outbreak.
No, it's rabies.
Sickness. It's rabies. Okay.
He gets rabies, and really anybody gets in his way. It's a
Okay.
problem. It's a problem for those people.
That was that fox in Worcester the other day. It was running around biting people.
Crime 101 is available right now on Prime, I believe. That came out earlier this year. Chris Hemsworth and Halle Berry. Mark Ruffalo. Pretty good. I enjoyed this movie. Very good. TV. This is like an all-time month for TV, Jones. So the new Darth Maul show is out right now on Disney Plus.
That's the
Star
animated,
Wars.
That's the animated one?
Yeah, it's good though.
Okay.
It's good. 2 episodes in, it's very good. The Boys, the final season of The Boys premieres tonight on Amazon Prime.
Wiggy's been like asking you on and off, like, are you ready for The Boys? It's coming back.
Yeah.
I've heard some of this chatter.
Yeah, awesome show.
Okay.
So let's see if they stick the landing. This is based off a comic book. Speaking of comic books, it's a comic book heavy month. Invincible is still rolling on, and Daredevil Born Again. All those shows are out right now. The Pit is going to have 2 episodes left. It's a Thursday night show. It's a really good show.
Okay. A little gross.
A lot gross. A lot gross.
But
a lot gross.
if you're not squeamish, you can watch it. Yeah.
Speaking of that, the Lamar Odom doc is out. I know you've seen it. You talked about the Lamar Odom doc. You said it's fine.
I like Lamar Odom as a player. I thought they should have covered his prelude, his career a little bit more. They were lacking in all that. But if you want like the Kardashian level TMZ drama, there's tons of that.
So I probably will skip it. I did see that same Untold series on Netflix is also doing a Jailblazers documentary.
Oh, hell yeah.
The early 2000s Portland Trailblazers, who I loved, like the Rasheed Wallace, Bonzi Wells.
J.R. Ryder.
Yeah, Ryder, David Mighty Mouse.
Yep.
Detlef Schrempf and Scottie Pippen and kind of overlap with some of those guys.
Huh.
They had Stacey Ogman, the Plastic Man.
Yeah.
They had some good stuff. And then the last thing, I know Billy's in on this. April 22nd, Netflix is going to have a Hulk Hogan documentary.
What are they covering in that?
Well, apparently his last ever interview is involved in this. He's now looking up at us.
Haas in the sky. Haas somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think he's looking. He's gonna be looking up at us. Watch this documentary is my guess. But yeah, the Hulkster and the real American beer, brother.
Yeah,
he's gonna be. I will watch that April 22nd. WrestleMania a week from this weekend. By the way, we're sneaking up on WrestleMania 42.
Yeah, no,
the showcase of the Immortals.
Where is that?
Vegas this year.
No, I'm sorry. Where is the stream? Is it
oh
Netflix?
God, good question. Where? No, it's like that ESPN Unlimited. I think
Unlimited.
they're going to air the first hour on ESPN, and then you have to switch over to that ESPN Unlimited.
Okay,
that's the 18th and 19th, I believe.
All right,
there you go. There's the Dork Minute.
Okay, hashtag Dork Minute every Wednesday with Rich Keefe. We are live today at Fenway Park, and we're brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water, and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Short program today, little day baseball. Red Sox and Brewers at Fenway Park. Pregame gets started 12:35-ish. First pitch a little after 1:30 here on your flagship station for the Boston Red Sox. WEEI. Jones and Keefe going to hang out with the Wow Thing for a little bit during pregame, so stick around for that. Joining us here at Fenway next to talk some Celtics, Pure Hoops with Justin Turpin.
Jones and Keefe.
Charlotte's they're going to be good.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they're going to be tough. If they're playing us, whoever they're playing, it's not going to be easy. But that was a great fourth quarter by the Seas. And Charlotte has some things to figure out in their fourth quarters.
Celtics put the throttle down, coming down to the wire. They beat the Hornets by 11.
High noon, Jones and Keith here on WEEI live at Fenway Park, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Celtics beat the Hornets last night, 113-102. Terp was there. Justin Turpin of WEEI joins us for Pure Hoops, live from Fenway Park. Thanks for coming all the way down to Fenway, Terp.
Thanks, Terp. Anything for you guys, of course.
The Twitch chat is already saying, wow, they're accusing us of making you come all the way to... You were going to be here anyway.
I was going to be here anyway, but there was more incentive to come here and do it here.
Absolutely.
I agree with that. You heard Scal last night saying that, well, that Charlotte team might be a problem for some teams. They got to figure some things out in the fourth quarter. Celtics win the fourth, 23-15. The Celtics lost. I think the Hornets are a good team. This makes me feel better about that matchup. I would have picked them either way, but it makes me feel better that they might be able to roll over Charlotte in a postseason matchup based on their last two wins. However, beating the Hornets does make it more likely that will be a first-round matchup, right? The way the standings break. If the Hornets got that win, maybe they're closer to the 6th seed. Right now, they're the 9 seed, a half game out of 7th and 8th. So it makes it more likely this will be the first-round matchup.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like that. The Philadelphia is starting to pull away a little bit with that 7 seed, so we're really looking at that 8. And, yeah, I mean, if it is to be Charlotte, I left that game kind of looking at it like the Celtics have a ton of defensive weaknesses on that team that they can attack. Like, look at Concanipple, obviously, LaMelo Ball. So there are avenues for the Celtics to attack them defensively. I also think it's just kind of a young team, and we saw it at the beginning or at the end of the third quarter last night where the Celtics closed on a 10-0 run and then outscoring, what was it, 23-15 in the fourth quarter. Like, I thought that really showed the Celtics like championship medal and that championship pedigree that they have. And that was a playoff-like atmosphere. I mean, it was the refs let a lot of stuff go. It was a physical game, and the Celtics were up for the challenge.
Yeah, I think it's a fun team, Charlotte, and I think they're one that like in a couple of years is going to be one to like, and maybe if they all stay together and they continue to develop, you'll look back and be like, hey, they needed this like playoff appearance. Remember the year they got swept by the Celtics in the first round, and then they learned something, and then the next year they were better, and the year after that they were better. I look at them as out of that group of like 4 teams, sure, they'd be the toughest one, but what does that even mean? Maybe they don't
talking 5-game series.
Yeah, that's how I view it.
Gentleman's sweep, yeah.
And it'll be entertaining. Like, they got a bunch of guys that could shoot from forever. Like, Knipple's a really fun player to watch, as is Ball, as crazy as he can be. But not like a real... oh no, like if you face them, like you're in serious jeopardy of losing the series. I don't see that at all.
Yeah, I'm not really there with any team in the first round.
Right.
Like, I think Charlotte does pose some problems, specifically with their three-point shooting. Like, they're one of the best three-point shooting teams in the league. And for how much they shoot the three ball, they shoot it wicked efficiently. I think they're like 3rd in percentage, which is kind of crazy when you have that kind of volume.
And the Celtics stink at defending the three. And you've made this point before. For a team that values threes so much offensively, they kind of ignore it defensively.
We saw it last night with LaMelo for a little while. And then Jordan Walsh kind of changed that game when he came in the third quarter. I think LaMelo reached like 32 or 34 points early in the third quarter, or 32, and then Jordan Walsh kind of took him out of the game. He only scored free throws from there on out. So, yeah, the three ball with Charlotte does kind of worry me with them because you know how important that is against the Celtics if you're going to keep pace with this offense. So there are problems that Charlotte presents to the Celtics, but I don't really look at any of the potential first-round matchups and being like, oh, the Celtics could be on upset alert on these ones.
Do you guys like LaMelo? Like, do you like his game?
Oh, no, I don't necessarily love his game. I like the idea of LaMelo Ball. I think he's a very entertaining player. I like the idea that somebody like him, just like how I view Trae Young. Like, I don't think you're going to win anything.
Yeah, he's
with
like
Trae
a
Young.
taller Trae Young.
Yeah, you have a better chance with Ball. I don't think he's quite a liability that Trae Young was, but it's like you sprinkle talented guys like that around the league. They could go off for 25, 30 points a night or more, and they're like a fun 6, 7, 8, 9 seed in the Eastern Conference. So it's like it adds to the overall talent and potential star power of the league, but I don't really take him that seriously.
I also think he's like their 3rd best player.
He might be.
Con Knipple and then Brandon Miller are both better than him, I think. I mean, he benefits a lot from the gravity that those guys present, specifically Con. Like, the guy's shooting like 40% from 3 on 8 attempts. It's wild what he's been doing. So
yeah, he's not.
LaMelo kind of benefits from that. It is pretty cool to watch him shoot all these one-legged threes. Like, it's one thing to see it on TV.
Fun.
It's like, feels like he's doing this all the time. Then you're watching it last night. He's like always kicking up one leg. I'm like, this is kind of incredible.
Like, I don't think he'll ever win a title. I think unless he is.
It's too James Harden, too Trae Young. It's too cheap of a game.
He's got to be better defensively.
I also think like 10 years from now, because the guy's super young. 10 years from now, if he is some team's like sixth man and they use him a certain way, maybe he wins that way. And you're like, oh, remember how good he was?
Right. But as like a top 3 player on a championship,
no, he'll never win.
You're not winning with that. I agree with that.
I agree with that as well.
So no, do you think Knipple's going to win Rookie of the Year? Or you think Flagg buried that the last couple of games?
I think he's buried it the last couple of days. I mean, when Cooper Flagg got hurt a couple weeks ago and Knipple jumped him very briefly in the odds, I thought that was mainly because of the injury. But Rookie of the Year doesn't apply for the 65 games. So I think people were looking at that like Cooper might not qualify, but that doesn't apply to Rookie of the Year. So it was never really going to be an issue there. So I think
Knipple should win. I think Cooper Flagg, if you want to say he's going to be the better player, fine. Yeah, the more impressive week, clearly, and he's going to sway voters based on the week. But I think when you looked at both teams, I don't know, like, Charlotte's so much better than Dallas, and he's been a bigger part of like more important games that I kind of think Knipple deserves it more.
Does the attention kind of get to Cooper Flagg here, though, where everyone's been talking about Cooper Flagg for a lot of this year, where it's almost like that narrative is being pushed out, like something crazy would have to happen? I mean, Knipple broke the 3-point rookie shooting record in what?
Like
January?
Months ago.
February?
I kind of think that Flagg will win because he's closing so strongly.
But if you had to vote,
I would vote Knipple.
I think that's going to be closer than people think. I'd probably still lean Cooper Flagg.
It could be Co. Didn't they do Co-Rookie of the Year one year?
Yeah,
Was it
that's so lame, though.
Jason Kidd
Yeah.
or somebody did?
That's so
it.
lame. I agree. You got to pick one for sure.
Yeah. Well, no, it'll come down to voting, so it's not like each voter will vote for somebody, but like they could tie. Like it could be that close.
I would probably lean Cooper Flagg just because the stuff he's done we really haven't seen from a rookie.
Vucevic last night struggled a little bit. He had that one nice post move, and then that was pretty much it for his offense. Took a bunch of attempts.
He doesn't look good.
No. And he still has 3 games to sort of tune it up before the playoffs, but how do you feel about him right now, and what's your expectation?
Yeah, he needs to be better. And you mentioned the post-ups. Like, he was kind of inefficient in his post-up numbers before getting here. When he was still at Chicago, he was kind of inefficient, and that's translated here as well. But, I mean, right now, with the way Garza was playing as well, like, those chants and those calls for Garza to come back and play over him are only going to get louder. But, I mean, you do have to give him some time. Obviously, he's only played 14 games as a Celtic, got hurt the first game that Jason Tatum returned. Those two haven't really played as well together. And also, like, I feel like he's getting good looks from 3, and he's just not knocking them down, which is weird for a guy that shot so efficiently throughout his career. So I think you do have to be a little bit patient with him, but obviously understanding that you're running out of time here. You're in the final week of the season. You're done on Sunday. You'd imagine with the back-to-back Thursday, Friday, not everyone's going to play those games, so you're really starting to run out of time here, which is why I think it'll be beneficial that you look at them in the first round and be like, okay, you should be the favorite to beat any of these teams, and you can kind of ramp up there as well.
I'm not saying he won't be a factor, but he doesn't look good right now.
No.
Maybe that makes sense. He just came back, but I just evaluating how he's looked, I don't think it's been great. Let me tell you something that I have noticed, and Terp, you watch it a lot closer than I do. I'm flipping back and forth between Bruins games and Red Sox games, so maybe it's just standing out to me and it doesn't stand out to you, and I'm reading too much into it. Because it's late in the year, I feel like teams are starting to attack Pritchard more. I don't know if you've noticed that, but like the Toronto game I thought was pretty obvious. Ingram was scoring on him at will.
Oklahoma City did it a few weeks ago.
I thought they were starting to do some of that last night. Knipple wasn't hitting, but I thought they were attacking Knipple, or Knipple was attacking Pritchard, rather, when they were on the floor. Do you think that because that's late in the year, we're starting to get into the postseason, teams are doing that more, or have they just been doing that all year and I'm just reading into something that isn't there?
It's been him and Hauser that they try to target. We saw that again last night. So it really isn't anything new, because really when I think people look at towards the end of the year, people are like, oh, teams are starting to show a little bit more or whatnot. Like at this point, they've already played 79 games. You've shown everything that you have. And there's no such thing as like, oh, we're not going to show this look against like the Knicks on Thursday because we might see them in the second round. Like you've done everything. You play 79 games. Like you've done at this point. You've kind of shown everything you've got. So it has been something consistent all year long. And I think Pritchard is a good defender, just given his size. Like obviously he's going to have his limitations, right? He's the smallest guy on the court. But I think him and Hauser are good enough defensively where they can have guys that help them on the baseline and all that. So yeah, it has been something all year long, but I don't think it's necessarily a big.
You don't think it's ramping up?
No,
It feels to me a little bit like it's ramping up, but maybe I'm reading too much into
Uh,
that.
Knicks tomorrow in New York. Obviously, last time Jason Tatum played there is where he tore his Achilles. He was asked about it, and he gave a really long answer where the end was, it's another game. But the whole buildup to it was like, well, I'm back, so I can't avoid games. It's not ideal. Like
Do you want it? I have it in front of me if you want.
If you want part of it, but like the gist of it, yeah, go ahead.
He said, I've thought about it, going back to MSG. I'm not like thrilled to go back and play there. Last time I played there, obviously, was a traumatic experience for me. I knew at some point I'd have to get over the hurdle and play again, so it's going to have to be this Thursday. It's not like I'm thrilled about it. Second time he's
right. Well, the thrilled part came part of because the question he was asked if he's looking forward to going back to New York.
Yeah, so sometimes thrilled wasn't in the question though.
No, but he was like, "Are you looking forward to it?" And he was like, "No, I'm not thrilled about it."
He says, "I'm not skipping certain games. I can't play back to backs, but I decided to come back and play." So it's just
he did confirm he's going to play that one.
So I guess the positive here. So I think it's like it's still in his head.
Oh, for sure.
He's looked great, and I get it.
But why?
The court. It's a house of horrors for him, Jones.
I guess, but like it could have happened anywhere. Why would MSG has nothing to do with it?
Yeah, but it's like the mental aspect.
Just the mental aspect of going
guess.
back there.
I guess. But they're probably going to face each other in the second round. So the easiest, the best way to spin this would be like, all right, at least
get it out of the way in the regular season.
You get a chance to go out there and play there. But like, I wonder, like, how much of a big deal is it for him to go back there?
I think it'll be a big deal in the moments leading up to the game.
Yeah.
And, when he's out there warming up, of course, it's going to run through your mind. Yeah. Like, obviously, it's like for a guy that's been so healthy throughout his career, the first major injury, and it's a pretty significant one. Like, that's going to be on his mind when he takes the floor. But it's kind of one of those things that, like, once you get going, it feels like it's just basketball.
Yeah, I would think like once up and down the floor.
Yeah, similar to when he first, when he came back against Dallas, and he even admitted to it. He was like, I was kind of pressing a little bit. I was a little bit anxious. Like he hadn't done this in a little while. So I think it's the same thing, kind of when he first came back. Just you're going back to where you suffered the injury, so it's understandable why he feels that way. But I think once it gets going and you're just playing basketball, it's just back to what you've been doing the last couple of months and your entire life.
This is relevant to Jaylen Brown in some ways. I think it locked up first team All-NBA for Jaylen, and I guess some down ballot MVP votes as well, because
might not be that down ballot depending on who's available.
Well, but I'm saying it locked up down ballot.
Yeah.
Because Luka's not getting to the threshold. Cade, although Cade isn't he back practicing?
Yeah, he got reevaluated last week, but he's back like doing some on.
Okay, I saw him listed as questionable. Maybe I misread it.
He was doubtful.
Okay,
yeah, but how many games do they have left?
Not many. I don't know if it's enough to get to the threshold or not. But anyway, the
probably
point
only
is,
3. I don't think he'll hit.
Yeah,
those guys are short of the threshold. Do you think the NBA, two parts, should change it and will change the 65-game threshold?
I think they will change it. I think like the Players Association was going to push back on that, I think, and they will try to change that. And I don't think they completely abolish it, but I think we went through this a couple weeks ago. Like most MVPs, and this pertains to MVPs, like we can go back and look at the All-NBAs, but most MVPs, before this rule was even a thing, were hitting 65 games or pretty close to it anyway, and the only ones that didn't were in shortened seasons or whatever it may be. So I think the voters already did a good job of defying like who was available and weighing that impact, but I think the PA is going to push back on this and be like, at least let's restrict it because think about it, like a guy like for Cade Cunningham, for example, leads the Pistons to the #1 seed, one of the best players in the league this year, an MVP candidate, and is not going to be eligible for All-NBA. Now that could cost him down the line for his contract, right? We saw that with Jaylen Brown.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like that's why so if you're going to keep All-NBA tied to Supermax,
right,
you need to switch that. So like if it was coming up for Luka and Cade like this season, sorry, you're not eligible for that. You missed by 1 game because of this other rule we made. So like 2 strange rules to affect your contract.
I think that's fair. You think the league will do it? Do you think they should do it?
I think they should lower it a little
what?
bit.
Keith says 60.
60.
60 I think is a round number.
I think
65, I was honestly a little bit surprised when they first came out with this rule. I'm like, okay, that's like, on the one hand, you're like 17 missed games. It is a lot of missed games. But like if you're already messing around with that, I feel like a rounder number is just 60. Get to 60 games.
But just given the history of what the voters favored anyway, like if it's close between 2 guys and one played 70 games and one played 60, like history would show that.
But I don't think that rule's not about the voting. That's about incentivizing players to be on the floor and
like
not
load
skip
management.
games. Yeah, it's not really for the voters. It's to get the players out there, which is why with Luka and some of these other guys, I'm like, don't wait to get your last 5 games. And Cade, I think, was an unfortunate one. Your lung collapses. Like, what are you supposed to do? But some of these other guys who get managed,
collapse your lung.
All these other guys who get managed all the time and are like sitting out games, and then they're like, well, I'll just play the last 10. Well, you decided to wait till the last 10 and you rolled your ankle. Like, tough crap. Yeah. I go back and forth on that one because I said this earlier, Terp, I don't know if you heard it or not, but 60 games, move the threshold to 60. What's the big deal at the end of the day? I agree. But now you're going to have somebody who plays in 58 games crying about that threshold, and you're just going to move the line of where people are crying about it. I don't know how much that's going to solve.
At some point, you just have to be like, you need to play. Like, the NBA clearly has its own issues with tanking and all that, which has been a prominent discussion this year, and it's only getting worse towards the end of the year here. Player participation has been a problem over the last couple of years, which is why you have these rules in place in the first place. Like, it shouldn't have gotten to this point where you have to incentivize your players to play. Like, that's just where they're at right now. So it's kind of like, at that point, tough luck. Like, you guys are the reason we're here. Players sitting out are the reason we are here, and it's hurt the product. So at some point, they just have to be like, okay, we can drop it down a little bit, but we're not getting rid of this because we need our guys to play. We don't want people sitting until the postseason and costing, all these good games and whatnot because they're not on the floor.
There's going to be some real wonky third-team All-NBA guys this year.
Yeah, it's going to be weird looking back on this year to be like, that person was All-NBA?
Yeah. Because normally it does a pretty good job where you take a look at the 15 guys and you're like, oh yeah, those guys that season were all really good.
Yeah,
and
you might have like a gripe with like a
random
name,
guy.
but in general, you're looking at it and going, yeah, here's the 15 best guys.
Because now
that's not even going to be close this year.
No, you're going to eliminate 3 or 4 guys, so it's almost like whoever would have been like 4th team All NBA is now going to get recognized. And so it is going to be a little bit strange because the guy leading the league in scoring, Luka, won't be on there. The guy who led the Pistons to the #1 record in the Eastern Conference, Cade Cunningham, won't be on there. And then a few other guys are in jeopardy too, like Wemby. Like Wemby, I think, had a real chance at knocking off SGA for the MVP. And now there's a scenario where he might not even be on any of the All-NBA teams. I don't know. I think some people probably don't care about it. I do. Like, I fixate on that. I think it's a great way of comparing players and making Hall of Fame cases and all that stuff. And so you'd like to see the right players recognized at the end of the year.
It's really the only way you do it because nobody values all-star games anymore.
True.
Like, those are just
those are less important.
So devalued that it's like, how are you going to compare these guys besides like the averages, the per game averages, the totals? Like, it's all NBAs are kind of what it comes down to. So I'm kind of with you where I like it where you're incentivizing the players to play. And again, you shouldn't be in this position anyway. Like, the players should just be playing. But if you're going to have it, then they should adhere to it.
All right, Terp, 3 games left. At New York tomorrow, home against New Orleans Friday, home against Orlando on Sunday. So the next time we talk to you, you'll be gearing up for the postseason. Anything to watch in these final 3 games?
I think we hit on it a little bit earlier. It's Vucevic. Like, you feel pretty good about where this roster's at. They've been awesome since the All-Star break. They've won 11 of their last 13, and that's kind of one of the big question marks. You kind of know that you can trust anyone in their role right now in this rotation. And the guys that all year long we've been talking about, the Cadas, the Walshes, the Shiremans, if they're put in the positions, you can trust them. The one guy you really haven't seen it yet is Vucevic. And you can't look at him and look like he has this great playoff resume because he really doesn't have much playoff experience. You can't circle and be like, you could just count on him to raise his game in the postseason. Now, he is a veteran and he's shown flashes, but you're running out of time here. And obviously the injury came at an unfortunate time of the calendar where, he didn't get a ton of time to ramp up with Jason Tatum, didn't get a ton of time to ramp up with this team as a whole. So I think that's the biggest thing going forward. Just how comfortable can you get Vucevic moving forward? And I think a big part of that as well is the play-in week. They're going to have a week of practices during that week where they can get in the gym and really kind of hone it down as well. So that's the one thing I would circle moving forward.
Okay. He's Justin Turpin. Follow him on Twitter at Justin M. Turpin. Check out all his work at WEEI. He's here at Fenway today for the Red Sox and the Brewers.
Hopefully
but he joins us
today.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
We missed our chance.
Is Yelich back in the lineup?
Yelich, I think, is in there. Yeah,
Sonny Gray also doesn't strike me as the person to ruffle some feathers.
No, he's looking at all the leaves on the trees.
I don't think he's throwing
with a Lorax
fastballs.
All right, Terp, good stuff. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys.
All right, Justin Turpin here at Fenway Park, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Billy Lanny with all the latest in trending, and then we'll look ahead to the final matchup of this series next.
Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending now is brought to you by the 99 Restaurants. The Red Sox got back in the win column with last night's 3-2 win over the Brewers at Fenway Park. Garrett Crochet earned the win, going 6 1/3 innings, giving up the 2 runs on 5 hits and striking out 7. The rubber match in this series is this afternoon. First pitch is at 1:35. You can either call the game with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks right here on 93.7 on the Odyssey app and across the Shaw's and Style Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's and Stock Market, proud to be local since 1860. Sox lineup is out. Looks like this. Roman Anthony is in left. Andrew Monasterio at short. Wilson Contreras at first. William Abreu is in right. Trevor Story is the DH. Caleb Durbin at third. Carlos Narvaez is the catcher. Cedar Rafael Ancena and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is the second baseman. Sonny Gray will get the start for the Sox in the series finale against the Brewers' Shane Drone. Don't forget to tune into the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show with Joe Weil at 12:35. Sox pitcher Johan Oviedo has been shut down for the next 6 weeks due to a flexor strain. As of right now, Oviedo will not need surgery. Bruins have now dropped 4 in a row after last night's 6-5 overtime loss to the Hurricanes in Carolina. Morgan Geekie scored a hat trick in the loss, and Jacob Sllayton netted the game winner for the Hurricanes, 113 into overtime. The Bees are back on the ice Saturday afternoon, taking on the Lightning at the Garden. And the Celtics are winners of 4 in a row after last night's 113-102 victory over the Hornets. Seas are back on the court tomorrow night in New York, taking on the Knicks. With the win tomorrow night, the Celtics can clinch the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. Visit the 99 restaurants the day after the Red Sox win, and kids eat free with every adult entree purchase. The 99 restaurant, the official family restaurant of the Boston Red Sox. I'm Billy Lanny. That's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
WEEI. WEEI.
it felt, with the weather, it was tough. But we'll check on him, but he's healthy.
Jones and Keefe, we're live at Fenway Park today. Brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. We'll get your game ready for the Red Sox and the Brewers pregame with the Wow Thing.
Wow Thing. We're just a few minutes away.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
A couple short minutes away from the Wow Thing.
And we're going to hang out with the Wow Thing for a little bit of pregame here.
Damn right.
So keep it locked in as he gets you game ready for the rubber game between the Red Sox and Brewers today at Fenway Park. You concerned at all about Chapman? Cora brushed it off there. Velocity was down last.
It was cold. It's cold today. It's going to be cold for a lot of these games earlier in the season. So I think he's a guy that we thought can't really improve on last year.
Correct.
Like not to be a downer here, Jones, but he was so good. Like I don't remember him giving up runs. Like he was a machine last season.
I think we were talking about this with Hart one day. It was the same analogy as Cal Raleigh. I'm like, Cal Raleigh may not hit 60 home runs again, but if he cuts it in half, he's still hitting there's a lot of room for Chapman to still have a really good year and drop off.
Yeah.
So just know what we're saying. Not expecting as much out of him doesn't mean we're predicting him to be bad. I think it'd be really hard to replicate last year. I'm with you.
He had a 1.17 ERA for the season.
Keith, late in the year, you were begging for him to give up a run just to get it out of the way before the postseason.
Enough's enough. 85 strikeouts in 61 1/3 innings a year ago. Was 7th in the Cy Young.
Yeah, he's incredible.
So he's going to be worse. And so there, I think, will be the occasional game where he might not be throwing the heater quite as hard. But I think he's going to be still effective. We put him on the tiers yesterday of not worried. I'm not either. Now, I don't think he's going to, right? There's a difference there. I don't think he's going to duplicate what he did last year, but I still think he's going to be one of the higher end closers in baseball. Like I expect him to be an all-star closer, but that doesn't mean that he goes wire to wire without like a blown save, which clearly, I mean, well, actually it wasn't a blown save, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's going to give up some runs over the course of the year.
Yeah. Yesterday, Keith, you just mentioned the tiers. We had Chapman on the not worried tier. Cora sounds like he agrees, not worried. Velocity was down, cold weather, that's where he goes, fine. We had today's starter, Sonny Gray, on the fingers crossed tiered, along with a number of other players. Much better his last time out. He was really good his final start of spring. He was really bad in his first appearance in the, second game of the year out in Cincinnati. How do we feel about Sonny Gray today?
I kind of like Sonny Gray. You know, I thought I think
you like him more than I do.
I think I must. Last time he was in the American League, he was really good. Got like Cy Young votes then. His last start at home against San Diego, he went 6, gave up 2 runs, didn't walk anybody. He has 1 walk all season. Not going to be a huge strikeout guy, but when you're looking for somebody, I think especially even after Garrett Crochet, where you're like, also don't need like a full bullpen game, right? Like I know his first start he only went 4. I think he's going to be more consistently 5-6 innings. Like 5-6 innings, kind of set your watch to it. Maybe he ends the year with like a 3.8 ERA, somewhere right around 4, maybe under 4. And for most teams, should be good enough to win. Like let's see if this offense can score enough runs for him. But no, I feel more confident in him right now after 2 turns through the rotation than anybody besides Crochet.
So I agree with that. Yeah. We said this earlier. We're like, do your confidence rankings.
Yeah.
I guess I'd have him higher than Connolly early. I'd have him higher than anybody not named.
Those guys are close,
Crochet.
But yeah, I would. Yeah.
But I don't feel super great about it, especially with the lineup that's out there again.
Tough lineup today. A lot of righty sticks.
Back in left field. Story is at DH, which means Monasterio, righty, is at short and batting second. I'm not in love with the lineup.
Monasterio and Durbin in the infield has got to be the weakest hitting infield of all time.
It's up there.
Yep.
and they need this one today to get their first series win of the year. Jones and Keefe wrapping it up here at Fenway. We're hanging out with the Wild Thing.
Wild Thing.
For Red Sox pregame. So stay tuned. We'll get your game ready. Red Sox and Brewers today on WEEI.
Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Now, here's Joe Weil.
Another chance for a rubber match win at home. The Red Sox close out their homestand on another chilly day at Fenway Park, and today they close out their three-game set against the Milwaukee Brewers. From the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio here at Fenway Park, I'm Joe Weil, a.k.a. The Wild Thing. Jones and Keefe hanging with. They'll be joining in a couple minutes, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. A guy named Sonny is on the mound for the Red Sox today, and at least it is that outside, although it feels like another gray day. 40-degree temps again here at America's most beloved ballpark. At least the vibes are up after a much-needed win last night. The Sox are now 3-8 on the season, tied for the fewest victories in baseball with the A's. But last night, the Red Sox pulled out a win when they needed it in the biggest way possible. And as we thought it would be, it was a pitcher's duel between Garrett Crochet and Jacob Mizrowski going into the bottom of the sixth inning. Then with one out, the Sox drew 3 straight walks to knock out the Brewers' young flamethrower out of the game. DL Hall comes in to face Trevor Story, who of course was bumped in the lineup down to the 5 spot a couple days ago. And here is the play of last night's game, brought to you by Nissan. Every Nissan is designed for people who refuse to settle for less. So take life by the wheel and drive it like you mean it. Visit nissanusa.com or your local dealer.
0-2 is ripped into left field. That's a hit. Coming home is Duran. Right behind him, Abreu. TS10. 2-run double. And the Red Sox lead it 2-0.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
A massive swing off the bat of TS10, knocks in 2, gives the Red Sox a 2-0 lead. They'd add on one more in the frame, and it turns out they need it. Garrett Crochet, he leaves the game in the 7th inning with bases loaded and 1 out. It was a 3-1 game at that point, and Zach Kelly was ultimately able to work out of a bases loaded 1-out jam and only allow one more run. Garrett Whitlock and Aroldis Chapman, they locked down the win with scoreless innings in the 8th and 9th, respectively. And Boston takes Game 2 of this 3-game set against the Brew Crew, setting up today's rubber match. And today's first pitch is at 1:35, and today's pitching matchup is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Sonny Gray gets the ball opposite of a former Red Sox farmhand in Shane Drowan, who will be making his major league debut. Gray, he's coming off a win in the home opener last Friday. His ultimate line against the Padres, 2 runs on 4 hits and 6 innings of work. He did not walk a batter, and he struck out 3. And through 2 starts, his leading pitch right now in usage is his sinker and then his cutter, which is a little bit different than last year when he led with 4 seamers and sweepers. Drowan, meanwhile, a former 5th-round pick by the Sox in 2020 out of Florida State, and This will be his first stint in the major leagues. It obviously comes at a fitting venue since he was actually here at Fenway Park in January as part of Boston's rookie development program before the Red Sox traded him in February to the Brewers as part of that 6-player deal. So he gets to start here at Fenway Park in the rubber match of this 3-game set. And with that, we bring in Adam Jones and Rich Keefe here at the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. Guys, before we get into full baseball talk, favorite moon sighting this week? Artemis 2 or the one at Tropicana last night?
Tropicana. How do you do the one at Tropicana?
Oh, man.
That guy tried to make a play. Hey, who hasn't been there, right? You try to make a play, your pants fall off. So I would have to go with that guy.
That is the number one moon sighting.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe of all time.
Of all time.
I know it's up there.
Yeah. No, I would agree. That moment cracked me up. And again, when you hear just a muted broadcast, you know everybody's in trouble. It's the
3-2 pitch.
You know, I mean, Orsillo and Remy, they'd keep those mics going.
Oh, yeah.
When they were yucking it up.
Good point.
But they were not able to do that yesterday. No, that's true. What can you say? What's the Brewers starter again today?
So Shane Drohan,
not Drohan.
No, Drohan.
I was going Drohan.
Like, don't mess with the Drohan.
That's what I was.
That worked well, right?
It's Drohan.
It's Drohan. Yeah,
That's
they
so
have
disappointing.
they have it in their game notes. They say it like Drohan, not Drohan. You guys can see it.
Drohan Atkinson.
There you go.
We missed the game.
Yeah.
That's on us. That's on us. Hand
I
up on that.
I don't read those.
I wanted to start just on the baseball side of things. Let's talk last night. Did that do anything for you guys in terms of change how you feel about this team's start? And, like, if they win today, does it change your perception of how things are going?
You got to start somewhere, right? Yeah. So they're 2-8, it's the worst record in all of baseball, and it's Garrett Crochet on the mound. So you feel like if you give that opportunity up, it's going to take even longer to potentially dig yourself out of that hole. So it was just such a massive need for a win, and then going Crochet and then getting Whitlock and Chapman in there. Story comes up with a clutch hit. So you're grinding, you're going up against a really good starting pitcher on the other side. So, like, after today, they're still 3-8. They're still, they should be a lot better than they are. But it's a good place to start. Then they need to follow it up today, and hopefully Sonny Gray is ready for that.
Yes. Do I feel differently about them? No. But I do think they absolutely needed it, to state the obvious.
Yeah, you would have felt worse if they lost.
Yeah, a Crochet game where if you were going to play it out and Zach Kelly doesn't protect the lead, you blow another lead. And it's another game where now it's not Crochet. You don't know what you're going to get out of Gray. You don't know what you're going to get out of Early. And unfortunately, I think you do know what you're going to get out of Bayo and Ronher Suarez. So now it's like this snowballing effect. They needed to get it. So better than nothing. I'm happy they got it, obviously. Winning today might change my outlook a little bit. Check that first box, your first series win. Brewers are a good team. And then I don't think the Cardinals are very good. Maybe you can build some momentum off of that. So a win today probably has me closer to hoping at least that they bottomed out and maybe believing that maybe they've turned a corner.
And with Sonny Gray on the mound, I think it's really interesting. I think a lot of people, when they acquired him, they thought, okay, he's good, but he's not a number 2 starter. And then you match up some of his numbers with a guy like Joe Ryan from last year. He actually bested him in a couple different categories. So I'm curious, and I was actually listening to you guys a little bit beforehand about Sonny Gray. Like, you guys both have differentiating opinions on how you feel about him, which I think is really interesting.
So I like him, and I thought him coming in now. You think maybe is he replacing Lucas Giolito maybe, and who was good last year? Like Giolito was.
And he's still unsigned too.
He's still available, right? No, I know that's a strange one, but he was good a year ago, so it wasn't like an obvious like he's going to come in and be an upgrade. But I feel like he's been pretty consistent. He's obviously a veteran pitcher. This is year 14 for Sonny Gray. But last year he had an ERA 4.28, not great. The year before though 3.84, and the last time he was in the American League it was sub 3, and he was an all-star. So knowing that Garrett Crochet is the horse and the guy that's going to go 200-plus innings and make hopefully 33 starts, how does it fill in after that? I think Sonny Gray, has a better chance of having a good season than Ranger Suarez, certainly with the start he has. Even Brian Bayo, who was good last year, but the previous 2 years before that was more of a mixed bag. I think, if anything, Sonny Gray is pretty consistent, and I think he is someone you can rely on.
So I guess my issue with Gray, and I agree, he's an upgrade on Giolito. I don't think he's Joe Ryan. I don't really care what the numbers say. I guess my issue is I don't think they needed both Gray and Suarez. Like, it felt like a little bit of overkill on the rotation. They also had Early and Tolley waiting. And so, to me, I didn't feel like they needed to do that, and I just would have used my resources differently. You can throw Oviedo into that mix as well. I would have used my resources differently because I felt like they needed a bat. I felt like they overcompensated with an arm.
Which I'd agree with, too.
So, like, I just didn't think they needed both. So pick a guy in their 30s that you're going to bring in. Gray's late 30s. Suarez just turned 30. So, I would have just picked one of those guys. I didn't feel like they needed both. I feel a lot better after his last start than his first one. Let's see where it goes. But yeah, I don't hate Sonny Gray. I'm just not as high on Gray as Keith is. I do think he's an upgrade on Giolito.
Yeah, I think he is an upgrade over Giolito, which I think it's shocking Lucas Giolito's still out there for somebody to still sign.
Strange. He had a good year.
Well, it's the expected numbers weren't good, but that's where it goes too far. And Garrett Crochet actually talked about this, I think, with Rob Bradford, just saying it's completely ridiculous.
I bet it was definitely Bradford.
Yeah, it's always Brad. Yeah. When in doubt, always Brad.
Yeah.
But no, I'm excited to see Sonny make his third start. And again, hopefully it's a good one here against the Brewers. We got Adam Jones, Rich Keefe with us, Red Sox pregame. The next thing I wanted to go to is this Wilson Contreras thing. There's still some simmering tensions. You saw when Connor Wong got hit yesterday, the shot of Wilson Contreras on the bench after getting, of course, hit on the first game of the series. Do you guys feel like there's something brewing here for this?
Yeah, I really thought last night. I thought it was like tune in, must see, must listen at 6:45 yesterday. I thought there was a chance Crochet drilled either the first guy or once he got 2 outs, drilled the third guy. I was like, let's defend your teammate. Let's get after it. They don't do that, which is fine because Crochet ended up just shutting the team down.
And they needed the inning so badly.
They also needed that. So I understand the argument against it, but I was also really looking forward to seeing how the Miz pitched Contreras. Is he going to stay away from him? Is he going to just hit him again, or is he going to go inside? So I thought there was good buzz about it yesterday. I think it's died down a little bit here today, but Contreras is still in the lineup. So if a ball gets away from the Drohan, then who knows how Contreras handles it. So he knows he's been hit 24 times by the Brewers. He had that number ready to go.
Yesterday, I thought something was percolating. Today, I don't feel that way. And I'm not ruling out that it could happen and it could emerge. I don't have that feeling today. Whereas Joe, we're on the Red Sox network now, but last night, I found myself gravitating more to the Red Sox game, even than the Bruins and Celtics, who had big games. I felt myself gravitating to it in part because of the pitching matchup and in part because I wasn't sure if that had died and completely gone away. I don't feel it as much today, but with Wilson Contreras, I agree. The man's a wild card. You can't totally rule anything out. And yeah, maybe it gets away from the Drohan a little bit and he gets a little wild. And next thing you know,
he
the
promised
Red Sox
to take somebody out.
To go.
He said if somebody hits him again, he's going to take someone out.
It was very. He literally said those words.
Yeah, over and over. Yeah, it wasn't just like he said it one time in that interview. He said it over and over and over and over again. So
prove it.
I don't feel like the Red Sox needed as much today as I thought they might have needed it yesterday, and so I feel like we missed the window a little bit in my estimation. But I'd love to see it.
Final thing before I let you guys go, I got a kick out of hearing Alex Cora on WEEI Afternoons talk about the hit celebration, which we obviously could figure out what they're
had a good idea what they were doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he explained actually what it was. He alluded to this famous TikTok.
I've now seen it.
Did you know that's what it was?
No.
I had no idea.
No.
I don't think anybody did.
I knew what they were doing.
No. Oh, I knew we were hip thrusting.
I took health class in 7th grade. I knew exactly what they were doing.
I have a son. I knew what they were doing. I didn't know.
I didn't know what the origin story was.
Yeah.
And then when I heard Cora mention that, and then somebody was quick to post it on Twitter yesterday. So it's an old Roman Anthony TikTok video.
I had no idea.
Yeah, pretty funny.
It's just pretty funny. Again, now we all know.
Well,
I feel like some players embrace it, other players kind of shy away from it.
It explained though, because remember yesterday we were asking, was Caleb Durbin shushing the crowd when he got on second base? You didn't think he was.
No, he wasn't.
I wasn't as sure. That was part of the TikTok video too.
Yeah.
Like the little finger to the lips shushing.
Pretty good.
Was part of the Roman Anthony video. So it explained.
That's the PG part of that video.
Yeah.
And then there's more of an NC-17 that Marcel Meyer does.
But no, that's funny.
Uh-huh.
And you know, hopefully they don't start mocking his arm anytime soon.
No, please no.
But with the TikTok videos, if it's okay that he can laugh at himself a little bit, I think that's a good quality.
New idea for the next Roman Anthony bobblehead night.
Yeah.
A little hip thrust.
I like it.
A little hip thrust night.
By that.
Exactly. And another example that everything lives on the internet too. It was Pat Brown from Play Testing. He's the one that clipped it and kind of put it all together. So shout out to Pat on that one. Guys, great to be with you as always.
Thank you, sir.
2.5 man part 2.
We appreciate it.
Love
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at Subaru of New England. WEEI.com. And coming up in roughly 10 minutes, Will Fleming sits down with Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and that conversation is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water, the official truck of Major League Baseball. But coming up next, we're going to hear from Justin Sllayton as part of Rob Bradford's 2-Minute Grill. Justin Sllayton was just placed on the IL. We'll hear from him about that. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
This is Jeffrey Glassman.
It's the series finale at Fenway Park today between the Red Sox and the Brewers. The Sox not only looking for their first series win of the season, but also their first time in which they have strung together wins in back-to-back games. Joe Wild with you. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. And some tough news on the injury front for the Red Sox. They announced today that Justin Sllayton is now on the 15-day injured list. Tyler Samaniego will take his spot now on the roster. He was just called up from AAA Worcester, so when he pitches, he will be making his Major League debut. But for Sllayton, a guy that has been a key part of this bullpen now for the last 3 seasons, now on the IL with a right oblique strain. And he had a chance to talk earlier today, and he is going to be featured here on the Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. And here is Justin Sllayton with Rob and the rest of the media.
Maybe this wrap up. What's the history behind it?
Just the other day, second game when I pitched, the back-to-back days, just like that night and back at home, just kind of like felt tight. Woke up the next day feeling a little bit tight. Didn't think like a ton of it until the next day started playing catch, and I was like, all right, maybe this is like a little bit more than just being tight. Just kind of attributed it to being like, well, through back-to-back days, it's like freezing cold. Like maybe we just got to get like warmed up. And then yesterday I was kind of like moving around doing some stuff in the weight room. Kind of felt like I started getting like a little bit of like a side like kind of cramp deal, and yeah, so we just decided to kind of just like, you know, take it easy, just press the reset button and just get feeling right. It's, you know, early in the season, so yeah.
You've had the frustration of being on the IL, trying to work back from injury. What's the conversations been like around this? Is it, you think, just take the 15 days and be right back?
Yeah. I mean, it sucks. Like, obviously, not something like I'm happy about. Obviously, I hate having these conversations with you guys. Obviously, nothing against y'all, but like, it sucks. Like, I want to be healthy. I want to help contribute. Yeah, I think it's the conversation right now is like, hey, I don't think it's like anything serious, but it's early in the season. Too early to like be pushing through something. Obviously, don't want it to develop into something major, and don't want to speak too soon because, you know, I said last year we didn't think it was anything major, and it ended up being like 90 days. So I don't want to jinx it, but we're pretty confident that just taking the time right now is like the smart thing, and we'll get back when we get back, and hopefully like pretty soon.
Did you get any imaging done on it?
Is there any imaging scheduled or anything?
No imaging scheduled as of right now. I think the play right now is just take care of it here, and just honestly, like, the crappy part about it is there's not like a lot that I can do to like see the progress in the day. It's just I have to like wake up and be like, okay, it's feeling better today, or it's not feeling better today. So right now, no imaging schedule. I don't think it's anything like I said, like nothing super serious. It's more like precautionary. Like, let's just take the time, try not to push it, and get healthy. Still got a long season.
How hard is it to be smart and patient, being the competitor that you are, but also maybe learning from the past? Does that help?
Yeah, that helps. Like, one of the the main things that we've talked about is just like being honest, trying not to turn something like small into something bigger by pushing, especially like I keep saying, like this early in the season. But it sucks. I mean, like, again, this is the third year that I've had to miss time. I promise you, like, no one's more upset or feels worse about that than me. You know, it's, part of our job is to be healthy for 162, and for the third year in a row to be going down, I mean, it just sucks. Like, mentally it sucks, physically it sucks. I'm beating myself up pretty bad about it right now, so yeah, it sucks.
Hoping for a smooth recovery for Justin Sllayton. You just heard from him right there. He's on the 15-day injured list now with a right oblique strain. And again, it's Tyler Samaniego who takes over his spot, a left-handed reliever who the Red Sox acquired in a trade with the Pirates in the offseason. Coming up next, Will Fleming sits down with Red Sox manager Alex Cora, and that is presented by your New England Ford dealers as we get you ready for Red Sox versus Brewers. Final game of a 3-game set, the rubber match here from Fenway. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Spring is the season to find.
Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Sun is shining on the diamond here at Fenway Park. Of course, it's another chilly day, 40-degree temperatures, but the Sox go for their first series victory of the season against the Brewers. These teams have opposite records. Milwaukee 8-3, tied atop the NL Central with Cincinnati, and then the Red Sox are 3-8 right now in last place in the American League East, 5.5 games back of the Yankees. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
And as you know, before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. And Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Ford, the official vehicle of that dirty water and the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. And here is Alex Cora with our very own Will Fleming.
A frigid day at Fenway, finale with the Brewers, looking for the first series win of the year with the manager. Warmer in your office, Alex. We appreciate that. Needed yesterday, and it was a win that had a lot of the things that I think you probably felt would define this team coming out of the season. You had to feel really good that you closed the door.
Yeah, I mean, when you're up 3-0, we got to win those games, and we've been in that position the last 3 games, which is a positive. The negative, we lost 2 of them. So we talk about pitching and defense and run prevention. 3-4 runs in the middle of the game, having that lead, we have to finish them, and we did yesterday.
Crochet really embraces the role of stopper and all the things that he does. Can you tell us about the thought process? I mean, obviously he's your ace. It's an enormous game for your club. Is there something about keeping Yelich and Terang out of the game as long as you can?
No, it was the situation in the bullpen. We knew we were short, we don't have to share that information with the opposition, whatever, we managed the game accordingly and whatever we have planned before the game, and we were comfortable with him going 100, 105 pitches. But then, we had to extend him because we were short yesterday because of the Sllayton injury.
So he goes on the IL, you just said, and he said he thinks it's just, early season soreness. You think it might not be a big deal?
Hopefully. We've been through this road before, right? And, sometimes the last 2 years, it felt like it was going to be something minor, and then he lost a big chunk of the season. So hopefully we got it early enough that it's only 15 days, but, he has to put the work, the trainers, they're on top of it. And like I said, hopefully sooner rather than later.
And Kelly's had a couple good ones. Is that going to be part of his routine now to sort of kind of take some of those higher leverage innings?
Yeah, him-wise, the lefties, we'll mix and match. Maybe we'll see Whitlock in the 7th against a pocket of righties or the 2, 3, 4 of the opposition. So, we are in a good place with all the lefties now. All of a sudden, we got some guys over there that can do the job. Tyler's here. Danny has done a good job. Moran has been outstanding, and obviously we got Chapman.
Samaniego, I thought he was really impressive in spring training. What did you make of him?
He was good. A little banged up early in spring, so he wasn't able to go out there and perform every 3 or 4 days, but the way he ended up camp was impressive. And we talked to him when we sent him down, just be ready because you never know. And as you can see, the mixing and matching is very important. I know we got 3 lefties on the rotation, but then you play 10 games and you're like, you know what, maybe another lefty can help us. And, this decision wasn't based on we needed the lefty. It was based on Sllayton, right? And we had other options, but I feel like playing these guys today, St. Louis next, Minnesota, they mix and match. Detroit, they do the same thing. And New York, they got a bunch of lefties. It's important to add another one.
And you put all the righties basically in there today. IKF and Monasterio get the start. Roman's back in left field. How about Trevor yesterday? I mean, obviously the big swing into left, that looked like a weight was lifted from him. But then I thought the biggest play of the game was the pick he made at shortstop. Not easy at all. Do you think one leads to the other, sort of confidence at the plate, settles him defensively too?
I think one bloop leads to everything, and the night before he stays in some ball, doesn't hit it hard, goes the other way, and then from there everything opens up. And the at-bats have been better. Defensively, he is who he is, and he goes through stretches that the throwing becomes an issue, because of his footwork early on, but he's moving well, and yesterday that was a tough one. A lot of tricky hops off the bats the last 2 days, probably because of the weather. They have to keep it a little bit harder than usual. The one on Durbin 2 days ago, the one yesterday on Trevor, but they're good athletes. They move well, and I'm glad he made the play.
Caleb did what Mona did early in the season, where you pinch hit and they put the ball in play, and you get what turns out to be the game's winning run. Isn't it comforting to you as a manager to know you can go to those dudes in a spot you need contact?
Yeah, I think when they don't start, Caleb, Izzy, and Mona is a little bit different than having Refnider and Romy, of course, but they can do the job. Minute third, less than 2 outs, put them on play, we score the run. Good job by Willier, too. He had a great jump and put pressure on Hammy, and, he decided not to throw to the plate, and like you said, that was the difference.
Sonny, excellent in his last start. Was it just strike throwing? What was different from start one to start two, and what do you want today?
Yeah, against a tough lineup, too. The Padres... they had some success against him, and he was able to move the ball around. There were some balls that were hit to the right center gap, and we don't have any problems with that. The boys will make the play. But he was able to expand, and there's a different lineup, of course, a bunch of lefties. I think at the end, like everything else, and we've been talking about it, you guys have been talking about it, we got to throw more strikes. When we get ahead, we can bury people, but, down 2-0, 3-1, 3-2, the walks and all that stuff, we have to avoid, and it's all about strike one.
All of a sudden, David Hamilton, he looks so confident. He's like perfect bunts all over the place. He's picking balls left and right on both sides of second base. I know that, it was a different thing for him here because of his role, but what's it like to see a guy sort of come into his own with another team?
Playing well, and he made a great play yesterday in the hole, and he made those plays against with us the last few years. The bunting part of it is something we push hard, and he was a little bit hesitant, probably the role, right? Like you coming off the bench, you wanna hit, and but he's a good base runner, a good defender, playing third base now for them. He's gonna be okay.
Fenway was sort of alive last night, and you need this crowd. You need this ballpark to be a home field advantage for you, and you had to feel good sitting in that dugout hearing the roars.
Yeah, we need to be patient, too. It's a young group that it didn't start off the right way, but if you start breaking it down the season, the 11 games, it's not a season yet, up 4-0, up 3-0, up 3-0. It's going to change. We're going to pitch. We're going to play defense. The guys are going to swing, and it's a good day to win the series, move on, go to St. Louis and Minnesota, gain some ground in the next 6-7 days, and then be ready for a big homestand against Detroit and New York.
You've talked about your lineup and the choices you have. You got the righties in there today, but you probably feel like you've got a totally loaded magazine for later in the innings. To be able to bring people like Duran and Massa off the bench late against some of their better bullpen arms, you probably feel really good about the choices you can make late.
Yeah, and I have to learn about the roster, how I'm going to use it. One thing is on paper, the other one is to do it, being in between the lines. How are you going to deploy your players? And, it felt good today, playing Monasterios and Izzy. And when they bring the righties, we got some capable guys on the bench. But it's a learning experience for me, too. It's a lot different than in the past as far as, like, the bench. And we're going to use it the right way. We're going to maximize. And at one point, we're going to roll, and it's going to be fun.
Can you just expand on that a little bit in terms of you learning? Does that mean just putting guys in game situations and learning who they are and what they can handle?
No, it's about mixing and matching and when you're going to use them. When you're going to let Duran face the lefty, when we're going to pinch hit for Marcelo, when we're going to use Izzy in a pinch hit situation instead of Monasterios, right? It's a whole learning experience. One thing is for Myers, with 5,000 people and no pressure. Is a lot different here at Fenway Park with 35,000 people and trying to win games.
There's so much data that goes into those decisions, Alex. You're talking about matchups, about what the guy on the mound has, how the hitters maximize that. How do you? There's so much that you can draw upon versus just your gut feel. How do you balance those things?
You prepare, and gut feeling is a result of preparation. You use your information to be ready for the game, and then the game will dictate what you do, and then you decide to go with it or you stay with the other guys.
How about a happy flight today?
Happy flight. Let's go.
Thanks, Alex.
Thank you.
And we'd certainly love that for the team. And again, they go for the series win today against the Brewers and looking to string together back-to-back wins for the first time in this 2026 campaign. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up next, we'll get Brad Foe's Grab and Go, get you an update about the team in general, and also today's starting lineups, the lock of the game, and a scoreboard update as well. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
For 130 years, Drake's Cakes have made life a little sweeter.
Radio Network.
We are about 20 minutes out from first pitch between the Red Sox and the Brew Crew. Final game of a 3-game set from Fenway Park. Joe Weil with you. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. And for the first time ever, it's time for Grab and Go, presented by the Bee's Knees Benefits app. And here is Bradfo with an update on today's most important Sox news.
It's a great day for baseball here at Fenway Park. News of the day, Johan Oviedo, flexor strain. He's not having surgery, but he is going to be shut down for 6 weeks. Tyler Semeniago, he is up, lefty reliever they liked a lot. They got in the same trade they got from Johan Oviedo for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Speaking of the Pittsburgh Pirates, big news out of baseball. Connor Griffin, the #1 prospect in all of baseball. Not only is he called up last week, but now he signs an extension, 9 years, $140 million, which led me to go talk to Willie Abreu to find out, hey, Willie, did you have any conversations? Have you had any conversations about a possible extension, a likely candidate? And he said, no talks in spring training, no talks early in the season. The only talks he had was very, very early in his Red Sox career. Something to keep an eye on, extensions flying around all over the Major League Baseball. Also something to keep an eye on, the great game of baseball in the series finale between the Milwaukee Brewers and the Boston Red Sox.
All right, great stuff from Bradfo. And Bradfo's Grab and Goes are presented by the Bee's Knees Benefits app. Make it part of every game day and get 50 cents off per gallon on your first fill up or $5 off in store. Download the Bee's Knees Benefits app today and start saving. Terms apply. And it's time now for today's Red Sox starting lineup, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. So let's meet today's players. And here's the 9. Roman Anthony in left, Andrew Monasterio at shortstop, Wilson Contreras at first, Wilyer Abreu in right, Trevor Story the DH, Caleb Durbin at third, Carlos Narvaez the catcher, Cedon Rafaela in center, and then Izzy Kiner-Falefa at second base. So no Meyer, Yoshida, or Duran in the starting lineup for the Red Sox. And today's lock of the game presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com and never re-roof again. I'm going with Wilson Contreras to get at least one knock in today's game. And it's time now for a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update. Let love bloom in a 2026 Subaru. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And of course, playing the early game today, so only a couple in progress. Padres and Pirates, no score, bottom 3 in Pittsburgh. And then the Royals and Guardians, no score through the top of the first inning out in Cleveland. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Big thank you to Joe Braverman. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Red Sox versus Brewers with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on the call is coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual Red Sox pregame show.